Hello and welcome to the 2025 NHRL World Championships. My name is Kyle Kroos. With me is Dima Papazian. Dima, how you doing?
I'm doing amazing, Kyle. We're at World Championships here in Norwalk, Connecticut, and we are ready to see 3-pound, 12-pound, and 30-pound carnage all day starting at 9 in the morning here.
Absolutely. We are going to start these qualifying matchups, and I am so excited to see it right at the beginning of the day. We have an absolute banger in Cage 2. That's right, Anubis, Chainsaw Kitty. This action is going to be intense.
We're already off to the races. They're both weapons have spun up and are ready. 2 championship level high quality bots, and we see them first thing in the morning. We're going to see these high level fights all day.
Chainsaw Kitty bringing home a golden dumpster this season and ready to rip it up here at World Champs. To qualify for World Champs, you had to get top 4 placing at any of our qualifying events this year. So every bot you see in these boxes today is, if nothing else, a winner.
A semi-finalist is not an easy thing to be here at the National Havoc Robotics League.
Definitely not in the 3-pound division. This is the most competitive 3-pound class in the entire world here at the National Havoc Robot League. And I am so excited to see this first fight. 2 4-wheel drive vertical spinners going head to head. Different design theories, but very similar modus. All right, so our official is prepping the opponents.
I sure hope these extremely skilled drivers are as ready for this fight as I am.
Over there in the pink square, operating Chainsaw Kitty is Keziah Sky.
One of the best drivers in the world.
Absolutely.
Period.
Period, the end. Down in the blue square, we have Anthony Pieria, no slouch himself, ready to rock and roll.
Nobody here's a slouch because you had to prove yourself to even be here today.
Absolutely. You could see Anubis rocking an egg beater style drum. Side armor package covering those wheels. Nice top armor package. I like the rib cage design.
It's beautiful and stylized and not any less effective for being so.
But very different design philosophy than Chainsaw Kitty. The wheels on Chainsaw Kitty are like a target. It's almost like, hey, come hit me here. That way you're tricked by that very fast turn radius that Keziah is able to pull off. And look at the size of the weapon blade on Keziah's machine now.
It just gets stronger and stronger every time I see it. Every time Keziah claims another victim, Chainsaw Kitty seems to get more and more fearsome.
You can see Anubis has everything tight and compact and under that armor, including the wheels. Keziah's got a weapon motor just out on top, begging you to try to hit it. She's relying on those forks and her amazing driving skills to keep her bot safe.
When you sacrifice armor like that, it's almost a challenge. Can you do more damage than I can do to you? Let's see who can pull out the biggest hit on the first fight of the day here at World Championships.
Right now, it sounds like we're having some cage side issues. They're restarting the cage side computer right now.
First fight of the day.
First fight of the day. First fight jitters.
Making sure all systems are ready to go for every single fight that's about to be happening here at the cage.
Okay.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
All right, our lead official counting down the opponents, and we are now in dogfight mode. First weapon-to-weapon contact, sparks flying in the arena. Oh, nasty hit.
Both of them are trying to cut angles on each other, but they're going head-to-head.
I don't think either competitor minds going weapon-to-weapon in this matchup. Oh, that was definitely a nasty hit, and a follow-up from Keziah.
Follow-up right to Anubis' underside where there's no armor there.
Keziah desperately trying to gyro her way back to a front-on impact, and now Anubis able to take control.
It's time for Keziah to work with her gyro. Whoa!
These nasty weapon-to-weapon impacts mostly going Chainsaw Kitty's way. You can see the fork jammed up in that side plate, not able to take impact there.
Anubis doesn't seem to be showing any signs of damage yet, and Anthony himself doesn't seem very phased. But I would say Chainsaw Kitty's hits are really making them look like they're taking the...
Ooh, they got stuck in the floor. Anubis got stuck in the floor, and then Kizaya was able to take advantage.
Anubis's weapon seems down. Maybe completely?
Hard to say. Maybe
There's a
doesn't-
tap out.
And that is a tap. Wow.
Tap
I
out.
don't know if you can hear the crowd, but I sure can, and they're going nuts for the first beetle weight fight of the day.
That really was a chess match, a stressful, expensive chess match for our first fight of the day. Both competitors really trying to outdrive each other eventually. Kazaya able to take advantage of enough angles to get the win.
The first prelim fight of the day is already a driving masterclass.
Absolutely. Full on tap out. I don't want any more damage to my robot. Thank you very much. That weapon on Chainsaw Kitty is devastating.
Chainsaw Kitty's driver, Kazaya, a dumpster winner, looking for the golden Brett at the end of today. A bigger trophy. The biggest trophy.
Absolutely. Already one of the most popular competitors here before winning that golden dumpster this year. If they're able to pull it off and bring home, I would say, the most coveted prize, that 3-pound golden Brett this season, that would be an amazing story.
Absolutely one of the most popular competitors, one of the most popular bots. I showed one of my coworkers a video of me competing at NHRL and said, hey, look what I do. He comes back 15 minutes later, walks into my office, says, can you get me a Chainsaw Kitty t-shirt?
I get it. First of all,
no,
the
I
merch
get
is
it.
cool.
I
The
was
merch
like,
is cool.
I was
I
like,
get
yeah,
it.
man. Chainsaw Kitty is a whole lot cooler than my bot. A whole lot cooler than a lot of bots.
It's just an incredibly well-styled bot, but the design is so good. And every time Kazaya improves that design, it's really, really well thought out. So you can already see the bottom of our cage is ripped up.
For those who might be new to these sorts of events, that happens when these robots, terrifying spinning weapons and blades, come into contact with the floor itself. When they get flipped upside down, when they hit each other into the ground, when they use their physics and their force to knock things downward, things get chewed up.
Combat robotics is very much so a regional sport. Here on the East Coast, we like to use wooden floors. Very rare in the combat robotics community, and a lot of other places they use metal. We prefer this. It gives you a little bit of grip. It gives you a little bit of texture. It's a little bit easier to change out. And I think it changes the game as the day goes on. It really makes a disadvantage to those super low slung tight forks to the floor because the floor itself gets textured throughout the day.
I agree. It's nice when there's some give and take to design decisions too. You might be able to win the ground game unless the floor gets ripped up, whether it got ripped up before you got there or your competitor did it for you.
Yeah, absolutely. We're loading into the cage right now with two of the very best competitors in the sport. And we're going to be saying that all day long. But one of these competitors, Ryan Duarte, MIT, he is in here trying to prove a case that you don't need to spend $1 bajillion to win in this arena. And then on the other side, the most decorated combatant in this sport and the most decorated 3-pound robot in this sport.
And a total class act.
And a total class act. Genuinely nice guy. Yeah, absolutely. Jameson Go. He is rocking it here with a shuffler horizontal spinner that everyone is afraid of in this competition. It's ranked 12th seed for this event, but not in the competitors' hearts. They are deathly afraid of Silent Spring.
One of the scariest bots in the division in the weight class worldwide, and it's the 12th seed. It's not even a single-digit seed.
It's won more dumpsters than any other bot here, and it's 12th seed. What a day.
I've fought it once. I beat it by sheer luck. I admit that. That was luck. That was not... there was a little skill involved, but I got lucky against Silent Spring. I'll fully admit that.
So what did you do to beat Silent Spring? What can Ryan learn?
Well, I lost a wheel guard, and it got caught up in Silent Spring's weapon, which both high-centered it and disabled its weapon, kind of an instant KO.
Got it. So
not intentional.
Make your robot parts able to bind up your opponents.
Make your robot parts weak and fall apart, and maybe you get lucky they step on a Lego. But you can't count on that. It's not a great strategy. You can't depend on luck. You can only depend here in the sport on skill, on engineering prowess, and driving prowess.
So
And
Ryan,
nerves of steel, too.
Ryan and Jameson both have qualified robots in all 3 weight classes for this event, which is absolutely insane. This is Counterpunch versus Silent Spring, but they very well could face each other in the 12-pound division with BudgetBoi and Saiko. They could also very well face each other in the 30-pound division with Ares and Megatron. So this might be a repeat matchup for these 2 competitors all day today.
Both of these competitors here on the second fight of the day are trying to already work their way towards the fabled Triple Crown. That means winning in the 3-pound, 12-pound, and 30-pound division. Now, you can do that at any of NHRL's qualifying events, but it's a whole other story to do it at World Championships.
Yeah, never been done.
5, 4.
The competitor that I'd
3,
say has come the
2,
closest is Jameson
1.
Go, but even the
Fight.
go to the sport
Robots
hasn't pulled that
fight.
off yet. Counterpunch stuck under the rail and that first impact there.
Counterpunch trying to use its wedge effectively to try to stop the force of Silent Spring's horizontal spinner. You see those sparks? That means it's working.
Yeah, I'd say right now, Silent Spring's definitely got the reach advantage and the angle advantage in this head-to-head matchup. Counterpunch has got to rely on that armor to hopefully break that weapon to gain any sort of an advantage, and that ain't working right now.
Silent Spring getting some amazing hits right on Counterpunch's weapon. You do not want a horizontal weapon to get bite against a vertical spinner. Might not be a lose condition, but that's how a weapon can go down.
Yeah, it puts all the strain in all the wrong directions on that weapon mount for a vertical spinner. Causes binding you don't want your motor to have to deal with. Nice shot there.
I see. That's it.
Tap out.
Yeah, tap out just happened. There's something hanging out the back
Some guts hanging out.
of Counterpunch that Ryan said, I don't want to deal with that. No, thank you. We'll call this fight now. So Jameson Go securing his first victory of the day with a tap out against his alma mater's MIT team.
Now this is prelim, so Counterpunch isn't out yet. They can afford to go 2-1 in prelims and still make it to brackets. So the Triple Crown dream is not dead, but it's a little more alive for Jameson Go, I'd say.
And you know what? Spending one of your losses, if you will, on Jameson Go ripping some of your guts out, probably a wise tactical move.
Feels fine.
Yeah.
It feels so fine. There's that. Plus, there's strategy to an early tap out. Once you see some exposed guts in your robot, you think, we don't need to see any more of this.
No, that's fine. Those pieces should stay inside the robot. Jameson Go was once a part of the MIT Combat Robotics team back in the day, and now that team has been completely rebuilt by Ryan Duarte and the current teammates. It was a team that was basically decimated by the COVID pandemic, completely rebuilt from scratch, and they have done an amazing job bringing so many incredible robots, including a favorite in the 30-pound division, Ares.
You hear some of these extremely fearsome names in the 30-pound division, like Ares, like Megatron. And then you see them in action, and you're like, oh, I get it.
Yeah, it's
That
terrifying.
is a god of war.
Yeah,
That
absolutely.
is the leader of the Decepticons.
If you're ever able to be in the arena for a 30-pound matchup, too, it is the type of impact that you feel in your chest. It's just terrifying. Your rib cage rattles with those hits.
I know the viewers at home love seeing those big hits, but nothing compares to being right here at the event and seeing, and like you said, feeling it in your chest, that huge impact, those vibrations, and seeing those sparks. The pictures do it justice, but there's nothing beats being here.
Amen. It's an amazing feeling. And the 3-pound class, it's not that reverberation in your chest, but the physics are so crazy. Like watching a bot tumble 5 times its own height, 6 times its own size across the arena after an impact, and then just come back for more, it literally looks like a glitch in reality.
But reality, it is, Kyle.
Wow. So we have Project Liftoff versus Sir Slicey going on in another cage.
The competitors are walking out right now. This is a repeat of the matchup that we just saw 1 month ago.
That's right, and this was an absolute banger of a matchup. Sir Slicey, driven by Evan Bimji, is a vertical with a twist, or I should say a slant. It's got these really cool diverted weapon blades that come at you at a very strange angle. But they are taking on one of the coolest designs in the sport, Project Liftoff, brought to you by the Casmers. It is a melty brain spinner, and it has several different weapons that it can attach to that melty brain. Typically for a bot like Sir Slicey, they're going to come out with a single weapon tooth just to get a little bit more engagement, but I don't know what they're going to be rocking today. We'll see that shortly in the cage.
Last month, Evan with Sir Slicey was able to take the victory over Project Liftoff, but it was well fought. And we don't do too much results-oriented thinking here at NHRL. We like to stray away from those kinds of thought processes. But
oh my goodness.
we just got some insider info,
We just got
folks.
some insider info from Andrew Casper. We'll talk about that when the fight starts so as not to cause any spoilerations.
No spoilers.
Yeah, we don't need that. So a melty brain spinner, for those who are uninitiated, is a bot without an active weapon. The active weapon is actually the programming in the drive of the bot. It's a really simple mechanical design. It's 2 wheels, and it spins in a circle. The complicated part is that you pulse those wheels at different speeds to cause drift. So as it's spinning up to full speed, you could drift it to the left, you could drift it to the right, you could drift it diagonally. It's super challenging to drive. Andrew Casmer, I would say, is the best melty brain driver on planet Earth right now, just because he has the reflexes to make that thing work. They're currently working on several automated versions of this, where they just have to kind of flip a switch and it'll curve left or curve right. But as of right now, that system is not better than Andrew Casmer.
They keep improving and iterating on this robot and have for years. One of the first NHRLs I went to, maybe the first, I heard a lovely screeching noise as I walked down here towards the cage. I said, what is that? Who is that robot? And then I saw the lights on Project Liftoff, and I've been a fan ever since.
At one point, Project Liftoff had rubber wheels, actual like rubber, and now it is these really like deep cleats that dig in and give it, that screech, that iconic screeching sound that lets you know it's up to full speed and very dangerous.
Pay attention to these wooden floors that we mentioned earlier, folks, because I think we are going to see some after images, some aftershocks of Project Liftoff's impact into the ground.
You know what it reminds me of is the spirograph. Remember the spirograph from when we were kids?
I sure do.
Yeah. These really cool, like, circular patterns across the floor.
It reminds me of a video game when you do like a stomp move into the ground and it leaves behind an impact, an earthquake. That's the destructive force of Project Liftoff.
There you see Evan Bimji backing up into his spot. Evan Bimji was in a fugue state at the last event. His driving was absolutely unparalleled. We'll see if he's still in that same zone today. And if he is, I would say Sir Slicey's got a solid chance at pulling home a golden Brett.
I think a lot of people are about to see how tough Project Liftoff actually is, though. That is hard to kill robot.
5, 4.
One thing
3,
about the Casmers
2,
is that they always change up their strategy
Robots fight.
if they have a loss. And what they learned from that last loss was heavy weapon engagement with Sir Slicey wasn't necessarily what you needed to do. Ooh, nasty hit from Sir Slicey. They're stuck up on the wall.
Looks like they're calling for an unstick. They press the button.
Unstick has been called for, but the button wasn't working, so the ref has just done it manually, and no! That's what happens. You could call for that unstick, you could waste it, and then your opponent can use that as an advantage to start hitting massive impacts on you. Evan Bimji driving like a demon right now, not letting them get up to speed.
Not letting them breathe. Every time Evan sends Project Liftoff away, knocks it from cage side to cage side, from wall to wall, he just goes in right for another hit.
The reflexes on BimG are absolutely insane. He's got a pin going right now.
How rare is it to even see Project Liftoff get pinned?
No, that's almost impossible.
I don't think I saw a pin like that last fight. Project Liftoff getting back up to speed, but
Not even able to get a quarter of the way up to speed before BimG knocks him against the wall.
the crowd is going nuts for this fight.
This season, we have watched Slicey go from the mid-card very securely to the top of the card at these events. And this kind of driving is what's done it.
We'll talk about the beautiful engineering of Slicey right after, but right now, again, another driving masterclass on display. Oh my goodness.
Evan is at one with this robot. Every single move is not wasted. Every single change in direction, perfectly calculated.
Project Liftoff looks like it's taken some damage and isn't totally straight, but is still able to spin up. But now they're stuck again.
Oh no.
The knockout count has started. Evan jumping
There's
for joy.
no movement. No movement at all. The Casmers look resigned to their fates. And that's it.
Knockout.
Even more decisively than last month.
Yeah, Evan BimG might just be in that headspace that he needs to be in to win this entire tournament today. That was insane.
I think his head might be in the game.
Yeah, his head's squarely in the game. Not even 10 a.m. yet, and he's obviously had the coffee. He's ready to go.
Okay, might be a little young for the coffee. Let's not set
Yeah,
up.
okay, yeah, you're right. He's a little young for the
We got to be role models here.
Evan BimG, one of 4 competitors total at NHRL to win a golden dumpster under the age of 18. He's coming out and looking for that golden Brett today. He's ready to go. He's got his world champ sweatshirt on.
I remember immediately the day after Evan won. I am reading all the chats from all the engineers and all the robot builders. The first thing all these engineers take a crack at is, wait a minute. Why are those cantilevered blades so good? Can we calculate what exactly advantage that gives? Why does he even do it? Nobody else is doing it.
No
like
one else
Slicey.
is doing it. Yeah, no one else is doing it. That was absolutely insane. I would love to see a replay of that if we've got it, because man, what a masterclass in driving. You can see this, Evan not giving them a moment to breathe.
This is exactly how you do it. When you have a vert like that, you're gonna hit your opponent. You're gonna knock them away. What do
Look
you
at
have to
that
do? You
pin.
have to chase them for another hit before they get a chance to reorient themselves and breathe.
I don't think that Project Liftoff got up to full speed once.
Maybe for a second,
Maybe
if that, but
for a
no.
second,
But no,
yeah.
I don't think so either. You can hear when it goes to full speed. It's a different sound.
I've never saw those lights lock in this entire matchup.
True. Those lights do tell a story.
That was incredible. That is a great start of the day for Evan BimG. A rough start of the day for Project Liftoff. Both of those bots have won dumpsters in the past.
Maybe a rough start, but they're not out. You can have one loss here in prelims, and you're still alive. You just got to win the next 2 to make it into bracket.
Absolutely. Last event, we really saw Evan have a glow up. I made a comment earlier about him being squarely in the middle of the card. We always thought of Slicey. It's a good robot. It's decent. Evan's a good driver. He's okay.
I don't know I've seen Sir Slicey and the family's other robot, Sir Spinny, and just like a driver can keep getting more and more skill as they get more and more fights and experience under their belt, they kept iterating. They kept iterating together, and Evan kept getting more skill. What happens when you just keep improving every event? You eventually become world class, and you win.
Amen. All right, so we have,
A treat.
oh my gosh, such a treat. So there you see that little blue bot with the safety clamp on it. That is Radix. It's just a chaotic little horizontal spinner. I love this robot.
It does fundamentals very well.
Yeah. And it can take its own impacts extremely well. It bounces off the wall and keeps on kicking.
It's got that beautiful, shiny, iconic electric blue TPU.
You do like the electric blue TPU. It's true.
I do like the shiny guys.
And over on the other side, it's a ridiculous looking robot, but also, if you know this sport, you know this robot is utterly terrifying. This, it's hiding behind the Brett in this shot, but this is Monkfish. Monkfish is a shuffling, mid-cutter, horizontal spinner of absolute death.
Some robots shuffle, but you might not know it to look at them in the first couple seconds. Oh, this is a shuffler. It's got legs and feet. Monkfish is a capital S shuffler, and you can see it moving around right now. It's extremely organic looking, thus the name.
And it's got those really confused eyes. Like,
Those-
it doesn't know why it's ripping your robot apart.
Those classic cow emoji eyes. For the old nerds amongst us.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
All right, so Aiden has a good weapon type to go up against Monkfish, but will his driving be able to stand up against Rachel de Guzman's? She knows how to operate this bot incredibly well.
Horizontal versus horizontal, but for those that don't know, Monkfish gets to weigh. And it gets to weigh a little extra because it shuffles instead of drives.
Tap
Radix is
out.
tapped out already. And
wow.
that's the fight. Monkfish got behind Radix, sort of like a wrestler, like an MMA fighter. Went to the back, and Radix thought, I don't want to see any more of this. I don't want that massive mid-cutting weapon to chew right up into all my electronics in the most vulnerable, unarmored, unprotected spot of the robot.
Yeah, Aiden probably making a wise decision to tap out there. Rachel not even getting that much driving practice in on this fight.
Rachel's such a strong driver. I don't think she needs to practice on the first fight of World Championships. I think she's ready.
That's exactly right. Rachel and Remy, part of the Merca team. They always put together some amazing events out in the Midwest. And then they show up here and put on absolute bangers.
They are such inspiring engineers, and I don't use that term lightly. The first time I saw Monkfish, I was sort of enraptured, enamored by it. I showed everybody. I was like, look at this. Look at what people can do in this sport.
Such a cool design, such a well thought out design. And when it won its first golden dumpster, people said it was a surprise. It's not surprising anymore. Everybody gets it now. It's a terrifying machine.
Yeah, we see Monkfish use that giant blade and crazy movement mechanism to tear up the competition. We say, we get it.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
And Rachel, a truly just distinguished driver. So few wasted motions. She knows how to get that bot into the right position. She won that fight without having to rip up the opponent. She just put that bot in the position where they were like, nope, I'm done. Thank you. You're going to kill me.
There are ways to beat an unorthodox, difficult to pin down bot like Monkfish, but they're not easy.
No, definitely not.
And Rachel's never gonna, she's never gonna give you that room. Not if she can help it.
Yeah, it's very rare to see her on the back shuffle, if you will. It just doesn't happen very often.
On the back cleat, back foot, back cam. Oh, ho, 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 ho.
All right. We're getting ready for some big robot action and a royal entrance, if you will.
Action's getting bigger, folks. We're getting a little flashy with our dress here.
I like it. I like the robes.
These two members of Team Pandemonium actually have a sort of boyfriend and girlfriend, long-term boyfriend and girlfriend, sub-team here called the Bot Barons. They have a lot of robots, and they're all themed after royalty. They got Prince, they got Vanguard, they got Emperor, and they got Overlord.
Overlord is a two-wheel drive vertical spinner. It is a massive weapon blade. That's something that you see from the Bot Barons pretty regularly. A massive weapon blade is like their favorite design element.
They like to go big.
On the other side of the arena, we have from Brazil, it is Jubileu. It is a devastating horizontal spinner driven by Leonardo from Team Warrior. This is a storied bot with a great career. They qualified for World Championships this year, and I would say they have an excellent shot at coming home and bringing that coveted 30-pound golden bread to Brazil.
That's the crazy thing about World Championships. Everybody's got a shot. Everybody made it here. It's a matter of how steeled you can keep your nerves.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm really excited to see this matchup. A classic horizontal versus vert matchup, but like we said, Overlord's giant weapon tends to make things a little unpredictable. I think we're going to see, at the very least, one very big hit. And so far, the biggest hit of the day, because this is the first fight we're seeing in the 30-pound weight class. What an honor.
Absolutely excited to see this fight. Jubileu has won a Robo Games event in 2024, beating out some big name competitors here, including Kambui Tango and Pepe Silvia.
Pepe Silvia, very chaotic and beautiful to watch bot. I love standing by the huge 30-pound cage, and I love looking at the opposite side of the opposite sidewall, and I see spectators lined up to see this fight.
Yeah. But we're right here, standing next to the brooms, getting ready for this action to go absolutely chaotic. Look at the paint job in Jubileu. It looks great.
I love that red blade. It's going to become a crimson blur in just a few minutes here.
We always love it when a completely
4,
different design
3,
ecosystem
2,
shows its face
1.
here.
Fight.
And the Brazilian
Robots
design
fight.
ethos is so very tight, compact, and efficient. Oh my goodness. That little wedge on the front of Overlord doing its job. Nice. I love this big dustpan design on Overlord, really having an effective countermeasure to Jubileu. The Brazilians are going to have to drive really well to get out of that situation. Nice hit there. What flew off? There's something missing.
Looks like it might have been one of Overlord's mounts because their weapon has stopped.
Yeah, it's done.
Now they're reliant on that wedge of control. But Jubileu's weapon has stopped too.
Yep, they are pinned up against the wall there. No, that weapon is back. They just were pinned.
Not stopped, just stuck.
Ooh, nasty hit onto the side of Overlord there. Overlord doing their best dustpan impression, trying to get him up against the wall.
Yeah, but now Jillian and Linden don't got to worry about that gyro no more because their weapon ain't spinning. They can just focus on driving and getting those pins. It ain't over till it's over.
Yeah, they very well could win this matchup on aggression and control. But as long as that weapon's spinning on Jubileu, there's always a chance for a knockout.
Are we doing the thing in a crazy new way? They called for an unstick, and our house bot is doing their best to try to get the thing undone.
They cannot unstick them. This is a very difficult position to be in for Overlord.
No, this is a weird one. I've seen a lot of these things. This is a weird one.
Yeah, it's a weird one.
Tap out.
That's the tap out. They shook their heads.
Early
decided we're good.
Brazilian celebration from this matchup.
Nobody celebrates like a Brazilian. Que coisa boa.
They drove over the discarded belts before backing up to the door. Just a little flex before they leave the box.
Ooh, low blow. Repairs are harder for these 30-pound robots than they are for the 3-pound robots. There's more and bigger pieces to work with, but Jillian and Linden are going to shake that off, carry their Overlord back up to the pits, open him back up, fix him up, and get ready for another fight.
Yeah, and I think the parts are just a little bit more fragile on these 30-pound robots. You know what I mean? It's like dropping an ant from a second-story building versus dropping like a person from a second-story building.
I love physics. I love physics. It's my worst subject, but I love it.
The ant's going to be fine. That person, though.
The thing about weight classes, and I love explaining this to people, is when you go from 3 to 30, things scale differently.
Very different.
If people might play video games or whatever, I would say that offense scales dramatically and defense does not scale dramatically.
Yeah.
You can't armor much more consistently or in a way to protect yourself from a weapon that gets 10 times as big. But the armor doesn't get 10 times as strong, but the weapon does.
All right, let's go ahead and look at the replay of this matchup. Let's watch these Brazilians just slowly dismantle Overlord here.
Overlord looked like they started with the upper hand, and like we said, that dustpan shape and that sort of mini front wedge protecting the weapon looked like they were pretty teched for the matchup. But these big hits can be pretty unpredictable.
Yeah, it was just the giant hits, like these big, coming straight in at a full speed weapon. Maybe a little bit more caution, maybe a little bit more of a side glancing blow could have done better for them, but at the end of the day, it's just a vicious machine. All right, we've got more big bot action for you over here in Cage 4. We've got Anxietii taking on the Termigator. Probably my favorite name for a robot in the 30-pound division. I don't know why.
Because it's fun to say, because it's fun to look at.
It's just fun. It's just this giant wide drum.
We could say that this competitor from Florida has a little bit of a Florida-themed robot.
Yeah, Gator Robotics bringing it out, doing really well. I love the fact that like the school names we talk about here, right, are like
5,
MIT,
4, 3, 2,
Cincinnati,
1.
Ohio,
Fight, robots, fight.
Florida Tech.
We got worldwide competitors coming all the way from far away places like Brazil and Florida.
Yeah, exactly. Nice shot there. So you can see some of the side armor on Termigators already not doing well. And are they not moving now?
That side armor might have gunked up those gator treads.
Yeah, you're right.
It's going to be hard to death roll if you can't move.
Anxietii not looking much better. They're just kind of flailing over there, spinning in a circle. So the unstick's been called for by Termigator.
We're gonna see who can, with not full drive, prove what's scarier, alligators or generalized anxiety disorder.
I'd say most people have to worry about that anxiety disorder first.
Oh, come on.
I grew up around gators, but they're
Tap
not that
out.
bad. Yeah, there it is.
Crowd goes nuts for that tap out.
Yeah, that was a very quick fight.
What I was saying, when the weapon gets bigger and these offense capabilities scale up, fights can end very quickly. One really decisive hit might be all you need. That's true of every division, and physics can get unpredictable, but I'd say the hits get a lot more terrifying in these bigger weight classes. A fight can end very quickly. It's like boxing or other martial arts. The punches get stronger, and the heavyweight fights can get a little more dangerous. More KOs, more explosive finishes, bigger sparks, bigger hits.
So Anxietii brought to you by the Robo Jackets from Georgia. Evan Strakes is the captain of this, or the driver of this particular robot. Gator Robotics from Melbourne, Florida brought you Termigator, and that's driven by Brooks Silber.
I love Termigator, but there's a part of me that wants to say, oh, Termigator from Gator Robotics, real clever, buddy.
I mean, look
No,
at that design, though. Like
I love that weapon.
That drum is sick.
That is a sick drum, and we don't see a ton of drums that look like that, especially that super long style in the higher weight classes.
No, that's a 3-pound design. You know what I mean? Like, it really is. It's just so cool to see it in that 30-pound weight class, like almost a perfect scale up.
Anxieti's got a really cool design too. You don't really see that style of horizontal spinner with the forks sort of right next to it. It's hard to explain. It's hard to explain why it works so well, but I think we just saw it in action. I think we just saw it work so well. It's just hard to tell you the why.
Yeah, that Lancey type horizontal design. Sometimes you see it in like the British combat robotic circles in their beetleweight division. You don't see it in the American 30-pound division though, that's for sure.
These engineers are constantly trying new things and innovating, going with new shapes and ideas, and configurations and weapon styles for their robots. We see something new every day. And even if you saw something you've seen before, it might change the next time you see it.
You have some designers that just get bored.
Oh yeah.
They just add new things because it might be fun. They don't know if it's going to work, but it's cool looking. Then you have other people like Jake Hoffman, who gets beaten or even just has an annoying moment happen in a fight and then spends weeks trying to fix that one particular little problem.
He says, something happened to me that I don't want to ever happen again.
I remember one time I was talking to Hoffman and he was explaining to me that he was changing the angle of his weapon motor by 4 degrees because it will help him self-right better when he's upside down in this one particular way. And I was like, how does that help? And he goes, well, the gyro forces of the actual motor are going to help with the self-righting. I'll be able to flip over better. And I was like, how did you figure that out? And he was like, I don't know, just a lot of practice.
He's not going to say he's a genius. He's not going to say, I don't know, I'm a genius. I'm nice with it.
Right?
And as you're telling me the story, and I know I'm supposed to be like, wow, 4 degrees. That doesn't sound like much, but in the context of this, I know 4 degrees can make every world of difference.
Yeah, huge difference. And sure enough, next event, that guy was self-righting like a master. It was great. All right, we are loading into Cage 1 for some more action, it looks like. I do see the boys from Bone Dead Robotics are loading in.
Looks like we have Phenomenon versus Banguela Z.S. Another one of the Brazilian team's robots here. They were here last month, and they really strutted their stuff.
Banguela is meant to be a 30-pound version of this team's heavyweight robot.
Once the folks in the crowd hear that cage lock and they hear that wheel turn and they hear the doors close, they cheer because that sound means that an amazing fight is going to happen, especially here in this big cage.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight. Robots fight.
Brandon
Banguela's-
Bennett Young coming at him with Phenomenon. He is no stranger to these big matchups.
Do you see that amazing drive just doing a quick loop-de-loop right around standing still Banguela? Looks
Yeah,
like the wheels might
Banguela's
be
really
stuck.
having some drive issues right now. They're not able to get it up to speed. Hopefully they can fix that.
Those big old wheels might be getting stuck on the side.
Ooh, they were able to take advantage of that fork getting under the side plate. They're lining up their shot. Not coming in for the kill. What's going on? You're right. I think those forks are getting jammed up.
We're worried about... Oh, goodness. We're worried about that drive, but the weapon, another Crimson Blur. Phenomenon stuck on the lip, trying to use its sort of self-righting arm to try to get itself free, but I think this is a call for an unstick. Yes, it is.
Oh, fascinating. He probably could have done it if he waited long enough, but yeah, the unstick gets called. Warrior comes in for the kill right away.
That gets spent even if you don't get help from the house bot.
Oh no! That
Whoa!
weapon is broken!
Catastrophic weapon failure.
That is a catastrophic failure. That's right. The metal has completely sheared apart on the egg beater.
Banguela, what do you got for drive skill to try to win the rest of this fight on pure control?
I will say weapon reliability is something Brandon has been working on so hard this year, but
This
I
is a
don't
start.
know.
Phenomenon spun back up though.
Yeah, it did. I can't believe Phenomenon's weapon spun back up after snapping Banguela's weapon in half. The amount of force that takes is almost incomprehensible.
Oh, you better comprehend it, Kyle. It's happening.
Yeah, it's right there. It's in front of us. Brandon just showing the judges that his weapon works. That's some experienced moves right there, right? Just, hey, while I'm doing this pin, just so you know,
Just so you know.
I could still hit him. I don't know if I wanna. I think something might be a little bit crunchy inside.
I don't know, it might count against him to have a weapon working and decide not to use it, to deign to make that decision.
He does have the alternate weapon of that lifter arm, which is such a smart move to have kind of a backup weapon system. If you could afford it.
I see smoke. I see fog of war rising.
Oh!
Just a real
Yeah.
quick.
Tap out.
And
That's a
there
tap
it
out.
is. We got a tap out. Leonardo says no thank you. Team Warrior tapping out. What is that smoke coming out of there?
That might be a weapon trying to spin and grinding either pieces of its motor or a belt or an ESC smoking, though I think it might be belt. It didn't look white or silver like how ESC smoke usually looks.
Yeah.
Looked a little more beige.
A little bit more, not the magic smoke so much as the grindy smoke.
Made me snort, Kyle. What a great end to the fight, too. Just a real quick pop you up. Here, taste the lip real quick.
Well, and that's the beauty of Phenomenon. Brandon has options, right? He can smack you with that weapon. That weapon's hard enough to break their weapon in half. And then, if needs be, he also has that lifting mechanism.
Dual action. It's really lovely when a toy comes with two functions.
All right, we are going to head over to Cage 4, where we've got more big bot action coming your way.
Oh,
5,
And we've got Alan
3,
down here in the blue corner,
2,
and we've got Colossal Avian
Fight.
up there in the pink
Robots
corner.
fight.
And yeah, that's exactly how I thought this fight would start. Colossal Avian getting the pin right away and a big overhead attack.
that's a big peck from a big bird.
Colossal Avian is just designed for one thing. Those big forks with the keep away sticks on them. Pin ya, and then he's got this long dramatic pause before bringing that hammer down.
Not sure if the saw is spinning, but he might still have the hammer. Technically, he's got the hammer and the saw, two different motor functions.
Yeah,
Well, one might stop, but the other might still work.
aggressive tapping is still allowed.
It does actually show the judges that you do plan to hurt your opponent.
Nice pin there. Yep, they end it with a big old tap. So it does look like their weapon got damaged in that first impact. So they're just gonna have to execute their strategy without destroying Alan's top plate.
Alan's weapon looks down too, but their shape might be a little more ill-suited to this kind of control fight than Colossal Avian, where they have those long metal forks to win the ground game, and they have they have more width. They can push a little easier.
Ooh, that's not a lot of movement coming out of Alan.
Might be zero movement, Kyle.
Yeah, that's not good.
Not a lot.
And
Tap
tap.
out.
That's a tap. Yep. One movement would have been better than zero movement, but when you know you're not moving in this fight, and it's your first fight of the day, you might decide, all right, let's worry about repairs. Let's go next. We go again. We go again.
Sometimes I wonder, do people tap, like in that situation, there's no way Alan could have gotten damaged more, right? The weapon on Colossal Avian's not working. The forks are there. Do they tap out just to prevent Colossal Avian from getting a knockout on their record?
I wouldn't say so. You say there's no more damage they can take, but anything can happen. You can smoke a motor by accident. Your weapon might have been, trying to spin up and you just want to get it out as soon as possible. Or, what if Colossal Avian just pushes you into the house spot and your wheel pops off at a bad angle? Anything can happen in this sport.
No, that's a valid point.
Playing it safe can sometimes mean I just don't want something crazy to happen.
No, that makes sense.
Me personally, I don't like to tap out if I can avoid it, but I'm not most competitors.
So Colossal Avian brought to you by Matthew Zhang and Nick Grumsky from Team Too Hot to Handle, bringing you Alan in part of the Barbie and Ken line of their robots that they've been bringing this season.
Alan seeing a pretty much the biggest surge in popularity he's ever seen since that film.
Yeah, absolutely.
I feel a little embarrassed. It did not occur to me that it was part of, like you say, the Barbie line of
It's
robots.
the Barbie line.
Yeah, it's the Barbie line.
And probably the best role that Michael Cera's played in years.
In a while, yeah, in a while. Since Scott Pilgrim.
Yeah.
We could talk about nerd movies here. I know people have seen these.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad Michael Cera had a dip in popularity. I was getting too much of that guy for a while,
Come on now. I don't know. I grew up on Arrested Development. I never get sick of that guy.
Yeah, he was good on Arrested Development because there was a little bit of him, just a little bit.
He's a main character. Everybody hates those later seasons where he's actually an adult with a mustache for part of it. I didn't mind those terrible seasons that, got erased, remade.
You know, that's actually a fun idea. What if we get a flamethrower robot in here called Banana Stand?
I was silent for a minute because you said that, and I was instantly just like picturing it. I was visualizing it. I was thinking about what it would look like. It's got two-wheel drive.
Of course it does.
It's because it would look like Job's Segway.
I love this idea.
Got our cage managers sweeping the cages here. A lot has happened already. We're not even an hour into World Championships. And we've seen some carnage, and they got to get the wood chips out, some belts, some pieces of rubber, some pieces of bot.
These cages have been designed for big swap outs throughout the day. We'll swap out these the panels if they get damaged or even a little bit too hard to see through. We swap out the plywood between every kind of session. So we'll have a swap out before prime time. Mainly because fighting in these things all day sometimes can cut all the way through the multiple layers of plywood to where you're seeing the concrete underneath. And that makes it a little hard to operate, a little hard to maneuver your bot.
You know, just yesterday, you and I were here getting ready for NHRL World Championships, and they swapped out the Lexan, the sort of see-through walls that you see on all these cages, this extremely hard to penetrate plastic. Everything has been swapped out totally fresh because every single robot here, every single kinetic robot at least, has the destructive force to be able, not to make us worry, but you know, we play it safe here, safety first.
Yeah, we've definitely, I mean, you've already seen Project Liftoff today. They have definitely stuck themselves into the side of an arena wall before with that weapon blade going through the first layer and touching that second layer of Lexan, which is insane, especially for a 3-pound robot.
We do a great job at NHRL of staying ahead of the competitors in a way, making sure that they're not testing our safety.
Yeah, we've done some redesigns even throughout this season to keep these boxes safe. So we've got two very different style competitors loading into Cage 1 right now. We've got Jump Rope, this frenetic, crazy lifter style dancing, breakdancing robot, right? And then you have Corey Nason's Synthesis 30. It is just bare bones, big old weapon, massive front armor plate.
Wide shape, size means everything sort of design elements.
Absolutely.
You see it in his 3s and his 12s and his 30s. Corey Nason, he likes, we mentioned builders getting bored and doing different things. Corey doesn't seem bored. He doesn't do a whole lot of, he does some different things, but he sort of made the same archetype and iterated on it again and again and again. And it's different bots and they do slightly different things. But here, he's got a sort of new branding here.
I love this branding. He's gone with full comic book branding for this event.
For multiple bots.
Yeah, he's got, his 12 pounds got Joker theming, but this bot has got Deadpool theming.
Want to talk about nerd movies?
Heck yeah. Dude, Corey Nason, when he's rocking with Synthesis 30, it's so interesting to see because you can tell what kind of day he's going to have in the first fight. Because you either get a world beater version of this robot or you get one that is so frustrating because it almost works all day long. What are we going to get here at World Champs?
We're all lovely engineers here, and you might think Corey is a world-class engineer by profession, like a lot of people here, but he actually works in medicine. He's saving people.
Yeah. Yeah, he's used to these high-stress situations with high stakes, right?
Oh, nerves of steel for sure.
Also, just a really emotional competitor. We've seen him just cry with joy after massive wins.
He loves this sport.
Loves this sport. Has such close friends and family here that he works with every day. All right, so we're having to do something on jump rope.
Maybe some sort of power cycle or some sort of reset, which you are given the ability to do in limited capacity. If you notice before a fight, hey, this isn't working. Hey, this fight's not gonna go, because we want every fight to happen.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
You said jump rope has sort of a frenetic breakdancer energy, but the archetype, I'd say, it's hard to describe. You could call it a dual action double lifter left and right, but I don't know. It's a little more enigmatic than that. I might say movement is everything. We got nerds watching at home, I know.
The
That's
driver for Jump Rope today is Colin Foster. He is one of the many evil henchmen working here today for Austin McCord, our event organizer. And Jump Rope comes from one of the kind of Austin McCord design lines. He's brought a bunch of weird bots to these events. I'd say Jump Rope is maybe the most successful, if not the weirdest.
Say, if not, like they contrast. Most successful and weirdest go hand in hand sometimes here at NHRL.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight.
And we
Robots
are off to
fight.
the races, and oh my, that weapon is up to speed. Synthesis looking vicious.
Jump Rope looking very cautious, I'd say.
Well, Jump Rope has a habit of losing those arms, and that weapon could very easily tear them off. Oh, nasty. Jump Rope getting all twisted up after that hit, and then another double impact into the wall. Oh, volley of hits.
The arms are sort of out of bracket and out of angle, but they're still working.
Oh yeah, everything's still working.
Maybe not everything, maybe not 2 of those wheels. Or maybe they're just off the ground, it's hard to say.
Yeah, they're just moving by virtue of their flapping arms.
I see smoke. I think that's belts. We see an unstick. We'll see if a little house bot assisted movement might help him.
Yeah, that is a lot of smoke.
No, I want to see the movement bot schmove,
Tap
but no, we gotta tap out.
Yeah. And Corey just backs it up to the door like it ain't no thing.
I'm sad. I really like Jump Rope. I want to see it jump around. I'm
Well,
kicking the ground a little bit.
This was just not the fight for them, you know?
No, but it's also not the only fight.
No, there'll be more Jump Rope later on. Corey Nason's got a bot that's looking pretty vicious. I'd say it wasn't all the way tested for that fight. We didn't see it go weapon to weapon, really. But boy, it could dish out some hits.
We say weapon to weapon a lot, and that usually refers to kinetic weapon versus kinetic weapon, but it happens with lifters too. It's running your weapon into their active weapon, and even though it's not kinetic, it is still a weapon to lift your opponent.
It's just not the same kind of test, you know?
Absolutely not.
It's just a moving wedge in this case.
It's a moving double sort of left and right arm wedge. You know what it looks like a little bit when it's moving? It looks like when you put your arm in your sleeve and you take the other arm out and then you like, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, or like cuffs.
Yeah, it's cuffs.
Like putting it in some winter cuffs.
Staying warm here in December.
Got to keep those jump rope arms warm.
I've wanted to build a sort of clone of Jump Rope that's got one sort of wedge that you see there and the other one being a fork. And I was going to call it Joust, so it has a sort of a spear and shield.
Ooh, I like that.
It's
That's
kind of
fun.
It's kind of goofy, but it's fun. And I tell people this and they say, why? I say, I don't know, man. It looks cool.
It looks cool. And you want to send the fork, the spike into the wheels, right?
Well, yeah, that is my answer, but everybody says, well, why don't you just run 2 forks? And I'm like, because what if they got something else? And it's like, why don't you make a modular? It's like, because it's cool to have different things.
Yeah.
It's cool to be different.
And Sword and Shield is really effective for humans. Why wouldn't it be for a robot?
Funny you say that because in classic martial weapon warfare, almost nothing is as effective as a spear. And that might be true of robots as well when you have long forks winning the ground game. Very few things are as effective as properly tuned forks that can score pins at will.
Yeah.
That can win the range game. Outranging your opponent can be really, really important in the sport. But sometimes we boil it down to geometry versus geometry because it's not always range, it's angles and range and driving and shape and width.
That's why I like the plywood floors. It nerfs those forks just a little bit. Just a little bit of nerfing. All right. So they are cleaning up the arena over there. We're going to get ready for our next fight. in the big box. But in the meantime, check out the pits. Not as full today, because only the best of the best are here. Look at how calm this is compared to the normal pits. These are experienced competitors. They're ready. They are prepared. It's downright chill. All right, so these are some upcoming matches. We've got Red Storm taking on Kratos. Red Storm does not lose to Horizontals. I'm very excited to see how that works out. Emulsifier taking on Emperor. Undertaker taking on Vorion. This is just 30-pound destruction coming your way. Emulsifier is your current, is a multi-time world champion. And they're ranked 12th in this event? It's insane. Absolutely insane. Loading into the box right now. It looks like we are getting ready for Red Storm versus Kratos. Red Storm is the fastest robot in the 30-pound weight class, and I mean drive speed. This thing is so fast. It also has a strange habit of going after our house bots. After pinning their opponents, they tend to redirect their ire and attention to our house bots. Kratos comes from Team MIT Robotics. It is a overhead attack spinner with a massive weapon blade. Yeah, look at how casual the pits look today. It's just shocking. Normally you see so much kind of panic, frenetic energy, but everybody's just kind of there, ready to do their thing. All right. We are getting ready. We've got Kratos getting powered on. We've got Red Storm already ready to go. Red Storm is a lifter mechanism. It's got this grab and lift mechanism, but the real weapon on this robot is the drive. Kevin Milcheski is a vicious driver, and he's just able to operate this bot as it hits these incredibly high speeds. And it is a tank. It takes these massive hits from these very, very kinetic weapons all day long. Kratos, obviously for Team MIT Robotics. Elijah Haga is operating the bot for this event. It's a relatively new bot for this team. It's got an overall record of 3-6, but they have definitely qualified and made their way here to the World Championships. Red Storm does not lose against horizontal spinners traditionally. Let's see if Kratos can change that fate. You should anticipate a box rush right at the beginning of this matchup. A, Kevin loves to do that anyway, but B, it's the right move against a bot like Kratos.
So, fun fact, Red Storm has some new configs, some new forks, and stronger armor is what they're boasting in this world's tournament.
Ooh. So that's a new voice. Welcome.
Hello.
It's nice to have you here, Richard.
It's great to be here at the World Championships.
Joining me here, cage side, Richard Tiemann, the most stylish of the announcers today, I'd say. We're so ready for this fight. And just glad to have you cage side with me today, man. It's
yeah.
really nice.
Cage side is an experience. I mean, look around you. Look at the fans. We got fans all the way around.
So normally we'd be talking about the percussive force you get from these very high kinetic energy weapons in the 30-pound division. I'm not sure we're going to see this weapon even get up to speed, though.
Yeah.
Kevin Milcheski is an amazing driver, and Red Storm's speed is insane. So you're saying he's got new configurations for this event?
Yes, so new fork configurations, stronger armor, armor upgrades.
Oh, no.
His second World Championships, and the last one he said he did not good. So we're hoping for good at least this time.
Fight,
Yeah.
robots, fight.
Here we go.
And the box rush right off to the bat, but not able to stop the weapon. Oh, nasty.
Oh!
I am so glad to see it. And yeah, that upgraded armor really
I
showing
am
its salt
seeing
there.
the upgrade pay off for that armor on Red Storm, yes.
It doesn't look like that weapon is working at all. And there's just bits of maybe belt, something scattered around the arena. Red Storm trying to get a grip and flip a nice little suplex on Kratos. But Kratos looks dead in the water.
Tap out.
Yeah, there it is.
Wow, man. I hate to admit it, but sometimes when it comes down to what are you going to upgrade and you choose armor, it can pay off big time.
Especially if your main goal is to slam the body of your robot full force into the weapon of your opponent.
Yep.
And that's the thing we've seen with Red Storm traditionally. It is an attrition robot. The beginning of the day, it's almost unbeatable. By the end of the day, it's very vulnerable. Maybe with these armor upgrades, we'll be able to see the same type of performance from Red Storm all throughout the day, and that will be the difference.
So a not good outing at the last World Champs. This one's up to a pretty good start, I'd say.
Yeah, Kevin Milcheski, absolutely amazing competitor. Didn't go after the house spot at all with that. Surprising.
Hey, did you see that we have fans with signs? I saw signs over here.
We do have some good signs today. Wow, that's a very nice sign.
Look, beautiful signs. Way to go, guys. Thank you. This is kind of atmosphere I love at Worlds. Oh.
Chunky.
More
Yes.
signs. We're going to... There we go. Yes.
All right, so we are now loaded into Cage 4 with a very familiar-looking robot. We've got Vorion. Looks a little bit like Phenomenon. They're both brought to you by Brandon Bennett Young. This is a vertical spinner with a lifter arm
5,
option,
4,
two-wheel drive.
3,
Brandon is an amazing
2,
operator.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
And they're taking on
Vorion. Undertaker.
No Gone, just Undertaker.
Oh, nice hit there. You know, Teddy Long wants to put together this matchup. It's the only way you face the Undertaker this early in a World Championship tournament. And you are going to take on the Undertaker.
So Undertaker brought to you by Justin Du. He's from iRobotics out of Schaumburg, Illinois. That's a mechanical engineering student's robot, and it looks like it. It's optimized. It's got long forks. It's got big back wheels. It's ready for the most optimal performance.
Oh, doing the thing. Doing a thing, anyway.
That lifting fork coming in clutch from Vorion, but are they able to drive? I'm not seeing the wheels spinning on Vorion. Oh, I see. They're kind
they're
of lifted
stuck.
off the ground, and they're stuck.
Ooh.
So the unstick is going to have to be called for here.
Yeah,
There it
that's some good work, Fluffy. That is some good work right there.
And now Brandon is on his heels, getting knocked around by Undertaker. You can see Undertaker's down a fork, but that's a little bit helpful for weapon engagement. And tap out. Brandon
always
says
wanted to
no
say this.
more.
Your winner, the Undertaker.
I just hope John Cena's retirement's a little bit more final than Undertaker's.
Yeah, I'm ready to ugly man cry next Saturday for John Cena's final match.
Man, Undertaker pulling off a great driving match up there, but really won the game of attrition. Just able to take those weapon-to-weapon hits well. That
Yes.
fork got ripped off, but that was the only visible damage we saw on the robot at the end of that matchup. And typically speaking, the bot that looks like it won the fight at the end of the matchup is the one that won the fight.
Yeah, there was a bot that was in a couple of halves at the last event. It didn't look like it won the fight, and guess what? It didn't.
Yeah, that's how it goes. It's typically how it goes.
Would it have been crazy if it did?
That's when you know your rule set is bad. That's when you know your judging criteria needs a little bit of work. If the bot that does not look like it won the fight, yeah, you might need to fix that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see, look at Vorion. They are just wrecked. That fork has been out of shape. That's never going to be used again. The other one's got that huge chunk, like, into the bottom. The lifter's just totally jacked up. They're barely able to drive. The frame's twisted. Brandon's just going to have to pull the guts out of that one and get rid of the rest of the bot.
Yeah. Solid fight, though. There was the one unstick, but wham, bam, on to the next. Or however it goes.
Brandon typically qualifies these two bots for the 30-pound division. Some people try to qualify bots for multiple weight classes. Brandon tries to qualify all of his bots in the same weight class. That way you can have a little bit more say in how the bracket goes.
So we got Deadrise and Joe of Deadrise looking festive over there. I love it.
You've been seeing consistent improvements and changes in Deadrise all season long, and the most consistent theme of those changes is that it looks more and more Maryland every single event.
What does that even mean?
So Maryland has a look. They've got the big treads, they've got the big yellow wheels attached to the treads, and they've got hub motors with giant blades attached to them. This is the Maryland aesthetic, right? Joe has been slowly converting his very traditional two-wheel drive vert into the Maryland aesthetic throughout the season as he's joined Team Honeycracked.
So I talked with Joe last night a bit, and they brought 3 configurations, which you may have seen up in the pits, 3 very different ones. He said the one thing they addressed was reliability. Now, did they fix the reliability? Maybe, but they've addressed it, was his big thing. But the drive keeps going out, so they're hoping to avoid that. We certainly hope they avoid that, because we want a good fight in Cage 1.
All right, this is going to be a fantastic fight. We're going to go to our friends in the play-by-play booth to call this action.
Thank you, Kyle. We're excited to be here. You got Ricky and
Dima, who was right cage side a minute ago, but back in the play-by-play booth.
we've transported her over 3 miles underground to the secret play-by-play bunker.
It's a little inefficient. I really could have just walked, but, you know, safety first.
Big hitters in the building.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots,
Away
fight.
we go. A tentative start from both robots. Deadrise going head over heels, taking off a big chunk of the arena kick blade. Deadrise all over the arena, and Killswitch not moving.
Well, Shufflers look stuck for whatever reason.
That weapon's still cooking, but yeah, no, it's...
When both sides are down like that, is that a drive ESC issue? That doesn't look like both legs are stuck. That looks like something bigger that an unstick might not
That
be able
weapon
to
has
fix.
stopped. I think we just have a big power switch issue or a main power disconnect. Something's come loose in that robot.
You know what? That top plate is super bent. You know what I think happened? You know what we might see in a quick replay?
Tap
Is the vertical spinner on their opponent when in that chaos and that carnage, when they were flipping upside down and around, that spinner came to Killswitch's top and I think dug into something really important.
Quite possibly. It could have just, it could have dug in, could have broken something, it could have dislodged. Really hard to say, but you can, yeah, exactly what you're saying. Look at that dent. That's some serious deflection into the inside of that robot. That is compact in there. There's not a lot of room. When you put a fist-sized dent in the top of a robot, something's getting squished underneath.
Flo the housebot keeps giving Killswitch a bunch of kisses, but I don't think it's gonna do anything. I don't think that's a boo-boo you can kiss away.
At this point, they're just trying to get him over towards the arena doors. Deadrise going for a ride. Well, that is an easy win for Deadrise. I think a little unexpected when you're running around the arena bouncing like a spinning top. It's hard to say if you're going to walk away from a win, but sometimes that's just the way it happens. You get a lucky shot on the top of a robot. Armor tends to be a little less up there. You walk away with an easy win.
When you're flying out of control, yeah, you're usually more worried about surviving and staying upright as best as you can, but you're not really worried about, okay, I'm upside down and flipping. Can I launch myself into you? But happy accidents happen.
There are some builders who seem incredibly talented at that, just being able to kind of time their landings such. I don't think we saw that here today.
No, I don't think that was timed, but luck is a stat.
It sure seems like it sometimes. You get builders and robots in particular that just seem to, well, they land on their feet. My grandmother had a great saying I always love, which is that robot, well, not that robot, that person. No, we'll just say it's that robot. They could fall into a toilet and walk out in a new suit.
I'm stealing that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rick. Thank you, Ricky's grandma.
We're going to head over to Cage 4. We got another big robot fight for you here. Lil Lash going up against Maccabot.
I can hear that weapon on Maccabot purring. You can hear that beautiful sound of spinning up, testing
Really-
to make sure it's functional.
Really beautifully machined robot, dialed in, very smooth motor system. But they're going to have their work cut out for them going up against Lil Lash. That is a tough
5,
opponent brought to you by the
4,
Vasquezes.
3,
That's not even that little.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
There we go. Some strafing there with Lil Lash. Maccabot's having none of it.
Gyroing in the center of the arena, trying to keep their weapons straight on, pointed at Lil Lash.
Lil Lash, expert driving there. Wonderful lift.
Amazing lifting and spinning mechanism.
Maccabot really not showing off its mobility at this point. Able to,
Especially not right now.
absolutely not. It's calling for an unstick. It's going to get pulled off the wall, at least if Lil Lash allows it. Lil Lash
Not having
saying absolutely not.
it. Saying, you stay right. You stay put.
I beg your pardon.
You hear the audience cheering because they love the house bots and they love seeing them get action. There's not much more action you can get than the opposing robot actually stopping it.
No, and this is a very effective stop. Maccabot is going to be called out any moment here. Remember, folks, you are entitled to request an unstick.
Knockout.
It is not guaranteed to work, and if your opponent is brazen enough to block the house bot from getting to you, it's going to turn into a KO.
These robots are really, you know, the house bots, I mean, are much heavier in weight and have a lot more driving force than the average bot in the weight class of the cages that they guard, so to speak. So it's really not easy to put a stop to them. They don't want to be stopped, but Lil Lash cut a great angle and used its ground game to just stick the house bot right where it did not want to be.
Expertly done. Very effective strategy. Now we'll see if the house bot can get Maccabot off the wall and get it back towards the arena door. I'm not sure.
Some gentle movements now that we're not under pressure of time. We don't want to hurt the robot in the cage or mess up any forks or anything by trying to push it off the lip, but still want to get him out of the corner. Just say, hey, nudge it a little bit, bump it. Forgive me for anthropomorphizing a house bot, though it is named Fluffy and has a happy, grinning face on it. But it's nice to see it give a robot a nice little gentle shove. Just, hey, you good? Can you move?
Well, we got another big fight for you. I think we're going to go cage side to Kyle and Richard to bring you this fight.
So glad to be cage side for this one. Two of my very favorite competitors. We've got David Dreyer from Willoughby, Ohio with Xenomorph taking on, that's right, the one, the only
5,
Glenn Boxall
4,
for the Caldera 12.
Everybody loves Glenn.
It's so true.
Fight,
And everybody loves
robots,
David. He's a
fight.
sweetheart of a guy. But this bot he's got, oh, nasty!
Wow.
Xenomorph is new this season, and it has been putting on amazing shows all season long. Oh no!
Oh, we got smoke.
We got a lot of smoke. That might be battery smoke coming out of that robot. David is running over to Glenn to say, hey, sorry. He's apologizing for his aggression right there at the end of that matchup. Hey, I saw that your battery was out and I still kept hitting you. I'm so sorry. Got into the moment. Look at all of the smoke billowing out of Caldera. This is not a scene you see very often, but Caldera is erupting.
Wow.
That is so graphic.
It reminded me of that Wild Wings commercial where the buffalo's like, oh, me so sorry. Like, I didn't mean to.
That is absolutely graphic. I gotta tell you, I talked to David last night, and he was stressed out. His bot was not together. Things were messed up. They were not working. He was like, I think I spent too much time 3D printing give-outs to friends and not enough time getting this robot ready. Well, he must have stayed up late last night because that robot worked phenomenally. And hey, if he's worried about reliability issues, the best way to deal with that is just end the fight in like 25 seconds.
Yeah, that was a wham bam, thank you ma'am kind of fight right there, which no problem with that this early in the morning.
So look at this hit right here, boom, volleys him up into the air, and then redoes the angle, comes back around, he sees that he's stuck in the wall, boom, onto that back plate, and you can see the battery gets cut right there at that center seam. All that smoke comes billowing out. So you see the volley hit here, puts him into position up against the wall. Glenn's stuck. Glenn cannot get out. Boom! Taking perfect advantage of Glenn's blade being stuck into the sidewall. Glenn tries to fight on, can't do it. Tap out is called. The second cell of that battery explodes. Smoke flies out. And we are just stuck here while we wait for that battery to cool off enough for humans to get into that arena and take that thing out.
Another fun one for the morning, that's for sure.
Absolutely intense. First of all, excellent driving matchup for David Dreyer. Guy who's been getting better and better at driving throughout his time here at NHRL. This new design, this Xenomorph design, it's a classic for our competitors here, but it's new to David Dreyer, and he's really figuring out the intricacies of it, how to make that thing work. That apology he gave Glenn that we were talking about basically was because David saw that Glenn was stuck. He could have let Glenn stay there and call for the unstick, or he could have gone in for the kill. Look at the melting. Oh my gosh.
Yep.
Oh no.
Melting bots seems to be a tradition now because we had one at the last event and the one before that.
Yeah, normally there's a flamethrower involved though. There's no flamethrower involved here. This is just battery melting robot. This is disgusting.
Well, you know Glenn is too hot to handle, right?
Yes, he is the patriarch, I guess you could say, of Team Too Hot to Handle. But no, David apologized to him for coming in for that hit. I am very glad he went in for that hit. Now, granted, I'm not Glenn, and I don't have to deal with Glenn's robot budget, which has now just been shattered for this event. But that was awesome. A good way to get yourself and your opponent put on the highlight reel for seasons to come is a hit like that. So while we wait for this fire to smoke out and for this robot to get cool enough for humans to handle, let's go over to cage 4. This is going to be an interesting one. This is Waddles versus Floor Letter Word. I don't know if we're allowed to talk about this, but Floor Letter Word had a very interesting night last night.
I heard about that yesterday.
Yeah, well, we'll see how this goes for them, but we'll just say they had a rough one. And going up against Waddles after a rough night, not a great day. Waddles also brought to you from Team Too Hot to Handle. This robot is modular. Oh, no!
Man, we got another one.
I don't know what just smoked, but that doesn't quite look like battery. That might be speed controller. Yeah.
We got another one.
So when you see smoke coming out and it's a little bit wispy like that, and it's more silver than white, that might be speed controller. Hard to tell, but it's definitely the magic smoke that it's supposed to stay inside the electronics coming out of the electronics. And when that happens, it's very hard to get the electronics to work. They need the magic smoke.
So I thought we were going to have two cages that needed to be cleared of smoke there for a minute.
So big old hit from Waddles. Waddles is a modular robot. They can run with an undercutter configuration or they can run with a vertical spinner configuration. I think they tend to like that undercutter configuration a little bit more, but both of them are pretty devastating. And Waddles is just an incredibly well-driven robot. It always has a chance of winning if it's in the competition. Yeah, rough one for Floor Letter Word. They had a rough night. They've had a rough first fight. Let's hope they can turn it around. Here's a nice shot of our audience. The parking lot was full this morning before the event opened with people wanting to come in for our World Championship event. If you ever have a chance to come to the House of Havoc for an event, it is absolutely epic. We have food trucks. We have video games that are just here free to play. We've got skee ball. We've got little play areas for the kiddos. We've got plenty of lounge areas to watch the show. We've got a VIP area that is like second to none with great snacks, really awesome like seating. We've got restaurant service for ordering in food. And if you ever want to know what lithium polymer battery smoke smells like, just come on by.
Did you play any of the arcade games yet?
I did. I had to get down on some Area 51 last night. That was my like movie theater favorite as a kid. I would always get to the movie theater at least 20, 30 minutes early to play some Area 51.
Did you ever play Time Crisis?
Of course. Oh, I love Time Crisis.
And then I bought it for the PlayStation. So I could play it at home.
That's such a great game. But yeah, we have Cruisin' USA, another favorite of mine here. I haven't played that one yet. But man, I gotta tell you, two really epic fights. You can see David Dreyer getting a little bit of driving practice in and getting his robot out of there after they've safely removed Caldera from the arena. We've got melted bits of Caldera over there by the door. That kind of aggression is just not common from David Dreyer. I hope we see it all day, and I hope he has the same response. Oh, sorry!
With every knockout or tap out, I want an apology from him.
All right, so we've got Son of Kram taking on BudgetBoi in Cage 4. And we're going to go over to Dima and Ricky to call this action from the play-by-play booth.
Thank you, Kyle. BudgetBoi representing what I previously mentioned before, an attempt at the triple crown, the triple golden Brett. You might know Ares a little better than we know BudgetBoi, but BudgetBoi showing off a little bit more of the fanciful side of that builder.
I am so enthusiastic about BudgetBoi because it is, as the name implies, a low-budget build. They set out to say, how do we make combat robots more accessible? How do we do this on a budget? How do we do this with stuff we've got laying around? And BudgetBoi was the dream child that resulted. It's a really competitive robot, considering how simple and affordable it is.
2, 1.
Fight, robots.
Away we go.
Fight.
Quick start from BudgetBoi.
Launching themselves all across the big cage.
Son of Kram rolling up on that big ramp on the front of BudgetBoi.
Some excellent timing and driving to be able to use that ramp so effectively to keep it so... Oh, what a flip.
It's a really interesting lifting mechanism on BudgetBoi. Lifts from the bottom up, and the whole robot kind of hops up in the air.
Doing some nice little bunny hops.
Very measured driving on BudgetBoi today.
Son of Kram taking all the chances they can get to skirt under BudgetBoi if they can, and do some damage with the drum underneath the unarmored, unprotected sides.
Really hard for Son of Kram to get any purchase on BudgetBoi. That ramp is almost tailor-made to defeat drums like Son of Kram.
It's as big as all of Son of Kram.
You can hear that kind of chewing noise. That steel front plate on BudgetBoi is really tough, and the drum on Son of Kram can just grind and grind on there all day.
And make no headway.
And make no headway.
In trying to get like around BudgetBoi's really strong armor and like really protected front sides, Son of Kram looks like they're not being so aggressive. Like that doesn't look great to the judges that it looks like they're driving away from BudgetBoi, but what they're really trying to do is cut a good angle and get a better, more useful hit, because if they don't do that, they're already so behind that it's an uphill battle if they can't get some more effective damage.
Right. BudgetBoi is almost, look at this pin. This is really effective. You can only hold that for 10 seconds, and then they end with a lift. Oh, BudgetBoi dead in the water, has frozen in the last 45 seconds of this match.
Those blank googly eyes. Oh.
Tap out.
Tap out, very interesting. Didn't ask for an unstick. I guess when you know, but still kind of surprising.
They probably have a better handle than I ever could have knowing what exactly went wrong there. They probably have enough experience to know, oh, I know what this is. I know what issue just happened.
Could be, could be.
Son of Kram doing a great job of, like I said earlier, just keeping nerves of steel throughout that, not letting the fact that it was an uphill battle phase them. Just keep driving their heart out, and you know, anything can happen. Maybe they knocked something loose, or maybe BudgetBoi had some kind of ESC issue. We won't know, but Son of Kram knows that they're walking away with a victory. And you know, I'm a really big fan of the budget builds too. It's harder to do in the bigger weight classes. In the lower weight classes, it's not easy, certainly, to do so well with it, but you can make a robot that's mostly plastic with some off-the-shelf motors and weapons and make something really competent. Heck, me and my brother have, but the heavier these robots go, the harder it is to do that. So BudgetBoi is especially impressive at 12 pound, but we're moving ahead to the next fight.
We're gonna be right back in cage one for this one. I'm pretty excited to get into the 12-pound world.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight. Robots
Away
fight.
we go. Saiko from Jameson Go coming out of the pink corner. Wow, look at that hit! Incredible engagement. That hit had a ton of bite. Invisible hand going flying, really not able to gain stability. Upside down with a quick shot from Jameson on the side.
Doing their best to try to maintain and regain control, but they're not even able to get right side up.
No, we've got a drive belt gone on the right-hand side of the invisible hand.
We're right
that
side
ain't
up
their
now.
only problem. We got a tire missing as well now.
Weapon is spun up to full, and it looks like they can drive, but not super straight, but maybe they can angle themselves just enough to try to keep. There we go.
Ooh.
There you go.
It's a good 1-2 punch. Invisible Hand has a lot of power in that weapon, but if they can't deliver it, it doesn't make a lick of difference.
Weapon stopped because it collided with the wall and didn't have any room to spin. We're back to square one, upside down. Here we go.
But the weapon's slow to start, but now it's spinning. End over end, these flips are incredible.
Not an unstick, but the housebot moving just a little bit, not to stop the action.
Simone Biles style action out of Invisible Hand, and a bit of smoke coming out.
Just a little bit.
I think that was that motor frying itself or the ESC frying itself. Either way, we're in a countdown. Got an unstick called for. I don't think it's going to help, but the weapon's back. Maybe I'm wrong. Saiko lined up for the kill. As soon as that robot shows an inch of movement, Jameson is going to go in for the kill.
Just going back and forth, preparing the bite of the weapon, saying, can I get you? Can I get you? You ready?
That is it. Saiko walking away with a win.
Winning 12's one step closer to that fabled triple crown for Jameson Go. It's a long shot, I know, but
Look at that. Look at the way, look at the stance on the side of the robot there. Those wheels, even though the two of them remain on the right-hand side, they're both angled outwards. The armor package on both sides has been halfway removed and is now askew. The robot still looks like a robot, but it underwent a lot of damage through there.
it looks like a robot that got a little punch drunk after that fight. It looks like, you know, Rocky after the 5th round.
I think it's punch blacked out at this point. It doesn't seem to be moving. I think it's got some CTE issues. It's gonna have to.
Let's not go there, Ricky.
Yeah.
I got too much experience with martial arts. I don't want to think about it.
This is why we put the robots in the arena and not us.
I know. I prefer putting a toy in there. I don't like getting in there anymore. I had my fill of real life combat. I prefer the simulated robot combat now. That's my sport now.
Perfect. You're in the right place, and so are you. For all those folks watching at home, we're excited to bring you the World Championships here at NHRL. This is the culmination of an entire year of open tournaments. The best of the best will be going all day long, trying to win those coveted golden Bretts and absolutely stunning cash prizes that come with these robots if you've got what you need to make it to the championship finals later tonight. To bring you some more of this action, we're going to go to Richard and Kyle, who are standing outside of Cage 4.
We're so excited to bring you this fight. All right, so we've got Adamant Barrage versus Sievert. This is Civil Engineer versus Civil Engineer. Adamant Barrage is driven by William Marchese. This is his first time at World Championships. And then we've got Matthew Lantry of Team Pandemonium. He is one of the best drivers in the sport, bringing you this beautiful pink robot Sievert. Horizontal spinner of doom. Both of these competitors told me yesterday they are not happy with this first matchup and are deathly afraid of their opponents. I am really excited to see how this one goes. I am really hoping for the underdog win here for Adamant Barrage and William Marchese, but it is a very close matchup with these two different design types.
Yeah, last time I saw Adamant Barrage fight, it was very impressive. Like,
It's
to
such
say
a cool
the least.
machine. Giant weapon, very small body, hard to reach, especially in this situation.
5,
But
Unique
Sievert-
design on the forks.
3,
Yeah,
I
really
really
cool that
appreciate that.
U-shaped design on the forks.
Fight, robots, fight.
Here we go.
Matt Lantry is a very, very thoughtful and talented driver. But going weapon to weapon.
Bold strategy.
And look how cautious that he's being. Sievert is not going in for these kill shots. He's just taking these glancing blows, chasing those wheels. William says, no thank you. Ooh, nasty. Nice little side shot on the wheel there. And that's some really
We got smoke
disgusting
again.
beige smoke coming out. And no movement at all coming from Adamant Barrage.
Well, that just looked like a series of unfortunate
Knockout.
contacts for Adamant Barrage, but that is a knockout. And what you call cautious driving, I call this is the first round of Worlds.
Yeah, no, fair point. But that was, I mean, very cautious. Just got exactly the right point of impact there to take out whatever that piece of electronics was that gave us that very gross-looking beige smoke. Makes me very happy for the negative air pressure system inside of these boxes so that humans don't have to breathe whatever that was.
Yeah, I think we'll see some more aggressive and hardcore driving once things have solidified and it's time for prime time, because then it's like, I'm here to win.
Yeah.
I got to make it to the next one.
Yeah, I mean, you've got multiple chances, but I will say they've put William up against two horizontal spinners. As far as design types that Adamant Barrage does not want to face, the horizontal spinner is probably the least optimal for Adamant Barrage to face off against. They're really putting him through the paces today. He's got to get lucky. And that's something that Williams been very good at this season, is pulling it out at the end with a lucky move or just the ability to survive an attack. Whatever that part was that just caught fire or smoked up, hopefully he's able to get that fixed. All right, so we are getting ready to load into Cage 1 for some more big bot action as they clean up in Cage 4.
We got a Team Rio bots bot loaded in there. I mean, just the sound of that is exciting in itself.
I mean, we do always like a good Rio bots team, but over on the other side, you have former world champion Full Court, ranked seed number 7 for this event, but they have gone home with a golden Brett in the past. This bot is expertly driven by Coleman Christie, and it literally is Full Court. It's the widest you could possibly have a robot in this weight class, and Coleman is vicious with this machine. There are no countermeasures that I am seeing over on the Brazilian side of this box to actually face off against this. So we'll see how that goes, but Toro Jr. is going to have a hard time with this big, wide boy of Full Court.
Robots fight.
Here we go. And he pops right over Toro Jr. Oh, and he gets corralled there up against the wall.
So Full Court has what we call a counter lifter mechanism where it can lift the entire body of the bot, but it doesn't even need to do that. It can just corral you, pin you. There you saw the lift happen there. And slam you into the wall multiple times. It's going to win that judge's decision as it's showing control and aggression constantly, and as it's almost impossible to do damage. You really have to aim for these side drive pods to do any kind of damage, and you can see they are very well armored. Nice lift there from Full Court at the end of that pin.
Look at that thing maneuver around the cage, man. It doesn't look like it's the widest bot you can have.
No, Coleman drives that thing as if it is a tiny, tight little compact Brazilian bot like Toro Jr. I mean, Coleman won world championships before, and when I talked to him last night, he said, "Hey, are you ready for controversy?" And I said, what controversy? And he goes, "Me winning again." He's showing it right here, taking on this RioBots team. Toro Jr. really having a hard time. Nice slam and pin there with a nice lift up into the corner. And you can hear the countdown of the pin, and then they back up all the way. They have to give them room, but now
Wow.
Toro Jr. stuck up on the side, calling for the unstick. I cannot believe that's the first unstick called for. 1 minute and 10 seconds left in this matchup. A nice pin there. And the countdown for the pin starting right away. A nice lift and flip. That lift into that pin. So smart, and they no longer have any unsticks. Is this a knockout win for Full Court? Toro is desperately spinning every motor they have, trying to shake off the wall, but no! Knockout!
There is Paige driving Jelly Baby that we've seen a lot of recently, and how great. And then there's that. That is like the next level.
Oh.
And that's saying something.
Yeah.
I mean, that's incredible.
Full Court's been around a little bit longer than Jelly Baby in this particular event. Won a world championship already. With Full Court in the 12-pound division and Paige and Jelly Baby in the 3-pound division, we could very well see two non-kinetic, non-kinetic controlled style
You're speaking
robots
nonsense, Kyle.
in the world championships winning golden Bretts today. Full Court's pulled it off before. Coleman is an amazing driver. You could see that lifting mechanism coming in clutch on that robot. And I gotta tell you, Coleman was winning fights when his only weapon on that robot was a tiny little metal chair.
Yeah, I thought Toro Jr. was going to chew its way out of there a couple of times, but no.
No, there are bots that have specifically brought countermeasures for full court today because they have been beaten by them and just needed some other methodology. Heck, there are bots that have brought whole other robots, multi-bot configurations, just to deal with full court. They're not going to bust those multi-bots out for any other reason except full court.
So it is the World Championships. You know a phrase I heard a few times up in the pits last night? Secret configuration.
There's a lot.
Yeah, they've got a few secret configurations.
Yeah,
for,
it's not something
for
you
matchups.
normally see at standard events here at NHRL. People are usually pretty open. They even brag on our Discord server about the stuff they're bringing. But yeah, for Worlds, there's a little bit of clandestine activity going on.
You got to have Havoc level clearance.
All right, so we are going to bust ourselves over to Cage 4 for some more big robot action.
5, 4.
Oh,
3,
and I am very
2,
excited about this
1.
robot.
Fight,
You can see up at the
robots,
top
fight.
corner, we've got Grim Ripper taking on the Robo-Cat.
Yes, Robo-Cat.
I love Robo-Cat. So Grim Ripper is an interesting design. It's like a full body wedge with an undercutter out front.
So I talked with Ben last night of Robo-Cat, and he said, I'm uncomfortably comfortable about this World Championship tournament.
Yeah, that's not the right way to feel. Oh no.
Oh, there we get some airtime for Grim Ripper.
Grim Ripper is one of the most improved bots we've seen over the seasons here at NHRL. Absolutely deserves this spot in the World Championship tournament.
Now, he was bleeding from one of his fingers when he told me that, but he said, yeah, I'm really comfortable about my bot and going into this tournament. I said, I don't know if that's the right approach, but hey.
He's doing a great job here against Nelson. Nelson's able to drive upside down. It's suboptimal for him because his armor package is kind of facing the wrong direction. I do like that Nelson decorated the underside of the bot for us, so we get this nice little rainbow array when he's upside down. Ben Haas driving exceptionally well.
Yeah, Grim Ripper has officially spent more time in this fight upside down than right side up as we reach the minute 20 mark left in the fight.
What's going on with the armor on Grim Ripper? It's all twisted. Look at that.
He's a little shell-shocked in there, that's for sure.
So that's just a billet UHMW shell on Grim Ripper that creates that kind of horseshoe crab armor shape. But yeah, it's,
there we go.
It's upside, or it's right side up now, but at what cost? It's stuck on the wall, no way to get down, and that weapon's not in a position to spin up, even if they can, and I'm not sure if they can. Count out is happening.
But they have an unstick
And
available.
there it is, knockout.
Wow. An unstick may have gotten them all the way to the promised
I
land for
think
that
Nelson
fight.
knew that his frame was too bent and that his bot was not in the best position. He just gave Ben the
I
knockout
don't know, you
there.
can't take it with you to the next fight.
Oh, we've got some fun action going on. Two of the perennial teams here at NHRL. We've got Minen and Plusle. We've got Torrent. We're going to go to our friends in the play-by-play booth to call this action. Dima, Ricky, what's going on?
Thanks, Kyle. I think we're pretty excited about this one. Two of, well, I should say three of my favorites in a way. We've got Torrent going up against the multi-bot Minen and Plusle.
I'm really excited to see Minen and Plusle. I am a big fan of multibots, and even regardless of the beautiful red and blue Pokemon theming and the hype that they bring as builders with the costumes right there that you might have just seen,
4, 3,
beautiful to watch.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Gentle start from Torrent. You don't always see that. Plusle going flying across the arena.
Torrent is not any wider than any individual segment of the Minen and Plusle multibot, but they don't need to be wider to catch them in pins or anything. They're going to focus on, like you just said, hitting those woe-level hits and knocking them around.
Torrent is just punting Minen and Plusle around the arena. It's such an... Look at that! It's such an infectious hit. You love to see it, one after another. Torrent is one of these. Oh, that is a bad spot of luck for Torrent. Look, just the wrong position. They may have to call for an unstick. Builder Kevin Biagini is gonna be unhappy about that. Oh, just as the unstick is called, Plusle comes in for the hit, taking full advantage of that stick on the wall.
You see sparks on that one. That was a dangerous hit to the side on Minen.
Yeah, Minen now stuck on its side and the side of the arena.
Torrent Plusle. Torrent isn't much bigger, like I said, but it's much stronger than any individual second because it weighs more than each half of Minen and Plusle.
We've got real issues here on one half of the drive side. It is struggling there on Plusle. In fact, both halves have one drive side effectively down. The weapons are still spinning, but if you can't deliver it, it ain't gonna matter. Look at the front forks and wedge assembly on the blue half of Minen and Plusle. It's bent down so that those tracks on the left-hand side just don't contact the ground anymore.
Oh, their health is critical.
Tap out.
They tap out before they faint.
Torrent was super effective.
They'll be going up to the pits to be going in their Pokeballs and going back up into the pits and going to the Pokemon Center and healing back up for the next fight.
Is it Nurse Jenny? Is that right? Nurse Judy? I got nothing. You're
I'm more familiar with the games than the cartoons. But since I got lambasted by the community since last event because I said I couldn't remember which one of Minen and which one is Plusle, and I've brushed up since then.
It's Nurse Joy. It's Nurse Joy.
We got there. We figured it out.
One day at a time. No, an excellent performance from Minen and Plusle, but those hits from Torrent were just so effective. You rarely see that level of bite and weapon engagement, and it was just perfect. So much energy transfer, so much damage, and of course that is going to make it incredibly hard to restabilize and mount a counteroffensive. We did not see that from Minen and Plusle. Maybe we will later in the day, but that was not their fight.
We just got word cage side that Torrent was nearly out of battery before that fight ended. So that tap out kind of saved them because even though Minen and Plusle weren't in a combat shape to win that via KO, they might have been able to drive just enough to prevent themselves from getting a KO countdown. But if Torrent ran out of battery, that would have been a surefire KO countdown for them.
Absolutely. It's how it happens sometimes. Just luck of the draw for when you're able to deliver those blows and whether or not it's going to be before your robot gives up the ghost. We're headed right over to Cage 4. We're not going to keep you waiting very long for another big bot fight. Void is going to be going up against Meliodas. Meliodas, one of the prettiest
4,
names.
3.
Really
2,
pretty bot too.
1.
Fight.
Doing some
Robots
fundamentals really
fight.
appropriately, but I like that curved wheel guard sort of shape. Kind of a classic you see more in the 3-pound with beaters and drums, but I like seeing it in 12s too.
Very reserved start from both of these robots. I don't know if that's intentional. It looks like Meliodas is having some drive issues.
No, this to me this looks pretty intentional.
That is a big hit.
No drive issues. They just eschewed the box rush in favor of staying perfectly square and wanting to go weapon to weapon.
Now look closely, Dima. Those front forks on Meliodas are, well, they're tearing pieces off of Void, so I can't knock them too hard. But they are ground scraping and they're slowing down their forward procession.
I see what you mean now. I thought from the backside angle that we had that it might have just been sort of come at me kind of drive style, but
that's what they'd have you believe, Dima. With Meliodas inverted, it can still attack, it can still drive, but not very well.
You can see their backplate took a pretty dangerous hit. That could have been bad right there. That's a count your lucky stars that hit wasn't a little bigger moment.
The right-hand tire on Meliodas starting to get shredded. It's now high-centered in the arena, unable to move. Void on its head and struggling, but it doesn't matter if Meliodas can't move.
The folks at home, that blue light means an unstick has been called for. And here it is. Will that help them move, or are they still high-centered?
A bit of both, it looks like. They can just barely wiggle, but that's not going to be enough to avoid a count out if they can't do better. Oh, that is so painfully close to movement, but oh, I see. Maybe it can only move backwards.
That's a movement that serves mostly to prevent a KO countdown and
Yeah,
little else.
You're not going to win a fight with that level of movement, but you will avoid the count out, at least for now.
Oh, I get it. Avoid the count out.
Yeah.
Void having the opportunity to. It looks like Meliodas might.
Yeah, they've got a new lease on life that moved some of the debris that was under the robot that was hanging it up. It's able to move now, but that weapon is now not moving, at least not very well. Oh, it's back up. Void going flying end over end.
Void was firmly in the driver's seat for a significant portion of this fight, but now it looks like they're having trouble controlling themselves too.
They've got a hole in their heart they need to fill.
Don't
They
we
want to
all?
fill it with pieces of Meliodas.
Now this is what we mean when we say the sport is dramatic.
Now this is interesting. From a robot that was barely moving anyway, we are going to go to a count out. You see a belt being torn off of the end of Void. And one last good hit.
We haven't seen very many judges' decisions yet, or fights that went to time here on the stream today.
There's so many heavy hitters. It's no surprise.
World Championships, but I have no idea how that one would be scored. I don't even want to make any assumption. I leave that one to the judges.
Completely back and forth, very much control being
Deciding factor.
yeah, ping pong back and forth between the two robots throughout the match. From a damage perspective, I think we can just barely give that to Meliodas. Void is missing one wheel entirely. It's having a hard time driving, but at the same time, it can drive, and the weapons seem to be fully functional. Meliodas had some issues, but it clearly is moving left, right, forward, backward. I'd give it a little bit of an edge on damage, mostly from the lack of missing pieces. But for aggression and for control, it's so back and forth. Who knows? While we wait for that judge's decision, we're going to head over to Kyle and Richard. They're going to bring you the next fight.
And boy, is this next fight gonna deliver. We've got Synthesis 12 taking on a Durfler bot from Team Brutus. It's a kind of a big deal. In fact, it's huge! I'm so excited for this matchup. Two top-notch competitors. Huge is a championship robot. It has won multiple events.
Oh, there's a nice hit there.
In the 2024 championships, Huge was a favorite, but actually their teammate Slam Plan ended up bringing home the world championships.
Oh.
Very similar design, very different drive philosophy. Let's see how Huge does today. That weapon looks down.
Synthesis as well, that perfect height to get right under Huge and deliver some hits. Look at
And
it.
Slicey wheels, the blade it's their sharp blade, and they have chopped huge chunks off of those wheels.
Oh, but the weapon for Synthesis is not spinning at all right now.
I don't know if they needed to. Might be trying to calm it down. They've taken a huge chunk out of the wheel. The weapon's no longer working. The Durflers are having a rough time. Maybe they had too many of their mom's cookies last night.
Wow.
Which, by the way, did you have any of those? They were really good. What? The Durfler's mom, she made cookies. They were really good.
Oh,
Frosted sugar cookies?
I want a cookie now.
She brought a whole bunch to the control booth last night. It was like, oh my gosh.
Oh, I did get one of those. Okay.
Yeah, they're really good.
They were really good.
You know that this event is a big deal when the Durflers bring their mom.
All right, you heard him. 90 seconds left in this one as Huge continues to just kind of, I don't know, sporadically just sort of move around the cage here.
Yeah, and you can see Corey is trying to get these pins in, showing control to the judges. Corey has full drive capability, just no weapon. Nice pin there. but not able to hold it for very long.
This went from fight to tango real quick. Need some music when this happens in the fights.
Oh no, huge, not an emotion. They are stuck up against the wall. You can see the concerned look on Don and his brother's
with less
face.
than a minute.
Oh, they have called for the unstick and they didn't need it. They're back to moving.
35 seconds left.
I think that wheel needs to stay moving or it will get stuck, and that's their issue. I imagine this is going to go to the judges, and I'd imagine
Yeah, we are
it's
at the
going to be
15-second mark now, so they're in the clear getting counted out.
Yeah, we're getting our last count out now, and this one will go to the judges. I think it will build very well for Corey Nason. Not a bad way to start his day with a win in the 30s and a win here in the 12-pound division. And by the way, that Joker theming on Synthesis 12, looking awesome. I dig the coloration. I love the graphics.
I like it. But then again, you know, I'm a Batman fan, so anything like that works for me.
Yeah, Team Brutus Robotics having a hard time with that one. You can see the damage to the wheel. Corey thought that maybe using the sharper blades instead of more impactful blades was going to be a good idea going up against this full UHMW opponent. And you know, that worked out pretty well for him. If the weapon hadn't gone down, I bet he would have chopped those wheels all the way to the floor.
How many have we had go to judges' decision today? Because I'm trying to remember the other one, and I'm not remembering another one.
No, I think this is the first one.
Wow.
The first one we've had on stream anyway.
We're at 11:03 a.m., and this may be our first judges' decision.
All right, we're going to go to our friends Adam and Ricky to call this Cage 4 action. This looks like it's going to be a fun one.
Thank you, Kyle, and welcome to Adam here in the play-by-play booth.
5,
We're gonna have fun
4,
with this fight.
3,
I'm excited.
2, 1.
Fight. Robots
Away
fight.
we go. Steggy with the undercutter module in there, a modular robot. They're going to try and tear that front plow off of Cherry and send him into the side rails.
Little bit of maneuverability hesitance here out of Steggy.
Yeah, we're seeing the same out of Cherry, though. The left-hand side not driving very
Yep.
well. Wow, right up in the air. Good pop.
Big hits. Yeah, Cherry definitely getting the worst of these engagements. You can see pieces kind of moving around that don't look like they should be.
Yeah, there's a belt missing on the right-hand side, and the left-hand side is barely driving.
Yeah, is that a piece? Is that, I think the cleats have come loose.
I think you're right, yes. Now, Steggy, as an undercutter, can do these sort of glancing, chewing at the wheels blows. If they're careful, they're sticking to that very conservative driving.
Yeah, it's, you know, not a lot of robots can get hits on the cleats of your wheel, but when you go up against an undercutter, that is what they are great at doing. You see significantly less maneuverability in spinning, but with the cleat freewheeling, they're not getting a lot of traction, and the left side seems completely jammed.
That is the trouble with cleats. They're basically little anchors that hold you into the wooden floor if they stop working properly.
Steggy now a lot less hesitant, taking advantage of the opportunities here, trying to get around the wedge, chew those wheels up.
Now, John Flack, the driver, Steggy is now not moving at all. I can't quite see. It looks like the wheels are not spinning either. It's not just hung up.
It's a little bit of motion now, but they seem to be in like a divot of the floor almost, or maybe their batteries have gone dead.
Steggy has called for an unstick. We'll see if they can get free.
They were in a weird section, but the way that was slowing down and stopping there, is this a battery issue?
Well, Steggy is moving, but not very well. And what a framing. You can see the front wedge forklet thing that was on the front of Steggy just sitting in the arena.
Not seeing a lot of movement out of Cherry either. If I were them, I would be showing motion to the judges, to the ref, to make sure that I don't get counted out here.
Yeah,
Have they requested an unstick?
They have. Both of these robots just... oh, there it is. Cherry moving just enough.
Is that enough to avoid the count out?
We'll find out. I
think the unstick might be saving them from the count out as Steggy. Wow.
Knockout.
Very interesting. Yeah, we have Steggy being knocked out as Cherry, like you said, just barely making it through, only by virtue of the fact that they were still being unstuck.
Yeah, both these robots look like they just kind of ran dead there at the end of the fight. Steggy requests the unstick first, unsuccessful. Cherry requests it second, and then you can't get counted out while you're being unstuck. And that delay costs Steggy there in the end. Interesting use of the unsticks. I don't know if I ever remember seeing something like that happen. Wasn't quite like a double KO because they both kind of just separately stopped moving. Interesting scenario.
Jumping back into it. Battletoads, one of our most popular multi-bots.
Fight. Robots fight.
Going up against Carmen, one of the most dialed-in robots at NHRL, perhaps in the world.
I heard there's some new Battletoads in the mix. We might one day see a minion.
Exciting. I don't know if that's a deep robot cut minion or the sort of Disney Pixar minion, but we'll find out when we get there, I imagine.
I'm feeling deep robot cut. Old school. But these current Battletoads doing well. You can see the frog is a bit wider than usual with some feet out there, giving it a lot more stability. You can see how it's gyroing a bit less with those hands.
Yeah, it's really impressive, the mobility we're seeing from the frog half of Battletoads. Look at it, pinning Carmen in the corner. Little sparks flying. That's interesting.
Yeah, where were those coming from?
Good question. It looks like one of the belts is starting to... Yeah, one of the belts is off on the weapon on Carmen. They're tapping out. Look at the sparks flying from the motor system.
Yeah, that is not correct.
That is chewing itself to pieces.
That's not supposed to happen.
Crazy. That is a motor that ingested some arena debris and is just chewing its winding and its magnets to bits. I would bet 10 to 1.
Disintegrating motor. Sometimes you'll see that happen. You know, a magnet comes loose internally, grinds itself up. Yeah, debris. That was an exciting failure.
Wild finish.
You can see the maneuverability that those feet have added to the frog really gave them an advantage there, working as a team. Both robots able to stay planted, and nothing you can do against that.
Yeah, excellent driving from both halves of Battletoads. Very impressive. Carmen, uncharacteristic to have that sort of failure so early in the day. We see it sometimes when it's a weathered or, you know, battle of attrition type situation, but that's a fresh robot, relatively speaking.
I wonder, you know, was it an upgrades going wrong situation or just some well-placed hits from Battletoads there along the way?
Yeah, you can't discount luck of the draw, but also this is a robot that's fought all year. So you never know. You always think, okay, well, I'm going to replace this and that needs done. Sometimes you think, oh, that's totally fine. And then it chews itself to bits.
Is it battle-worn or is it battle-proven? Always hard to know.
Right. Oh, you can see there Michael Shore at the side of the arena. Just he sees something that he didn't realize to be a problem and was quite frustrated by it. Oh, he's frustrated by the fact that he's dropped something.
Well, robots are successfully turned off. This is the We don't always see this part of the ritual, collecting the bits of your robot that have fallen off across the arena so that you can put them back on for the next fight.
Or in many cases, as is tradition here and in many events, when you face a noble opponent, after the fight is over, you have some battle debris, you sign it, you give it as a gift. It's a permanent memento of the time that you faced down someone here at the NHRL World Championships.
It's
And,
you don't often go home with your own trash here at NHRL, but you might bring some of your opponent's trash home.
reduce, reuse, recycle.
as a trophy.
Right.
It's upcycling.
It's upcycling,
Yeah.
even better. It works its way up the food chain.
After you compete long enough, you'll end up with a nice wall full of souvenirs from various events throughout the years. Usually you'll have the team, the event, the year on there. Great mementos to have. And then the smaller bits just get swept up and put in a bucket. Sometimes you'll find yourself rushing back to the bucket. Where's that, $10 titanium bolts that fell out of the robot? I didn't realize I need to go find that.
Absolutely. Some of those pieces are unexpectedly expensive. And the rest of them we blend them up, and we sell them as a supplement here at NHRL. You just add a quarter teaspoon to your energy drink in the morning, and it kills off the cancer faster than it can grow. Take a look here in the pits. We've got a flurry of activity, people getting ready for their next set of fights. You can see the Sievert area. We've got areas for, look at it, people waving, they see us. You've got emulsifiers, you've got Jamesons, you got just about everybody. We'll be moving the folks here who earn their way, will be working their way over to the primetime pits, the deluxe tables.
MIT pulling out the flag.
They know when
letting
they're
us
on
know
camera.
They're in the house.
Let's talk about how you work your way over to those primetime pits. If you want to get into the primetime pits, you need to get past the preliminaries. Everybody starts here with an 0-0 record, and this is a win two and you advance situation. You win one, you're on the cusp. Just one more win and you're advanced. If you lose that fight, you're on the bubble, and that's make or break. Either you win one and advance, you lose one and go home. Of course, if you lose your opening fight, you're in the redemption round. You got one more chance to get a lead, but no more extra lives. You lose twice, and you are eliminated.
We have got a lot of big names already eliminated today. We've got Nitro Hornet is out. Project Liftoff is out. Red Panda is out. Counterpunch is out. Crazy day, Ricky.
That's what happens when you bring the best of the best. Somebody's got to lose first, and they're all going to be amazing robots. I cannot wait to see the final loadout for what the bracket is going to look like. We'll see that just a little bit later today.
Everyone here was top 4 at an event throughout the year to qualify for today's fights. 1 out of every 4 of those ended up winning those events. We've got a lot of champions this year here that are not going to be champions today. Only one can make it. In these prelim rounds, I personally love those bubble fights. Those 1-on-1 fights, you have someone who just came off a loss. They were hoping to advance 2-0. Can they come back from that kind of mental shock versus the person coming in from the redemption round? They went 0-1 out of the start. They won their second fight. They're on the upswing. They think anything can happen. Who can overcome like the mental challenges of that loss, the unexpected loss in the prelims, come back and advance? Love those bubble fights.
I gotta agree. The bubble fights are probably robot combat in its purest form. Win, advance, lose, go home. It's all on the line. No second chances. What's not to love? Let's talk about what the World Champs is all about beyond just the bubble progression, the cusp. This is the basics, right? These are all robots, like Adam has said, that have qualified at one of our 7 open events. These are the best of the best. These are the champions. They came in the top 4 at some of the most competitive robot events in the entire world over this past year. We've got 3 weight classes to do that in, the 3-pound class, the 12-pound class, and the 30-pound class. When you get in a fight here at World Champs, it's just like every other event. You have 3 minutes to show your stuff. that stuff really ought to be destroying your opponent. That's what you want to do. If you can't, it's going to go to a judge's decision that is appraised by a panel of judges based on a rubric of damage, aggression, and control. Each and every fight, you get one chance at an unstick. If you get stuck and you want to fix it, we have a house robot that will sweep in and try and get you unstuck, but there's no guarantees. You make it through all your fights today, you come out on top, you go home a champion with our ultimate prize, the Golden Brett, and a fat stack of cash.
A lot of cash on the line today, enough to pay for your whole season worth of upgrades. And next season's too, so everyone's going for that. Let's talk a little bit about unsticks, Ricky. You know, there's some controversy about unsticks sometimes. You know, why doesn't the house robot just have a big flipper, a robot arm on it, something that could pick up the robots and really get them unstuck?
The idea is that this keeps you out of those dumb situations where you got hung up on a wall, you got hung up on a piece of debris. This is not a rescue line. This is something that is going to keep the fight going when nobody wants to see it end. It's not a guarantee.
And if you get really stuck, you're stuck.
Yeah, there's only so much you can do. So, let's talk about it. I alluded to it. I said fat stacks of cash. The people want to know, Adam, how fat are we talking?
How fat are the stacks?
Well, I'm told we got a graphic here ready to go. There it is. Listen, if you show up with a 3-pound robot, you make it to the semifinalists, you're getting at least $500. You work your way up as a runner-up, you get second today, that's $3,000. And let me tell you, if you walk away a champion, there is no 3-pound robot here that hasn't earned that $8,000, but only one of them can walk away with the prize.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the money here, just doing a $1 per pound ratio, 3-pounders are doing well.
Yeah.
$8,000 for
That's
3
the
pounds
prime
of
beef
robot.
of combat robots tonight. We're going to go into the 12-pound class, though. We bumped that up to $1,000 a robot. Runner-up gets $5,000, and the champion is walking away with $12,000. Last but not least, in fact, the opposite of least, last and most, the 30-pound class, $1,500 if you get to the semifinalist round, $8,000 as the runner-up, and a cool 15 G's if you walk away a champion here in the 30-pound class. That's a lot of robots you can build.
$15,000.
That's a lot of robot parts. We've seen teams take this money, build robots for the upcoming year. We've seen them take this money, go home, help fund their clubs, which bring a whole new generation of builders here back to the arena the next year in NHRL. A lot of these robots, they can range all over the board in price, but that is still nothing to sneeze at.
And I did hear, you know, we got a great deal on pennies from the Mint, so it's all being paid out in pennies this year.
I was hoping for half-cent pieces, but we ran out of stock. Little fun fact for the folks at home, we've got test robots here that we use in demonstration and the inspection process just to make sure your robot works. Well, you might want to toss around a little opponent. They're filled with pennies. That was the cheapest way to get the weight that we needed in these robots. They're filled with pennies. We don't know what we're going to do next year.
That is funny. I'm always looking for ways to add weight to things, and I hadn't thought about just straight up using pennies.
Yeah, it's a cent for each one. Also make great washers if you just want to drill a hole, and then you've got a stock of currency in your house.
The only currency you're allowed to face is pennies.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, let's get back into it. We got a lot of matches coming up. We are getting those cages clear. Robots are being prepared in the 30-pound class, which is our next upcoming batch of big bot action. Ares versus Anxietii. All of these are heavy hitters. Jubileu versus Phenomenon. Overlord versus Banguela Z.S. Every single one of these fights should be intense, should be violent.
Big hits in these fights. Every one of these robots has the capacity for single hit knockout blows. It's incredible the talent we have here.
I'm sitting here as both the announcer and the safety director wondering how soon am I going to have to run out there and supervise the replacement of Arena Panel. we've got a lot of damaging robots. We're going to have a lot of safe but high effort to repair damage in that arena.
I think Ares Anxiety is probably the one of those three I'm looking forward to.
Let's take a moment here while we're waiting. We have the Sparky Awards here. For those that don't know, these reward builders who have done incredible things over the year. I believe Sam has some information on one of our Sparky winners, or at least one of our Sparky categories. Let's go to him.
Joining me at the BFS is Pearl Gray from the high-tech 3-pound hammer saw Injection. Hi, Pearl.
Hey, what's up, Sam?
Pearl, it's absolutely fascinating, all the tech that you have packed into Injection. Can you speak to some of that that's both inside and outside the bot?
Yeah, so I drive her with the Steam Deck so I can get telemetry out of her as well as logging. And then using that telemetry, she can display emotions on the Steam Deck with an avatar expressing facial expressions. Her custom control board is loaded with a ton of sensors to collect that data, as well as have some elements of field-oriented control, so it feels like playing a video game. And we're synchronized via an electric shock suit, so anytime she takes damage, I'm able to feel the pain she's feeling. And that helps me build empathy with my robot and drive better. On top of that, I've been doing drive tests and drive practice with her via a game that I've written that uses a projector to display enemy targets on the floor, which my robot has to attack the sides and the back of while avoiding the front. It's been helping increase stick time without actually taking damage at events and tuning the drive parameters.
Very, very cool, and absolutely why you are the winner of this year's Most Innovative Sparky Award. Congratulations, Pearl.
Oh, wow, this is so cool. Thanks so much. I'm excited to win this award. It means so much. I really love pushing the bounds of what we can do in robot combat and making it more like cool stuff from sci-fi. And I have a lot more planned to do with Injection next year, including a complete redesign. So I'm excited to cook on that and show y'all next year.
Well, Pearl, I can't wait to see what you bring next year. Thank you so much. Now, back to y'all.
Yeah, so quite meta award there. The award is actually a diorama of the award being awarded.
Yeah, it's a little too deep for me. I'm just going to tap out and not try to think about it too hard. But I can't think of someone other than Pearl who deserves that award quite as much. Some of the stuff that Pearl does is just absolutely wild. We had a really interesting talk that I never expected to have about what sort of safety precautions are required to have a self-stocking suit. And then I realized, actually, back in college, that was a project I had to do for a different project. I was like, I just so happened to have that exact experience to be able to.
And that's why you're in charge of this.
I suppose so. It's not something I put on a resume these days.
Who else would possibly have that data?
Apparently Pearl Gray. So, but there's a little bit of a conflict of interest. So I see we are getting Cage 1 ready to go. This should be a fun fight. I'm seeing some heavy hitters in there. Anxiety and Ares.
Big vert versus big horizontal. Both really durable robots, dialed in over the years to be reliable, hard-hitting, continuous bots. I mean, this could get nasty.
I hope so. We've got an undercutter. Look at the front plow on Ares right now. So this is going to be a lot of the match, and it's going to be really interesting because you have a front plow on the front of Ares, right? And that's going to try to deflect the undercutter on the front of Anxiety. But you also have these long front forks on the front of Anxiety that are then going to try to defeat that plow.
Yeah.
So you've got a counter to a counter to a counter to a counter layered here. And they are going to fall. And then you've got the forks on the back of Anxiety as well, so they can approach in reverse.
It's been a really interesting development on the horizontals that when they face certain robots, they come out with the forks because you don't want to run forks against the horizontal. You just can't. They'll get torn off. But of course, the horizontal can run them. They're not going to tear off their own forks unless something goes horribly wrong. So these horizontal versus non-horizontal fights can get really interesting versus, just a couple years ago when that wasn't nearly as popular as a configuration. So could be really interesting.
Yeah, we are going to have to see. It's a set of domino. Well, it's really more of a Rube Goldberg machine, right? You always wonder is this going to progress the way you think it's going to progress? But they have set this up such that one system is going to counter the other, and they could fail progressively, or something completely out of left field could happen. And we're going to find out right now. But take a look, as you can see from the overhead, right? Well, actually, something interesting is going on. They've driven Anxiety back over towards the door. Maybe it's having weapon spin-up problems. It can clearly drive.
Yeah. Who is so Ares just pointing against the wall, so it does seem to be Anxiety with the issue. We saw this.
Oh, no, this is completely unrelated. We forgot to turn on the house bot.
Well, that is a useful thing. So, okay, yeah, I get it now. They're both on the opposite side of the arena. That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, those happy bread eyes are going. Everything's good.
Yeah, so, I mean, you have to think that matchup-wise, config-wise, Anxiety's got a lot of tricks up its sleeve here, but you look on the other side of the arena at Ares, and they have so much power. Does it matter how many tricks you pull out of the bag here?
We don't know. And I know Ryan Duarte is going to be coming into this all guns blazing.
Number 1 seed versus number 17.
Robots fight.
Away we go, and a good first hit from Ares. Those forks are no problem. He's chewing them apart. One is gone.
Weapon has also stopped on Anxiety.
That is a brutal start to this fight for Anxiety, but then Ares coming back and riding up those. Yeah, see, this is exactly what we were talking about.
Ooh, Weapon back up to speed for a second there.
Yeah, Ares is spinning just fine.
Uh-oh.
They know the front forks were not working. They're going to lead with their rear from here on out.
Ares' mobility is reduced substantially.
It's wonky. That weapon is coming to an abrupt stop. That's going to do damage.
They are crab walking.
Ares is looking hobbled right now. It's like misery in the arena. They're not getting out.
Really good positioning by Ares, even with the reduced mobility. Driving a bit better now. I wonder if something came loose.
This is exactly what we're talking about.
Oh,
One
the weapon
system goes down.
Now the weapon is down on Ares.
Yeah, it was struggling. The second fork is gone. And look at the plow on the front of Ares. It's starting to get wonky. It's starting to get bent up in the middle.
Yep.
Wow, talk about it. Now it's just gone. Tap out.
Wow, the number 1 seed, the number 1 robot in the world has tapped out.
Surgical hits from Anxiety. Evan Strake's just incredible reserve, incredible precision, and the weapon's back.
Was it stuck on the wedge?
I would not be surprised, Adam. Wild match.
You know, I was just talking about this earlier today, that I try not to tap out because in the moment, you don't know exactly what's happening. I wonder, when they tapped out, did they realize the weapon had come back online? Because that changes the dynamic so much with a working weapon versus a dead weapon and no wedge.
Yeah, it's completely different. We're going to go to a replay here in a moment, see if we can get a little more info on what happened. You can see both of the front forks gone, and that's the moment. Just tears that front wedge off.
They're just backing away, backing away.
I have to think that they thought, without a weapon, without the front wedge, what the hell are we going to do against Anxiety?
Yeah, you're worried the entire frame is gone at that point. You're hoping to make a deep run in the tournament. You can lose one fight here and keep going, but I do wonder, would they, if they had known the weapon still worked, would they have done that?
Hard to say for sure. You can see cage side. There's some high tensions.
Whew, what a comeback from Anxietii. Off the start, it just looked like they were completely done. Ares comes out, tearing off the forks, sending them flying. Weapon looks dead.
No, that's exactly what they did. They built in extra lives, right? So they've got the front forks. They can move to the rear forks, which is exactly what they did once that front fork strategy failed.
Yeah.
And then they can come back in and start using that weapon with surgical precision.
I mean, Ares came into that fight 23-8. Anxietii came in 12-11. Number 1 versus number 17 seed. These both are really, really good robots, but that was still an incredible upset to get the tap out that quick.
Incredible upset. We're going to go to cage 4. We got another fight queuing up right now. Oh, this is going to be fun, don't you think? Jubileu versus Phenomenon. Brandon Bennett Young has been thirsty today, always so dialed in, and
5,
Phenomenon is one of these
4,
robots
3,
that always
2,
struggles to
Fight.
deliver.
Robots fight.
It's so good. It's so well engineered, but maybe today is not the day they're struggling. That was an incredible first hit.
Yeah, Phenomenon has not won a World Championships, but very good, very strong year after year competitor here.
And then it stops. It's no longer moving.
Ugh.
The weapon is struggling. Something has been jarred loose.
Jubileu is such a durable robot.
And that's it. Brandon has tapped. The Brazilians are taking this match after just a few glancing blows.
Yeah, that was you know, seeding wise, number 8 versus number 9 coming in. Phenomenon, so many events, 14 events, only 4 for Jubileu here. But
let's give some credit though. Only 4 for someone that has to come all the way from Brazil.
I mean,
to fight.
It's quite the trip. 4 is actually a high number. I don't usually fight that far away. They're sitting on an 11-3 record, 27-21 coming into that fight for Phenomenon. So Jubileu not quite as highly ranked as you might expect due to, you know, not being able to come as often. And I wonder if that's, you know, maybe artificially lowered their seed a little bit in this tournament because they're coming in looking really strong. You know,
they are. They are dialed in. And I mean, this is a robot archetype that is as classic as it gets, at least in terms of horizontal spinners. It is the archetype, right?
They don't need any forks.
No, no. They're going to come in. They're going to make sure you can see the the focus. That is not the outcome of that Mr. Young was looking for today, but it was a noble effort.
I mean, Jubileu's coming off of a golden dumpster just last month.
Right, right. I mean, it's on a hot streak. Yeah. And those first couple hits, look at the scarring. You guys can't see where I'm pointing exactly here, but the scar you can see right under the weapon of Phenomenon across that front wedge. That's about as good of a hit as you can get.
Phenomenon's missing an entire section of armor, it looks like, on the right side of that wedge.
Yeah, with that first hit, I don't know if you saw, and if we can get it in slow motion maybe, but a big white piece came flying off immediately. I don't know what that was. I think it was part of the anti-do-the-thing geometry so that it doesn't get stuck upside down, but it went flying. And it went flying despite the fact that that part that was detached is on the opposite side of what tried to hit the robot. So some weird physics happened there.
Yeah, and they seem to be quite stuck here. I mean, you know, you run these sharp wedges. It is a risk that you can get stuck into the side.
We're going to hop into the replay. We might have been able to isolate that moment when the piece goes flying. You can see here's that first big hit. We're going to queue up for another one. There it is, and there it is. You see that piece flying off. That's one of these kind of anti-inversion mechanics, so that if the robot is flipped upside down, it's not going to get stuck upside down. There it goes again, and that's what happened. When it flipped upside down, because that piece was missing, now your weapon is hitting the arena floor full speed. That's a ton of reaction torque. That's a ton of stress on your robot. And it's an easy way to kill all of your electronics in one go.
And it just didn't work after that hit.
No, and it's wild because that piece that came missing didn't appear to be directly hit.
Yeah.
It was either indirectly hit or it just shattered because of the sheer force of that engagement.
Yeah, you can see they're both missing now. Yeah, they're usually on the back there of the robot. And like you said, they prevent those kind of reverse hits.
I believe those are aluminum pieces. They may well have just shattered at the weak points.
You know, it looks sort of like they might be 3D printed or maybe plastic of some sort.
Oh, they could be. I know he's got several versions that they can be swapped out, so it's hard to say what he ran there, but you're right. Those do... it's really hard to say. They could be printed.
Yeah, they look white. It's tricky, you know, any of these parts. You're always up against the scale. And so when you get to that last part that you're bolting on and something's too heavy, you say, well, I'll use the lighter version, and then sometimes it breaks. And that could have been what cost that fight, that big impact with the floor, jarring something loose.
If they are indeed printed, or even if they're not printed and they're flexible, what can happen in a big hit like that is they just move into the plane of your weapon, and then your own spinning weapon hits the thing that's flexed into where you don't want it to be, and then boom.
Yeah, I was talking to JMO yesterday about something similar, which is that you want to build in compliance into your robot in a lot of places, but you need the compliance in the right place. Because if you end up with compliance in the wrong place, and then the plane of the weapon gets interrupted or moved to where you don't want it to be, that can cause bad problems.
And just to take a moment to speak to the folks that haven't been watching as long, what we mean by compliance is everything on your robot is going to flex and move. And when you intentionally say, I know this is going to flex and move, and you build a direction for it to move in, or you know that can happen, that's what we mean by compliance, rather than just breaking and bending.
Yeah, and you can make stuff stiffer in certain places. The problem if you made your entire robot extremely stiff is that on big hits, the amount of force being transmitted goes way, way, way up. If you can flex a little bit, the actual amount of force in the part goes down. And that's why you have interesting situations where maybe a carbon fiber part breaks, but a TPU part doesn't, because the TPU can flex, whereas the carbon fiber would absorb and just shatter. And so even though the carbon fiber is substantially stronger in static situations, these dynamic situations are another game.
It's all a trade-off, and it's one of those things, like you touched on, you don't know until you get in the fight, and sometimes you have to make a tough choice and wait, and you don't know what it's going to do till it does what it's going to do.
Yep.
Let's take a look. We've got, this is a good countdown. Emulsifier versus Red Storm. Less than 10 minutes to go till that fight. Emulsifier, probably one of the most terrifying spinners we've ever had. A massive vert. And Red Storm, of course, Kevin Milcheski's incredible control robot, one of the most durable robots in combat robotics. This is going to be in an unstoppable force and an immovable object, and that's 9 minutes and 30 seconds away. I am excited, and you should be too. You can see the bull has calmed down a little bit. Robots are getting ready. Our crowd is...
the calm before the Red Storm?
Oh, that's terrible, and I love it. That's why we have you here in the box. Ooh, some Adamant Barrage fandom. Love to see it. Zooming in. Ooh. Adamant Barrage looks like a feather sword. I like that.
Adamant Barrage, one of our weirdest shaped robots. Always a crowd favorite, personal favorite, not just because it has my name in it. But,
I hadn't thought about that. Not a lot of Ricky Mint barrages out there, but I'll let the builders work on that. You can see an excellent view of Cage 4, which just happens to be where we're going now. Oh, I love this matchup. So, Synthesis 30, always a big, heavy hitter. Oh, smoke coming out. Oh, that is that's a bad.
That usually means that you have wired something backwards.
Oh, that is a bad time. We'll see what they can do, if anything, about it. I was just about to talk about how much I enjoy Colossal Avian. You know I love a big robot. Even more so when it's kind of this wonky, gangly shape that just happens to work. We'll see if it just happens to work here in a minute or two.
And, you know, we talk a lot about like who comes in with all the configs, who comes in running just kind of the same thing all the time. Colossal Avian has some great configs. I mean, look at the setup they got here with those keep away forks on the front that can be completely adjustable to the exact right length they want to keep the opponent away.
Yeah.
The design and
man, that's a great thing to point out. look, so all of those holes, this is what Adam's talking about right now. All of those holes in the front fork of Colossal Avian that you're looking at right there, those are different mounting points for those kind of blue upright pieces. So you would calibrate that. You'd move those blue pieces out as far as you want so that that swinging arm on Colossal Avian can deliver hits exactly where you want them.
And the opponent's weapon can't touch you. So that's a lot of fun. It's something we did on Shatter a while back once we realized, hey, the forks are getting stuck in other people's forks, and that's actually a good thing. Because we have a ranged weapons. The same thing with Colossal Avian. A ranged weapon doesn't need to get the opponent up so close, whereas you can see on the vert here, those forks do not have any feature like that because they need to get Colossal Avian up as close as possible for the weapon to be able to hit. So a big difference in the fork configs based on whether or not you have the ability to range your weapon. Now, of course, Colossal Avian seems like it's probably not going to work in this fight, unfortunately. We'll see what happens here. What they're discussing cage side, but that might be a forced forfeit here, which would be a shame.
We'll see. I mean, it doesn't mean that they can't compete. We'll have to see if they...
It might still work. A lot of people have separate drive sides or separate power sides, front, back, left, right, weapon, drive. You know, it might still work.
They've got 3 minutes to fix this robot, cage side or otherwise, if they can. We've got a little bit of a demerit system that works basically so that people don't do this intentionally, but they do have a little bit of time. They can quickly jump in here, see what they can do. As soon as their opponent renders their robot safe, they'll be able to jump in. We'll take a look and see if they're able to get anything done. I don't know what sort of changes they're going to be able to make. They're going to be very quick about it. I have to assume that when they were cage side with the doors closed, they did all the testing that they could possibly do. They'll be giving all of the cage side tools they possibly can. We do keep full toolkits next to the arenas just in case.
This is where DFMA comes in. So that's an engineering acronym designed for manufacturing and assembly. And the assembly part is particularly key here, or disassembly in this case. You want to be able to access what you need really, really quickly in order to fix it. You can see they're trying to find what's the right size, fastener, this, that, the other piece here, trying to take it off. When you're building a robot, you know, the selection of screws is so important. You know, do you use the same size fastener? Do you use a different size fastener? And then you got to make sure you have the right size hex keys, and are they different lengths? And so you can get into design situations. Maybe you want a different length, you want a different diameter, but in this situation, all those different screws can come back and bite you. You see they're doing something with the wiring inside this robot. That fast poof is so disconcerting. When you do that.
It can be such an indication of a wiring problem when it turns into a big fire, it turns into a lot of smoke. Well, maybe you smoked some large component. When it's a poof like that, a lot of times it's just one wire that was damaged, and it just didn't want to carry the pixies anymore and goes poof.
And it's happened to all of us. It can be, like you're saying, it could be a pinched wire under a top or something. It could be something that was wired backwards. It could be so many things.
Look at this. They're putting something back in now.
Yep. They've got 1 minute,
sign.
10 seconds on the clock.
You can see this orange tape. So this is like electrical tape on steroids. We call it Kapton tape usually, or polyamide tape. This is to keep pieces from, even with a very small amount of material, can separate two pieces that conduct electricity from one another. Oh, look, you can see just barely the smoked part. So that's what happened. That piece of wiring had a problem on it, and it was touching some other piece of metal in there that it's not supposed to touch. That caused it to smoke and burn. They've put some insulation between it. They're hoping they didn't ruin any electronics in the process of that short happening. They're going to throw it back together. They're going to try and do it in the next 25 seconds. That is the official countdown.
Yeah.
And look, I think they're going to make it. They're picking up tools. That's it. They're
Looks
done.
like they're good to go. Now, have you ever wired something, turned on the switch, and all your wires suddenly get really stiff? That's when you know you've done something very, very wrong.
Very wrong.
Too much
There's just a humming noise.
Yeah.
A uncomfortable humming noise.
Battery starts getting a little bigger.
Swell to fit, that's all. No, that is some incredible cage side repair. Now, they fixed the problem that caused the smoke. That doesn't mean that the smoke didn't cause another problem.
Yep.
And that's what we're going to find out as soon as this door closes. Is this, did they toast something or did they just get it toasty?
What
There's a big difference.
Incredible fix this would be if they are able to get it to turn on here.
We will find out shortly. They've got their weapon locks in. They are going to have to take those out just before the door closes. Oh, look there. You can see part of Phenomenon sitting on the arena wall from our previous fight.
Good luck, Charm, for the future fights. Maybe that will help keep Synthesis ears from falling off in this one.
You never know. That is a crazy repair job. I'm so impressed. They knew exactly what went wrong.
Yeah.
They knew exactly how to fix it. The only thing left to be told is, did it work?
Here we go. Will there be a poof? I don't see one. They're listening for the beeps. Looking for the lights. Oh, an okay sign.
That's an okay sign. Is a promising piece of information.
Don't forget to take out the safety Allen key.
Well, the other robot should be turned on first, and then
Yes.
we'll remove the safeties. So yeah, for those that might not know, when you turn on these robots, they sing you a little song. The electronics inside say, "Hey, I'm powered up." First, they do a little do-do-do-do-do, and then they wait a moment, and then they try to talk to the transmitter, and if that works, then they sing a secondary little song.
There are good beeps and bad beeps, and no beeps is worst of all. So I guess they heard the good beeps. Safety is removed, and it looks like we're going to get a fight here.
Exciting. Oh, it moves!
Oh, good sign.
Now, it is important to note, you don't get to do that over and over again. If they have this problem later, they're going to be out of luck. There's a system that only allows so much of this. You only get so much leeway. You can't have the entire event go off schedule because your robot smoked because you forgot to tie a wire to the side.
What an impressive fix. They fixed it with time to spare.
It's true.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight.
Finally, we are
Robots
away.
fight.
Immediate box rush from Colossal Avian. Very well done.
They got a great setup, but were unable to hold it.
Oh, this is incredible driving. The setup is working great, and I see no movement from Colossal Avian. Oh, and they're back.
The weapon doesn't seem to be working. You have to imagine they'd be spinning it up here.
This is exactly where you would expect to see it spinning up. We're not seeing anything.
I wonder if the poof, if something damaged something in the weapon or during the repair.
They're going to try their best as a pushing bot, but this is going to be a tough match to win.
Yeah.
Remember, folks, if Colossal Avian's weapon isn't working, even if it starts the match not working, Synthesis 30 is awarded those points for damage.
That is a huge swing and damage, but if they can keep this up, control and aggression should go their way. And who knows what'll happen to Synthesis if you keep jamming their weapon into the arena like this.
Yeah, great driving so far.
Ooh. The fork of Colossal Avian very close to the weapon there. Synthesis. These are tricky fights. Oh! And now Synthesis not moving.
The weapon is spinning down, spinning back up again, but
They're
that
trying to vibrate themselves off the floor, but it looks like their wheels are touching to me. I don't know if the drive is just completely dead. And there goes the ear.
Yeah, that's it. No, that is not necessarily it. They're going to call for an unstick, I would expect. No, it's a tap out. Colossal Avian by the skin of their teeth.
Wow.
By the skin of their hen's teeth.
What a
Making
swing.
it through.
You think cage size, they're done?
No, that is hard-earned. That's one of those things. So look at that happy team.
What a repair.
Impressive.
We talk a lot about winning the fight in the pits. They won that fight cage side.
They won that fight cage inside. Very well done. Just like I said, I'm going to carry skin on my head's teeth to the grave as a phrase. I'm going to remember that from now on. Wow. They're going to have a lot of work to do in the pits. If that weapon is down, either the arm or the spinning blade, because of a short like that, that is systemic electronics damage.
They are going to have some fun pulling that apart. It's one of those repairs, one of those issues that from the outside it looks completely fine. As a fan, you're never going to see all that work that goes in to make these electronics work, but they are tricky, and that could be simple, that could be a major repair. But when you're fighting a robot like Synthesis 30, they have so much power. One hit can change the fight, but you know, the reliability isn't always there. Colossal Avian able to take advantage, and now we have another big vert in the arena.
Yes, sirree. Ladies, gentlemen, those that know better, we have two of the most fabled robots in the league in the box right now. Emulsifier, the terrifying vertical spinner, versus Red Storm, the indestructible ramming lifting machine. This is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, the configs are always interesting with Emulsifier here, coming out with the wide forks against the narrow forks of Red Storm. The weapon on Emulsifier has one-hit KO power. The drive on Red Storm has one-hit KO power. The fastest robot we have here in terms of acceleration, maneuverability, and of course the driving skill of Kevin. We've got Matt on the other side. I'm not down there to help them. Hopefully that's not too much of a disadvantage here, but the Bots FC crew.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight.
Away we
Robots
go.
fight.
Quick spin up from Emulsifier. Red Storm fearless.
Oh.
Emulsifier in the wall. Kevin immediately going for a grab. I see some sparks flying. A little do-si-do.
And I think the right side of Emulsifier is not working.
Whoa! Yeah, that
Crab
right
walking.
side is struggling to say the least. Kevin biding his time, looking for the opportunity.
Yeah, this is unfortunate for Emulsifier. Without that maneuverability, they can high center. They will have a tough time getting the hits they need, giving Kevin all day to get around behind them.
Oh, and then Kevin stuck in the wall.
What an
barely.
opportunity, but without the drive, can't take advantage. Painful to watch. Emulsifier, so much power, unable to deliver it. Kevin just slowly going around. Right off the bat, that drive side seemed to die. It doesn't look jammed to me. This looks like it could be an electrical issue. Trying to vibrate off the wall here. They do it again.
It is working just a little, but it is just a little.
I don't know if it's working or just kind of rolling a little bit.
Hard to say for sure. Kevin being very reserved here.
Matt has gotten practice with the crab walking. And Emulsifier does not have ears.
That is
to
a hell
follow.
of a gouge in our arena floor, but we'll take it.
Oh, this is so painful as Emulsifier just cannot get the robot pointed the way they want. But
these like faint moves from Emulsifier, very impressive. Every time Kevin goes to strike with Red Storm, Emulsifier dodges. And that takes some skill as well.
Little hits, not going to be enough here.
Not against Red Storm.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, my. Well, if it was fighting the arena, Emulsifier's got this one in the bag.
Yeah, it's racking up damage, just not against the opponent. You know, Kevin says, screw it, I'm going in, weapons blazing. I'll go weapon to weapon with that monster.
Emulsifier now having trouble on its own debris it's created, and there goes the tread on the good side. And now without the tread, it seems like the studs, the cleated wheels of Emulsifier have lost the cleats, entirely lost that side of the pulley.
Yeah, the weapon or the wheel is spinning, but it's got no traction.
The pulley usually has cleats on that side. It's been completely torn off. Almost making it to the end of the fight. Now that was called a knockout. I don't know why they didn't request an unstick there coming up at the end of the fight just to make it to the judges.
Very surprising, but hey, sometimes when you know. Not the way Matt Boris expected that fight to go. He wanted those big hits. He got a couple of glancing blows, but when you come in with a down drive side, there's only so much you can do, especially against an opponent like Kevin Milcheski and Red Storm. You can see Flo is littered with pieces of the arena. I think we made more sawdust in that match than we have in any fight this year. There are gouges like the Mariana Trench going down the middle of this arena.
That was Emulsifier fighting itself for most of the fight. Kevin taking advantage here and there, getting him into the wrong place. I don't know what happened off the bat. Was that the arena slam at the start there, the box rush causing that problem? Was Emulsifier damaged right out of the gate? Weird issue to see the side of drive not working but not be jammed. You know, that gets jammed, it loses a tread. That's a common fault for Emulsifier, but losing the power to the drive is not a failure mode that I've seen.
Well, let's see if we can get a little more out of the replay. We've got that ready to go. You can see maybe this first big smack.
Yeah, and it's dead already.
Yeah, I think it did. It may have had just a little bit of functionality on the right side, but after that first hit, yes, you could see it just a little bit. It drove forward, but it was suffering from moment one of this fight. And from then on, it's Kevin picking his times, Red Storm going in just when it's convenient. He did not want to risk that big spinner hitting any part of his robot when he has a whole day of world champs to get through. The arena completely just wood chips strewn everywhere. We're going to give our shop back a workout after that one. What a fight.
Yeah, what a different fight that would have been if Emulsifier's tread hadn't died, but it did, and Kevin takes advantage, going to be advancing. Emulsifier now will have to win another fight. Other than that drive, not coming out with a ton of damage, but the arena might need a little bit of time for repairs and sweeping. Yeah, Emulsifier yesterday was having some issues on that right side drive in the pits. I wonder if that's got a little bit worse in that fight there. But they got spare motors, got spare bits and bobs, so they'll have that back at 100% for the next fight. Painful way to lose, but Kevin able to avoid the weapon as Emulsifier bounced around the arena. Still surprised it wasn't a unstick request there. I don't know if they had used it earlier. I didn't see it, but seemed like a tap out. Really quick KO notification. And while they sweep that up, we're going to hop over to cage 4. We've got Jump Rope versus Allen. Quite a different fight from the one we just watched.
Two of the most fun robots we have here at NHRL. Allen he's just Allen. He's so fun. He's got a tiny little spinner on the back and a great big spinner on the front and a paint job to die for, going up against Jump Rope, which is just so much fun. This is a robot that can hop several feet up in the air, incredibly powerful lifting, flipping arms, robot after my own heart. And the brainchild of NHRL founder,
5,
Austin McCord.
4,
So
3,
we'll see how this fight goes.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Slow spin up from Allen.
Jump Rope is a really interesting robot. When it works, it does really well. These powerful flipper arms. As you can see it tossing itself around there. New arm config for the championships. They kept tearing off the arms in previous fights. They went up against a massive vert in their first fight, lost, but the arms stayed connected. You can see here, though, the heads on the arms are getting a little twisted as they flip Allen around the arena. Allen, a dual weapon, dual verts. There's a large vert on the front, smaller vert on the back. Having a little bit of trouble spinning up here. Now, Ricky, did both these robots lose their first fight?
I believe so, yes. Alan certainly did. I missed Jump Rope's first fight, but I believe they also walked away. So this is do or die for both of these robots. Both of them seem to be still functioning, at least on all systems, but not necessarily full blast on all systems.
Alan has sometimes had trouble getting spun up consistently. The drive working decently here. Jump Rope, maybe a little too twitchy. You know, that it's hard for them to line up these flips.
Oh, a good flip there from Jump Rope.
Yeah, there you go. Getting used to the movement here as the fight goes on.
So it's interesting. It's a compliant mechanism on the front of Jump Rope, but you can see it's getting twisted. And the more it gets twisted, the harder it is to use for the rest of the event, the rest of the fight.
It definitely held up to some major hits against Sievert earlier today. The arms stayed attached, but you can see that even just here against, you know, a weapon not very operational, they still have damaged those. So maybe a few more iterations on the arms of Jump Rope, but so much power in those arms. Those are actually quadruped robot servo motors in the...
Yeah, those are the kind of robot serve. There you go. Look at that little breakdance move in victory. Alan is getting counted out right now.
Knockout.
You know, as much as I love the victory dance, you might want to save it. Those are some delicate motors in there. They're strong, but the shock loads that they see in fights like this, yeah, I know the robot it was designed for is like 70, 80 pounds, but it wasn't spinning at 300 miles an hour.
Jump Rope, though, does have one of the best victory dances in the game. Looks like this will be the end of the road for Alan here.
A valiant effort to head back to Barbie Land to try again. I've been really entertained by Alan. The double spinner setup is really a fun backup plan. I like the fact that even if their main weapon goes down, even if something tragic happens, they've got this ace in the hole, so to speak. And if they've got the weight for it, why not go for it? Just a lot of fun, interesting to see fight. Now, let's go back. I'm disappointed to say we will not be calling this one. We're heading over to Kyle and Sam, cage side. I am envious. Megatron versus Kablooey Tango. Guys, take it away.
Thank you so much. That's right. It is a classic matchup in the cage. Kablooey Tango versus Megatron. And to call this fight a classic matchup, Kyle and Sam. Sam, how you doing, buddy?
So good, Kyle. Thank you for having me up here with you. I can't wait to see what happens in this match. Both veterans in either corner, but it looks like there's some cage side issues. That we're about to do a power cycle or something on Kablooey Tango.
Yeah, I wonder what's going on. We've seen the triumphant return of Kablooey Tango this season. Alex Kreese bringing this bot back after it was literally lost in shipping for a very long time.
How does that happen?
I don't know, but they got it back eventually, with no explanation. It was just like, oh, here's your robot.
Well, it looks like they've made some changes from last tournament, at least aesthetically. We've dropped the Halloween livery, and we're at the standard KDT look.
I do appreciate that about Team Valkyrie. The aesthetics of their bots are always on point. Kablooey Tango is by far no exception. It is just a good-looking robot.
Kyle, I'm gonna try and sneak in and hear if I can hear what's happening.
Yeah. See what you can hear. See what you can hear. Sam's doing some investigative journalism to try to figure out what's going on with these bots.
It's squeaking.
Oh, it's squeaking.
Like a particular unhappy whine.
Yeah, like an electronics whine?
Yeah, that's what it sounded like.
Yeah, that's not good. Alex Kreese is the main designer behind this robot, but the entirety of Team Valkyrie has put a lot of effort into this machine. It has won dumpsters in the past. They're hoping to pull off a World Championship victory today.
It looks like they have some supplemental armor on the top of Kablooey Tango for this fight. That makes sense, going up against the powerful hammer saw of Megatron. Megatron, the two-time world champion here in the 30-pound class.
Yeah, going for that lucky number 3, and Jameson, one of the few competitors capable of pulling off a Triple Crown victory here today, with a robot in all 3 weight classes.
I believe he's the only one left that could pull off the Triple Crown now that Counterpunch is out of the tournament.
Oh,
Yep.
nice. Good to know, good to know.
All right, we're readied up.
All right. Our lead official is making sure that our competitors are ready,
5,
and they have
4,
started the countdown.
3,
This fight is about to
2,
begin.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Beautiful box rush from Jameson there. Not able to hold on to Tango. Tango getting that weapon up to speed. Jameson get, yeah, nice little stick.
Megatron's going to be smothering Kablooey Tango, trying to prevent that weapon spin up.
We'll see how long that wedge on the front of Megatron can really hold off Kablooey Tango. Nice pin, and a big smack on the top plate of Kablooey Tango. We're gonna see that damage just collect and collect on that top plate of Tango throughout this matchup, as long as Jameson can keep that hammer saw working.
And I'm not seeing some spin on Kablooey Tango after that last hit, but here we go, upside down and spinning again.
Oh, not the way JMO wants Kablooey Tango to be allocated. That weapon is spinning on top. Dangerous thing to throw your hammer saw into.
He's spinning up though.
Waiting for an angle, waiting for the weapon to stop. Yeah, he's got a good shot there if he wants it. Let's see if he can take it. Yep, and he's holding the pin. He's revving up the weapon, and boom! The back plate is off! It's a giant cut! It is dug in. It's a disentanglement.
Wow,
We gotta
instantly.
get these bots separated. Wow, that is insane.
Kyle, that's not even the tooth of the blade that
No.
is stuck in Kablooey Tango. That is the backside. He swung that hammer saw so hard into Kablooey Tango that the backside of the blade penetrated.
Yeah, and look at how deep and it is dug in. The back plate is barely attached, if at all.
Tap out.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
I get it. Alex comes over to shake JMO's hand and says, yeah, we're good. We don't need any more.
We do need a crowbar, probably.
Oh, yeah. We might even have to go get a vice for this one. I don't know. That's a lot. You can see our cage crew coming out here to try to pry these things apart. They did get the blade out and get these bots separated. Wow. What a massive impact. I mean, you heard that weapon spin all the way up to what I imagine is its top speed before coming in for that really big hit. Let's take another look here as they're getting this safe. So you can see this pin and then that dramatic rev up. But just a little glancing blow on that one. And now JMO's being a little bit more cautious about firing the weapon because the weapon of Kablooey Tango is still spinning.
But once it went down,
And
JMO
right
had the
here,
perfect
you
position.
can hear it just go to full speed. And blam.
Oh.
Look at that back plate. You got motors visible. You got guts hanging out. And it takes 2 full-grown men to take this thing apart.
Those guys are strong, too.
Wow. And look, the back plate's still pinched in between the weapon and the plow.
He was going to receive it as a trophy anyways. Might as well just keep it on there.
Here you see one of Jameson's cage helpers just taking the whole thing out. That is intense.
Let's Tango is what that plate says. That is stuck in the blade. Tango they did.
Yeah, that was a really fun matchup. At the end of the day, JMO was just able to get that classic pin and smack.
All right, we're gonna head to cage 4 with our friends Adam and Dima.
Thank you, friends. I'm back in the booth, and I'm really excited to see Waddles versus Lil Lash. We saw it today. I want to see it stop a non-house bot. I want to see it. I want to see it put its weapon to use against a competitor, and not just the arena itself.
Well, Fluffy, you know, the house bots are a type of competitor.
They're certainly part of the sport.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
No box rushes
Oh! Lil Lash came out and just exposed the side, and Waddles didn't think twice.
today. Nope. Now the drive side. One drive side seems to be down just enough. Sorry, these hits are
Waddles
crazy.
is just sending Lil Lash flying. That was a rare mistake from Matt Vasquez and Lil Lash, and they're going to tap out. Their biggest advantage is drive and maneuverability, losing that right out of the gate. That is stunning.
That seems like a reasonable tap out to me. Once you see that drive and weapon looked pretty down that fight, you know, Waddles is kind of a all-in fundamentals style bot. I think they knew they weren't going to have a nice shot at having some freak occurrence happen.
Lil Lash came out the gates. Something seemed to surprise them, exposed the side, and Waddles just took advantage. I wonder if the drive might have been damaged right out of the gate. Something else wasn't working. That was odd.
Yeah, it didn't. I got cut off by the action, but it seemed like they were not really box rushing the way I would have expected. It didn't seem like they were trying to cut an angle either. It looks like maybe one of their drive sides was malfunctioning, and they tried to go straight, and they went right. They went to the right side of the cage there, and they gave up their side. And like you said, Waddles just took the first hit that they were given. Why wouldn't they?
Yeah. Yeah, Waddles isn't going to think twice about that. You expose a side, and they're going to come in. I thought for a second maybe it was some sort of, trick they were playing, but not the case. Uncharacteristic driving error, flaw, some sort of issue by Matt Vasquez and Lil Lash there.
It's like we're getting ready for another super exciting.
Chonky versus Deadrise. What are you thinking about this one, Dima?
It doesn't really get more exciting or hype than Chonky. Like, every bot here is a Stone Cold Stunner, but Chonky gets the crowd loud for good reason. And I think we're going to see something crazy is going to happen. Somebody's going to go flying, and somebody's going to hit the walls of the cage in a way that makes the crowd go nuts. That's my prediction.
Yeah. They have come out here from Georgia Tech. They have been tearing up the field. They're all seniors. They're going to be dispersing across, the world next year as they get jobs. And they've already lost the captain of their team isn't here. So this might be the last competition we see Chonky at least for some time, as the team disperses around the country. They are a shuffling full body spinner, for those not aware. That means they don't have wheels under there. They kind of have reciprocating feet. That gets them a 50% bonus. They weigh 45 pounds, going up against Deadrise. No slouch on the other side out of Team Honeycracked. They only weigh 30 pounds, though. Massive horizontal deflecting front wedge. That's going to function a bit as a keep away stick. Might be a little difficult for Deadrise to get hits with that wedge there, but they're going to work on deflecting the weapon of Chonky. We'll see if it works. There's a lot of power in there, and that robot is dialed in. The Eve at the end stands for fourth iteration of this robot. So they have a lot of design in there, and it hits hard and sustained.
Even though Joe Copenhaver out of Lexington Park, Maryland, is an exceptional driver,
5,
it's really hard
4,
to showcase that kind of
3,
skill against Chonky.
2,
Yeah.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
And these big full body spinners, they don't have a backside.
The hits have already started.
Good deflection there. Wedge holding up so far.
Wedge
Donkey
doing
still
his job.
going. Yeah. Oh! Catching a corner there.
Even though Chonky is a shuffler and a shell spinner, it's looking much more maneuverable.
Look at
than
that
Deadrise
maneuverability.
right
I mean, it is incredible to get this maneuverability out of a shell spinner. Oh no, Deadrise losing a, then they're tapping out. We were about to see a massive hit if they didn't tap out.
You hear the crowd chanting, "Everybody loves Chonky." That's a really classic feeling bot right there.
Yeah.
A lot of the people seeing this bot might be reminded of some older bots they might have seen 10, 20 years ago.
You mentioned this, like, they are a shuffler, but they don't move like we might think a shuffler would move. They are so fast, and even just being a shell spinner, they coined a little bit in that fight, and they kept going. Look at that chunk actually taken out of the shell there.
Look at that chunk out of the chunk. It's easy. It's important that we tell you, yeah, that's a shuffler under there. Those are feet, because it's hard to tell otherwise.
Yeah.
Like I said earlier, robots like Monkfish, like, okay, that's clearly walking around, shuffling around. That's not driving like it is with wheels, but you wouldn't know it to look at Chonky.
Yeah. That is actually substantial damage, that big chunk. I don't think that was there at the start of the fight. I was looking at their shells yesterday. I don't remember seeing that. That is a massive gash in that shell. They've had these shells for years now. They've not needed to replace them. They are solid billet steel. That's made out of a giant chunk of steel. That's not welded together like some others. You see an arm missing there on Deadrise that used to hold that wedge in place.
Chonky showing off why they're the second seed. Not the favorite to win this tournament. The second favorite.
Yeah, coming in at number 2, not number 1. You know, the rankings here reward not just performance, but how often you come. They're sitting at 19-6 overall. Really good record, 7 events. They don't do so well on judges' decisions. They're 13-2 if it's a KO. They're 3-4 if it goes to the judges. That's usually because you end up in a case where both robots' weapons are down and they can kind of get pushed around if they're not spinning.
Yeah.
But if they're spinning, they're winning.
Good point. And I have maybe my favorite bot fact that I've seen yet. You know, the builders submit sort of fact sheets for themselves and their bots when they register their robots. The builder fact for the driver is I can sleep in any environment or position. I like that one. That's not my favorite. The bot fact is all lowercase, a pure statement of confidence, just says you already know.
Ooh, we're gonna toss it to Sam and Kyle cage side.
Oh, I am so glad to be with you. I just took some up close and personal pictures of Chonky after that fight. And yeah, they won, but they lost a tooth. Like a whole weapon tooth is gone.
An AR-600 tooth, that is some really tough metal. Chonky hits like a freight train, but they're not impervious.
No, and there were 2 giant chunks taken out of the shell itself. Deadrise was vicious in that matchup. That was a lot closer than I think people realize. That was insane. I was super impressed with that matchup. And Chonky's mobility, oh my goodness.
Unparalleled, like with feet. With feet is wild. But Deadrise, his wedge held up well to the first couple of blows. It's just all about those angles of attack. You get one wrong strike and that's the match.
Wow, that was intense. I would love to see Chonky go all the way today. Having a shell spinner go home with a golden Brett would be so insane in 2025.
But I don't think anyone would be surprised if it was Chonky.
No, not at all. They're absolutely a crowd favorite. You could hear the reactions that everybody has with them. It's just, normally that shell spinner is considered an older style of design. It's not something you see commonly anymore in this sport, but they have taken that design to a level that is just unparalleled.
Without a mast.
Yeah. Yeah. Chonky also looks good doing it, but I can't believe the damage. I just shared the damage to our group chat to show everybody how crazy that is up close. We've got a fight coming your way in Cage 1 that is sure to be a crowd pleaser. From the dead, from parts unknown, it's the Undertaker. And they're going to be taking on Light.
The only 30-pounder to win a golden dumpster rocking the flamethrower archetype. Light is special.
Absolutely. It is one of my very favorite robots here to watch. Joshua Reinhardt, phenomenal driver and builder. He's worked through so much adversity this year with just changing rules and conditions for his robots. And he is so happy to be in the World Championships with the truest configuration of his machine. All flame, all the time, multi-bot madness.
And these two copies of Kazaa are tough. They take hits well. They hold up a long time. This is gonna be a tough one for Undertaker.
And I gotta tell you, the secret sauce that he has with him today, Peter Garnache, the man in the chair, phenomenal driver in his own right. And he and Joshua together are quite the team. You'll see some really spectacular driving.
All right, the bots are readying up.
5,
Our crowd is 15
4,
feet back. We're about to
3,
start this match.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Justin Dew's got the long forks on his Undertaker, trying to do as much damage as he can. And you can see that shiny gold tape, trying to deflect some of that heat.
The pin and burn. This is classic Light.
Oh, that cross flame activity when they can get both bots in there. It creates this hurricane of flame around their opponent.
Forks are doing their job on Light, keeping the blade of Undertaker at bay.
Ooh! Oh, that cook is going right into the belts, right
He's
into the
getting
motors.
baked and broiled.
And look at the lingering flame on the bottom of the drive pod there on Undertaker. There's only so much you can fireproof on these robots.
And belts are not one of those things.
No, they kind of got to be rubber. Undertaker desperately trying to spin up so they can self-right. They self-righted on the face of Light. Light trying to get re-coordinated so they can get this double pin that they like to grab. Yep, right there, boom, up against the wall. Holding that flame in place. You can see it coming up through the weapon system.
Those poor weapon belts.
And lingering smoke after that pin and burn. Just cooking those components on Undertaker.
Now the weapon is down on Undertaker. I'd imagine it's related to the flames. Solid fire to the face from Light. And now from the rear.
Oh, that flame's lingering on the weapon system.
Those belts are ablaze on Undertaker.
And this is how the flamethrower does work on the undead. It starts burning away those necessary components. Look at the melting belt left in the center of the arena, or left on the side of the arena.
Drive system still working fine on Undertaker.
Parts of the belt still on fire inside of the weapon chassis. We're coming down to the last 25 seconds of this matchup, and Undertaker is losing functionality as the seconds count down.
Kazaa holding those pins to the maximum time allotted, getting as much burn time in as possible.
And the coordination between Peter and Josh has been getting better and better as this fight has gone on. We're now getting down to this last second of the fight, one of our few judges' decisions for the day. But I gotta tell you, the judges are gonna have a pretty easy time with that one. Two bots are leaving this arena looking unscathed and full of fire, and one bot's looking pretty crispy.
A bit, yeah. I bet that's not smelling so great. These fire matches do a number on the internals. All your tape melts, your zip ties turn to goop. It's going to be a tough repair job for Justin and Undertaker.
I don't think I've seen a belt hold fire for that long. That was insane.
Just hanging out on the floor, burning. Let's take a look at the replays. Great balls of fire coming out of Kazaa.
Kazaa does this double pin strategy where they can both ignite their flames at the same time, causing heat to build up on all sides of the robot, a flame tornado, if you will. And then you can see he readjusted so that his flame was more appropriately positioned right in the weapon system there.
Yeah, it's a scorpion tail, you know, it kind of has to find the gaps in the armor.
Exactly right. And there you see the lingering flame on the weapon system. This was the end of the road, essentially, for the Undertaker at that point. Once you burned those weapon belts away, it had no means of offense. There's no way it's going to win a control matchup against two pushy, powerful bots like Kazaa Light. That was absolutely insane. All right, we've got more big robot action for you. We're going to go to Cage 4 right now. Oh, I see, I see. All right, so we've got BudgetBoi pulling in over on the other side. This is Ryan Duarte's robot. He's trying to show that you don't need a huge budget to be super competitive at this sport. So BudgetBoi is something that he's very hard to make not only effective but affordable. And check out that lifting mechanism. It lifts the entire bottom side of the bot up so that it's full pivot and lifting at its opponent.
BudgetBoi's up against Invisible Hand.
That's
5,
right, Aaron Taggart.
4,
He's been
3,
competing in
2,
NHRL since
1.
almost the beginning.
Fight, robots, fight.
I'd say his most powerful robot so far is the Invisible Hand. That weapon is so intense it could throw its own robot off kilter. Well, he's stuck up on the wall now. BudgetBoi's just kind of waiting.
Nice.
And there we go, the unstick has been called for, and then BudgetBoi comes right in and hits him. Ryan's almost forgetting he doesn't have a kinetic weapon there.
I think you're going to see him hold those pins to the maximum time using the lifter at the very end, every chance he can. He's playing for the JD. So he's trying to rack up those control points, get the aggression in where he can.
Yeah, trying to shove that weapon into the wall too, trying to break it too. Nice flip there. Ooh, that's not good.
A little bit of hop in the drive of BudgetBoi, but he's still dominating this fight, getting Invisible Hand to the walls.
Yeah, those little keep away arms have been ripped off of the top of BudgetBoi. Still got plenty of armor and that big lifting wedge, and oh, they just flipped them up against the wall again. Ryan doing a
no
great job.
unsticks left.
Yeah, no unsticks left. Aaron's gonna shake himself off the wall with that powerful weapon on the Invisible Hand.
Oh,
Knockout.
that is a KO for Ryan Duarte and BudgetBoi.
Proving once again you don't need a really expensive machine to win fights here at NHRL. You just need a good drive and a pretty decent armor package.
He's got a good strategy too.
Yeah.
He plays to his strengths and takes his advantages where he can find them.
Aaron Taggart's got a little bit more chaos in his machine. Just wasn't able to pull off the win. That is a Sievert mascot behind these competitors there. Yes, that's right. The MIT team having a pretty decent day here today. Their 3-pound bot has been eliminated, but they're still in it with their 12-pound and 30-pound offerings. All right, we're going to go over to cage 1 for some more 12-pounder action. And to call this fight, we're going to go to our friends in the play-by-play booth.
Well, we've got two similar takes on robots here, but slight differences between them. Dima, what are you thinking is going to happen?
I'm thinking hard for a second, actually. It's hard to envision how a weapon-to-weapon engage is going to go with these two.
5, 4,
The box rush is
3,
imminent.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Okay, Saiko clearly wins the first weapon-to-weapon engage. Son of Kram clearly wins the second. And the third. I'm not going to count the whole fight beat. Saiko's trying to get back in control. This is tricky. This looks like a pin for Son of Kram, but no. I wonder if Son of Kram is having a hard time losing force, hitting forks before it hits Saiko's weapon. Oh, Son of Kram is completely stuck. Is this a KO count coming soon? Call for yeah, that's a tap out.
Just a tap. Didn't request an unstick. Didn't wait for a count. Just immediately, very quickly tapping it.
For just like 2 seconds, I thought, okay, drive sides down. Let's see if something stuck and an unstick helps. But no, then weapon went down, and I think a KO count was coming. JMO, happy for the camera, excited, an inch closer to the fabled Triple Crown. He's still in the running for it, right? He's not eliminated in 312s or 30s?
I believe still in the running, unsure on where he's at in the 3s.
I'll take a quick peek at the stats, but I think I always want the most electrifying possible outcome to happen in whatever event I'm here for. I think JMO winning more than one division would be extremely electrifying. I think winning all three could be one of the most explosive results that anybody's ever had.
Yeah, would be absolutely ridiculous to pull off a full Triple Crown. I mean, never been done. Really hard to come with that many robots and compete at all.
Well, here's something interesting I find about JMO's robots is in other sports and games, I've heard of the concept of a 51% archetype or matchup haver. You know, like in card games, you can have, oh, I have a good matchup against this deck and a bad matchup against this deck. But a 51% bot would have a 51%, a slightly good matchup against everybody. It's just relying on pure efficiency and fundamentals to try to. I don't really have a losing matchup where if I meet it in bracket, I feel like I'm done for. All of JMO's bots that he has here today in 312s and 30s, they feel like robots that are good against the whole field, not like a robot that might have an unlucky matchup or a robot that might have a robot that it really doesn't want to fight. For example, Jelly Baby's a fantastic robot, but I would not want to be Jelly Baby against an overhead. Or, you know, similar that same style, like I would not want to be full court against a really big Saw. But Saiko and Megatron and Silent Spring, that's not like there's a particular robot that I would feel afraid of. I doubt JMO feels very afraid right now.
Well, I think, you know, any competitor has, I don't know about fear, but a strong respect for any opponent. Anything can happen in the box. And so I'm sure JMO goes into every fight, you know, thinking about everything that could potentially go wrong in order to counter it. That's what, you know, anyone at that level is doing. And it is a very rock, paper, scissors matchup game in the box, but he has kind of broken it a little bit with his robots.
Looks like we're going over to cage 4, where we have Buzz-Kill versus Sievert. And we saw Sievert fight earlier today a couple times, and we saw these both strut their stuff in last event. We saw Buzz-Kill put on a show in a lot of fights in prime time. But let's see if Sievert's, you know, classic style horizontal build can hack it against Buzz-Kill's extremely nimble and fast on his feet driving.
Yeah, you know, undercutter versus kind of mid-cutter is an interesting matchup. Is the undercutter going to be able to get at the hub of that weapon? Is the mid-cutter going to be able to damage the front armor. It's quite a tricky one. It's going to be who built it better.
This is why you and I are good commentary pairs, because you're focused on the physics and the weapons themselves. But I'm thinking this is all going to come down to driving, and I think we're both right is the thing.
Yeah.
Buzz-Kill is one of my favorite bots to just watch drive. We have the seeding graphic here on the screen here. Buzz-Kill is the number 2 seed. And Sievert hasn't cracked the top 10 seed, but he hasn't competed as much. He hasn't competed as much.
Yeah, overall record really good for Sievert, 10-4. 36 and 17 for Buzz-Kill. So another instance of quantity can get you higher in the rankings. Sievert is dangerous.
Sievert,
15 seed.
He's got that really fast turn speed right now, but Buzz-Kill is doing a great job of staying square against it.
Yeah. Sievert almost doing what Tombstone kind of famous for. He was swinging around, trying to get to the side.
Trying to get bite when it does score a hit.
You can see the wedge on Buzz-Kill peeling off.
We're seeing a lot of weapon-to-weapon contact.
Great aggression from Buzz-Kill, and Sievert's weapon is down.
Ooh, I don't want to speak too soon, but this might feel like the beginning of the end.
Back up.
Back up.
Now, is it overheating? Is it something slipping? Or are they just spinning down on purpose? Sometimes these weapons don't love to run at full speed all match, and sometimes they can just start to get a little intermittent. Have trouble starting up, but wow, both sides now peeling off on the wedge on Buzz-Kill.
Sievert now doing the knocking around, and Buzz-Kill circling around the arena, trying to get advantageous position.
Peeling back the wedge, trying to get at the juicy core of Buzz-Kill.
It's got some sort of mustache shape to it now. Oh, that's...
The weapon keeps going on and off. I don't think they're doing that on purpose.
Buzz-Kill has a couple moments where they're able to get behind Sievert, and that's really where the undercutter wants to be. I mean, chew you up where you got no armor.
Uh-oh, there's that smoke. Something is wrong with the electronics in Sievert, and that might be the final time we see that weapon spin up. 1 minute left in this 3-minute fight. You got to think Buzz-Kill's feeling pretty good at this point.
Circling each other.
Yeah, Buzz-Kill unable to do a lot of visible damage. That undercutter not really biting a lot, but something is wrong on Sievert. Who's to say what caused it?
Matt Lantry not giving up, though. Maybe he can do a good enough job of controlling in the last 30 seconds of this fight, or somehow stopping Buzz-Kill's weapon too. Scoring some... whose pin is this? Whose pin is it anyway? Another. It's hard to tell who's locking up who in these control exchanges. Both weapons are down on both robots, but they're fighting the classic sumo match instead now. That looked like Buzz-Kill was a little more firmly in control. It's going to count for the judges in this last 15 seconds of the fight. Now we're in the last second.
Strong end from Buzz-Kill.
What a slugfest.
Is the weapon still working? See, they spin up at the end here for the judges. That'll be key as they score damage.
If weapons are down on both robots, I'm really curious how this fight would get scored.
If weapons are down on both robots, you have to think Sievert would end up winning damage because Buzz-Kill has substantial armor damage on the front.
True. We're gonna send it over to our friends Sam and Kyle, Cage 1.
Thank you, Dima. We are cage side at Cage 1, and I am so excited for this match between Slam Plan and Xenomorph.
Slam Plan is, of course, your reigning and defending world champion in this weight class. This is a hard-hitting, big-wheeled robot going up against a relatively new design from David Dreyer. Xenomorph has been putting on a clinic today with big hits. Let's see how this goes.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Both bots are up to speed. They are dancing, and the first impact definitely goes the way of Slam Plan. Pieces of Xenomorph are missing and flying all over the arena, and I don't know how much more of that Xenomorph can take.
But Xenomorph is still in this match. One wheel down on the right side. Slam Plan is not. Oh, there's the blade. Both robots are optimal.
Yeah, you can see that sharp blade on Xenomorph actually ripping chunks off of the wheel of Slam Plan. Brendan Steele, he's all business cat for this matchup.
A battery just got ejected from Slam Plan.
Oh,
he is spilling guts throughout the cage. Right now, I see an ESC dangling.
Tap out. Tap out. What an upset. Relative newcomer to this weight class, David Dreyer.
He just took out the reigning champ.
That is insane. Let's go. Ohio versus Ohio violence there. David Dreyer coming out of Kent State University, Willoughby, Ohio. And he just pulled off a massive upset. That was intense.
That was such a good match. There was parts everywhere in that cage. Ugh.
Xenomorph lost a wheel and part of a belt system really early in that matchup, like that first engagement. It looked really bad for them, but they were able to rip a huge chunk out of the wheel, limit Slam Plan's mobility, and then that last series of hits just ripped the plate off and caused all those guts to fall out of Slam Plan.
All right, we're gonna take a look at the replay here and see some of this action.
There's that hit. Look at the wheel just flew right off in that first hit, bouncing them all over the place. Looking bad for Xenomorph, but look at that hit.
That
Xenomorph,
ideal broadside hit.
yeah, ripped some chunks off of the wheel system, and then that was the hit where all the guts started coming out. Brendan Steele very happy for his fellow Ohioan. Wow, that was intense. Yeah, take some pictures of that, Brendan. That was so good. Brendan Steele, the business cat himself, surveying the damage.
You know, he doesn't really run armor on Slam Plan. He's got a frame and some duct tape around it, and that's how his components are supposed to stay in. So if the frame starts getting bent, if the duct tape starts getting peeled away, the guts are going flying.
Yeah, it is what it is at that point. It's worked well for him so far. He's got a golden Brett.
But not a lot of robots can reach Slam Plan in the way that a big vert like Xenomorph can.
Yeah, really excellent driving there. And also the durability on Xenomorph. Able to lose that wheel and other components and still keep on fighting. Insane.
Both of these robots are in rough shape coming out of the cage though, Kyle.
Yeah, Cage Crew immediately jumping inside of there to sweep up all of the debris from that matchup. And I'd say the vast majority of that debris came off of the robots. All right, we are going to go over to Cage 4 with some more big robot action. Oh no, we're going big in this cage again. This is the 12-pound division. That right there, that giant monstrosity, that wedge dustpan, if you will, is a very intense robot. Also a former world champion. That is full court.
And they are going up against Robo-Cat. Robo-Cat is dialed. He's running a sharp blade for this matchup. Hoping to cut right into anywhere he can on full court.
A lot of robots are coming with full court configurations in this tournament. You have to. It's just so hard to face off against something like that. Ben Haas, an excellent driver. Robo-Cat, a really, really optimal robot.
Spun up well for the test. See the little lift out of full court. It barely fit in the corner. They become the corner.
It's just so hard to get under something like full court.
5, 4.
And if he's going to try to cut him in half, he's going to have to get under it.
Robots fight.
Yeah, you can see it right there.
Getting under the front end might not be possible for Robo-Cat, but if he goes over the top, he might be in an advantageous position. And
you can see Coleman Christie, the driver of full court, has been pulling off this strategy exceptionally well all day, as he does in every event. The pin, the slam, and then the lift.
And it looks like Robo-Cat might need an unstick here. No wheels are touching the ground, and the unstick has been called.
Oh, that is very early in this matchup for an unstick to be called for, especially if you're going up against a bot like full court.
A little gentle unstick from our friend Fluffy here, and it looks like Robo-Cat is back on its wheels.
It is very gentle. Full court getting the pin up against the wall again. And then disengaging. We're down to the last 2 minutes of this matchup, and full court is dominating so far.
I don't think Robo-Cat has really gotten a solid hit in yet.
Nope, they have just been pushed around, bullied around the box, slammed into the wall. Oh!
Robo-Cat
They're
has
stuck.
No unsticks left, and they are stuck in the kick plate.
Yeah, that blade is all the way wedged into the bottom plate, between the bottom plate and the floor. And full court's just doing a little dance. Celebrating early. Coleman Christie's driving mixed with the actual geometry of that bot makes him almost impossible to fight against. If you have a normal vertical spinner, four-wheel drive, just meta robot in this sport.
What could be done to take on full court? What do? You
go overhead attack. That's a strategy that some people are thinking about.
Full court has a lot of plastic. There's no flames in 12-pounders, though.
No, there's. What are there flames in 12-pounders? All right, so we're going to go back to cage one for some more big bot action. And we're going to go to our friends in the play-by-play booth to call this fight.
Thank you, Kyle. I am really, really, really excited to be able to commentate Grim Reaper because I'm such a huge fan of organic feeling and looking designs in robots, and no one's doing it like Grim Reaper. Well, I say nobody, but there's a couple robots who, when they get flipped over, they got that sort of a horseshoe crab feeling. We see it in Shuffler sometimes, but man, oh man, I just love Grim Reaper. But Toro
Grim
Jr.
Reaper is such a great robot because it's so deceptive. It's so old school looking. You think it'll be easy.
3, 2, 1.
Fight. Robots fight.
Tons of power in that disc. The geometry just works. What? Yeah, look at what is Toro Jr. gonna do here?
It's hard to say. Try to get around it, and you're dealing with the metal wedge. Try to get the front, and you might get your weapon geometry.
This is the flaw in the geometry. It can be high-centered. Here is the unstick request. Is Toro Jr. going to give it to him? They are. Now Toro Jr. gets himself stuck, but able to get off.
Could have been an opportunity for a nice corner.
Yeah.
Cornering.
Grim Reaper was a little stunned for a second. Wow, Toro Jr. going flying across the arena.
It's rare that you see an undercutter send people flying like that, especially in the big cage.
A lot of power in Grim Reaper. The 10 seed here today, the favorite coming into this fight.
You think a 17-3 record is a little close to a 50% win rate, but they're in World Finals for a reason.
Grim Reaper, one of those robots, really good if they get a KO. They're 12-5 with KOs. If it goes to the judges, they're only 4-8.
I think the shape lends it to that a little bit, where if it goes to the judges, they've probably been upside down for a lot of the fight. This is a dangerous place for Toro Jr. to be as a two-wheel drive robot. If you play around the lip and the kick plate, you might get stuck, and you already spent that unstick. Grim Reaper spent it, not
Yeah,
my
Toro
bad.
Jr. able to get off earlier, hasn't used that. They are flipping all over, and that's not going to look good for control. In such a close fight, they've got to be controlled, they've got to be aggressive, and they are flipping all over the place. Sound getting quieter in the box, weapons a little slower than they were at the start. 1 minute to go, 2/3 of the way through this fight. Both drivers trying to find the right hit.
Oh, you hear that grinding? That's weapon on wedge. Now, if I'm either of these drivers, I'm thinking 45 seconds less in this fight. I'm thinking make something happen.
Junior Sal's is such a good driver here on Toro Jr., able to get around the back of Grim Reaper, but what's crazy is they're getting better hits when they go front to front. They don't seem to need to go around behind. As you can see, Grim Reaper here taking advantage of Toro Jr. as they just can't get purchase. But when they get these weapon-to-weapon hits, that's what sends both robots flying. That's what got Grim Reaper stuck against the wall. I wonder how this plays out, as with 14 seconds left, we are going to go to the judges. What do you think here, Dino? This is close.
I'm holding my breath because there's 5 seconds left and I don't want to speak too soon. Okay.
Both robots fully functional at the end there. Both driving around, both landing some blows. It could come down to Grim Reaper needing to use that unstick, getting stuck there against the wall. Could that be the difference in this fight? Was there enough else in there to swing it? But we're going to swing it right over to Cage 4 and check out another fight while the judges deliberate that one.
Looks like we're getting ready to load in Minor Threat 5 and Cherry with an I. Almost like Sherry, but it's Cherry.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Minor Threat 5 sort of like aborted its box rush in the center of the arena and turned a corner.
Oh, big hit, sending both robots flying, and Cherry is taking the worst of it, unable to move. Minor Threat 5 waiting for the unstick request, lined up. There it is. Boom.
As soon as it's called for, going to hit him.
Yeah,
I don't
here you go.
I don't see a weapon spinning either, though. This might be a KO count pretty soon.
Yeah, this is a last-ditch unstick request here for Cherry. Trying anything to stay in this tournament. Minor Threat 5 coming in at 5th ranked. Looks like they're going to stay that way.
Tap out.
There's the tap out.
And there it
Nothing
is.
doing for Cherry.
It's got to feel a little disappointing for Alexander King from Team Robo Jackets out of Atlanta, Georgia. But sometimes you're the hammer and sometimes you're the nail, of course, in the sport.
Nailed into the corner. Tough to get out for the house robot. Might need a little manual assistance there. Minor Threat 5 showing why they're coming in 5th ranked, 5th seeded in this tournament out of Duluth, Minnesota.
That really, really one big hit in that fight, I think, was the deciding factor for, you know, the whole fight. Just that brutal weapon-to-weapon engage. I think Minor Threat 5 just came out ahead of it. I think part of it was geometry, but I think a lot of it is, you know, like you said, they have that seed that they have for a reason. I think that weapon is really beautifully engineered, and when it came time to get that bite, and they had a lot of room in that cage to send it forward.
Pack to punch, both robots sent flying, only one moving afterward. Quite the blow. We're gonna swing over to Cage 1.
Oh, I'm excited. I'm excited.
I think we've got Maximizer going up against Torrent.
We saw Torrent have an amazing fight earlier against Minot and Plusle, but it's not a 2v1 anymore where you get to bully some small baby Pokemon. You got to go up against Maximizer, the legendary. Jake Hoffman cage side being helped by his friend Gwen. I almost said her full name, but in my head it was Gwen Jackalope. Which it happens in this sport where sometimes we say first name, bot name. Like I don't always call him Jake Hoffman. Sometimes I call him Jake Maximizer, Julian Mako.
Maximizer is such an iconic shape and robot. So long, you don't see that a lot in combat robotics. Most people make their robots wide. They try to control with width. You know, you might end up a bit square for stability reasons. Both these robots coming in actually a bit longer than you usually see for different reasons. Torrent is using that to try and make sure they don't do backflips like a lot of other birds do. Maximizer, completely different ballgame. They're just going to try and swing around that weapon unsuspecting. As you go into the forks, they get you planted, and then they thwack that massive horizontal spinner into you. And it's quite a destructive and difficult to fight against strategy. What do you think Torrent's going to be able to do in defense here?
I think it does come down to these early engages where Torrent is going to try to box rush and hit Maximizer's front and jostle something bad before he gives Jake an opportunity to maneuver and drive and start thagomizing.
When the fight starts to slow down, that's when the thagomizing starts to happen.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Oh, a little hesitant, no box rush. There
it is. Kevin Biagini trying to take hold of the fight.
If you can get these big hits, if you can send Maximizer flying, he won't have time to swing around that weapon.
There was that big hit.
But it just came off.
It looks like a wheel, maybe?
It's certainly rolling. Yeah, front left wheel on Torrent looks to have come off.
And here's exactly what you said. The fight slowed down enough, and now Maximizer looking like it can take control.
Significant maneuverability issues on the left side of Torrent. Maximizer just waiting, biding time.
Holding my breath a little bit. Somebody hit somebody.
Maximizer, Jake knows, gotta avoid that weapon. So much power, that's still at full speed, even if the drive isn't.
No, we're not even 2 minutes. We're not even a minute into the fight.
Oh, perfect little swing there. There goes a belt off of Torrent.
Geometry is so
Oh!
No.
A rare driving mistake from Jake as he backs into the wall on the feint from Torrent.
Let's see that unstick.
There we go.
There we go.
Now the risk here is he's used it, and there's still more than half this fight left. If that happens again, Torrent will take this fight.
Let's see if he can adapt and not make the same mistake twice in the same 3 minutes.
I said the weapon was full speed on Torrent earlier. It no longer is, as it is a lot slower to spin up.
It's almost a sort of mini pin in the center of the arena on top of Maximizer's forks. Oh.
Now you can hear Torrent fully back up to speed, throwing debris around the arena.
Careful around that edge, Jake.
Jake seems to be having driving issues as well here. The left side doesn't seem to want to go forward. And both these robots now hobbling around the arena. Damage is going to be fairly even at this point if it were to go to the judges. So was Jake too conservative earlier? Could that cost them?
No!
Oh! Just what we said might happen. Torrent only has to wait for the countdown as Jake has no unsticks remaining. There it is.
Kevin Biagini's team Pandemonium with their head in their hands, cheering, looking to the sky.
What an upset. Torrent, the 19th ranked, beating Maximizer at 3.
Is that the biggest upset of today? It feels like it.
That is a huge upset.
Jake was a favorite for a lot of fantasy brackets to win this.
Now I'm unsure, was that an elimination fight or does Jake still have another
He's got another
loss
try
in his pocket? So he's got another try. He's not going home yet.
I heard him say he's got another try. Got a little bit of a smirk on his face.
If you're gonna lose, you want to lose at this point.
Conferring with his team. Gwen competing on her own, but also his friend Valerie, who works with him at his machine shop in Ohio. They're not too upset about that, I can tell, but they're also not they're not all smiles because, you know, they still got to lock in for that extra try, like you said.
It wasn't like they were so ahead anymore at that point. It was close, so you didn't blow too much of it. They got to be a bit disappointed. We're going to swing it over to Cage 4.
We got Void versus Huge.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Let's see another big wheel try to get revenge for Slam Plan. All big wheels are brothers in my head.
Yeah, they all kind of fight as one.
They're all cousins like Katamari.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Huge coming in 11 versus 6 here in the seeding. Pretty close fight, but Void,
Void's got
they can't like this matchup too much.
well, they like it enough to have a special config in their back pocket with those really tall guarded uprights.
Oh, and a wheel hit. That's what Void needs to do. Come in from the sides.
Huge is in a really...
Oh,
they were in a weird spot for a second, but they look okay now.
One of those ears on Void has come off in the last engagement.
They still got another to try to run into the weapon.
Sent Void flying, and the weapon on Void doesn't seem to be spinning right now. With 2 minutes left in this fight, 1/3 of the way in, is the weapon down? It looks like it is, and that is going to be hard to come back from. All they can do is just kind of hope they can control this, but the weapon on Huge is up to speed and can cause massive damage to the fully exposed assembly at the top. If they flip them over, they're going to have a hard time getting back right side up.
A very hard time. And when your weapon is down like that, the only shot at winning the judge's decision at the very end of the fight is because you can't KO them, is going to be you got to win on aggression and control. And it's so hard to do against a big wheel.
Do you just keep going into the weapon, hoping you can break Huge's weapon? Seems to be what they're doing now, but there's that flip. That's going to be hard.
You phrase it like a question, like, is that what you do? I think it is. I think that's what I would do if I was in there. But like you said, it's really hard to get right side up like this.
Yeah, it's like a high risk, high reward. Maybe you can break the weapon. Maybe you get stuck.
I hear some scary clanging.
Bits are coming. There's the other ear.
It's the second ear.
Yeah, that actually gives them maybe a bit better maneuverability upside down without that ear.
Now it's just sending whatever metal you got. Oh, right into the weapon.
Yeah, they are just full sending it at this point, doing anything they can, showing aggression.
Don Dorfler, the driver of Huge, is giving Trevor Summer from Void no quarter right now. Just really not letting him.
And the drive now on Void after that hit to the wheel, kind of a little worse for wear. They got 20 seconds left. They need to break that weapon. They need to break something on Huge to even this up for the judges.
Even if that weapon breaks and stops, I don't feel
Huge,
good.
Did Huge lose a side of drive? I think Huge lost a side of drive. That is huge going into the judge's decision here.
Adam, you got eagle eyes because it's really hard to tell sometimes.
Yeah, that is not spinning.
Okay, that's some damage. That's some damage, but I'm not confident in Void's chances in that judge's decision.
No, I mean, you got to think Huge is going to pull it away, but that wheel going down at the end is huge for Void, paying off with all that aggression. Back to Cage 1. We are non-stop fights today.
Non-stop World Championship action. We got Meliodas versus Synthesis 12. We already saw Corey fight earlier with the Deadpool theme. And we're back to the Joker theme. Got the green and purple. Got the sort of laughing, grinning, lipstick-filled mouth on one side. But a similar design. He's got the Why So Serious on the back plate. Getting ready to close the cages soon. Drivers are in their corners. Looks like everybody's fully functional.
I'm fully functional, Dima, let me tell you. Fully functional in the booth.
You're not missing anything? One of my ankles kind of hurt, so one of my drive sides is weak.
That's okay. We'll only give you partial damage. You can still win with that.
Oh, I'm absolutely partially damaged.
4,
Let's see if these robots end up partially damaged.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Away we go. Synthesis 12, first out of the corner. Meliodas still slow to start. We saw this earlier with them today.
Feeling conservative.
Now they're just having trouble with the ground clearance at the front of their robot throne. I think that was a roof shot. The left armor package on their drive side completely removed. They're still barely wiggling around the arena. They are sitting ducks.
Try to keep your weapon in front in case you're able to. Oh no,
That
That is a tap out.
They've seen enough.
Meliodas just not able to get the mobility that they need in this arena. Our arena floors do get chewed up. You got to build that in. Take a look at the underside. Those front wedges have, we'll call it a bit of a rearward slant to them. And that puts the center of gravity to them. And that puts the center of gravity on the forks kind of towards the center rather than towards the front. That's great for not digging into the floor. It's terrible if you want traction on those wheels.
Pros and cons to every design decision. You see it right there. And you had seen earlier, you said they have maneuverability issues. It seems like they had a pretty close to a full bot swap. I remember this robot being a lot more orange the first time I saw it today. I remember orange wheels. I remember some different colors and different pieces and parts. Looks like that swap wasn't enough to keep them.
May well have tried to address it, but you get the, heck, even having the wrong durometer of plastic on those front forks can be all it takes to suddenly not be able to drive correctly. It's such a game of details, and they clearly didn't have the details dialed in for that match. We'll see them next time, but they are headed home. That is their second loss. I believe, right?
Yeah, we're far enough in the prelims that we're starting to see robots get eliminated. We're starting to see robots make it into bracket. But once you're in bracket, you don't have that extra life anymore. So a lot of we say a lot like, oh, they lost, but they're still in it. But if you go 2-0, you lose that extra life. That's just for prelims. Bracket itself is single elimination all the way through to prime time.
Yeah, it is high stakes from here on out. Look at that pile of arena that is being collected near the arena door. That is a lot of damage. This might be the most torn up I've ever seen Arena 1 this earlier in the day. We're barely at 1 p.m.
We're not even in bracket.
No.
We saw, and it, not just the floor itself, but chunks off the kick plate too. That beautiful unpainted wood color that you can see. I'm not used to seeing that on the sides, at least not such a big stripe.
It's wild, the damage that has been incurred by the arena. Of course, it's been safely contained, so all the better. We love a little havoc, a little destruction. It's in our name. It's what we're here for.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to interrupt, but
That's okay.
Somebody said havoc. I got excited.
Yeah, it's just jump on the moment.
You already know who's loaded in here.
Oh, yeah. Battle Tots will be going up against Prom Hedda. Zach Knight and Prom Hedda have been as prepared as I think I've seen any robot be for a world championship. There are 3 or 4 copies of that robot sitting ready to go, already set up in different configurations. Each one of them's dialed in. I had a really brief conversation earlier, like what sort of secret tricks do you have up your sleeve? You doing anything new? It's like we've tried so many things over the course of the season. We don't need to do anything new. We just need to have all of those different options we experiment with earlier ready to go when the situation calls for them. And that level of preparation is such an ace up your sleeve.
This is the time to sort of decide, we've tried so much, we're taking our absolute best here into December World Championships. But this is not just a test of configurations. This is also going to be a driving test because multis are tricky to fight. It's easier said than done. We always talk about a game plan like, oh, split them up, use your weight advantage, go weapon to weapon, smash one around, and then go to the other. But it doesn't always work out the way you want it. And the baleen forks on the green froggy segment of Battle Tots might be able to stop Prom Hedda for just enough time that they can score some control.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Away we go. That is just such a strong start from the frog half of Battle Tots, but wow!
Big hits.
Going flying. Excellent control from the frog half, and it does seem like the white half is back in action. None the worse from where after that huge hit we saw. Wow! Talk about a combo.
That's teamwork.
That's exactly what this multi-bot wants to do. Use one half to hold an opponent in place and the other to come in at the perfect angle for a big damaging hit.
It looks like Zach is probably going to try to be angled towards the white segment of Battletoads.
Look at this moment. They have got to strike, or are they going to wait for an unstick to be called? Yes, they're waiting for the unstick. As soon as that happens, I expect a deadly hit from Battletoads. There it is.
There it is.
Less deadly than I expected, but definitely well placed. You can see the dent in the bottom panel of Promheta. That robot is taking damage.
It's like targeting the white segment because the green segment tangles him up too much in those controlling elements of the fight.
The white second of Promheta is struggling, but Promheta is upside down. No, sorry, Battletoads is upside down, half of it, the green half, and the blue half is struggling. Little brotherly love there popping in.
There's some teamwork. Zach wants to turn these tots into taters.
Gonna frontal those fries. Look at the frog half. It wants to get upside down, or wants to reset itself, but with the weapon not working, that's really hard to do.
This is how you beat a multi-bot, is disable one and go for the other. But
yeah, Zach's having trouble though. The right-hand side of Promheta's weapon is not working right, and now Battletoads is righted, but not moving. The green half seems to be dead in the water.
That seems to be. They have an unstick to maybe call as a Hail Mary.
There it is. It twitches back to life. The weapon is down. Left-hand drive is down, but it is moving. 1 minute-ish left in this match.
It looks like the green half even helped the white half release a pin.
The weapon belt on the white half of Battletoads is down, so neither half of Battletoads has a weapon. Both halves are down one drive side, maybe a little bit more, and Promheta is limping hard.
KOs are out of the question for Battletoads, but maybe one more good pin is all they need to seal it in the judges' eyes. This is a tough one.
It's very close. It could go either way. There's
that pin.
But we'll have to see. If Battletoads can't release this pin, that pin counts for nothing.
Perfect point, Ricky.
Then they can! So that is a valid pin that shows off a level of control in the last few seconds of this fight. We will be going to the judges. Battletoads could not have hoped for a better way to leave that fight in terms of having no weapon, faulty drive, but still an immense amount of control.
What a fight. My goodness.
Very well executed.
That wasn't just a masterclass in what I said earlier, how to deal with the multibot. That was a masterclass in how to drive a multibot. They were working together. They were helping each other release pins. They were coordinating hits when Promheta was stuck and called for their unstick.
Ariel Biagini has got to be proud of that performance from her robot, or from her pair of robots. It was really driven exactly the way you want to drive it. Not every encounter came back in their favor. But of course it's not going to when you have a multi-bot. It's very rare to not take some damage. Those hits are just so punishing when you're going up against a robot that weighs nearly twice what you do.
That's the perfect word to describe it. The perfect adjective is punishing, because you want to punish a multi-bot for the design decision of, I am running multiple bots and I have a weight bonus for doing so. But what's the punishment? Those individual segments are weaker than a singular monobot on the other side. So I'm going to run my bigger weapon into your smaller weapon and punish you for that design choice that you've made.
And it's one of the things that we've seen from successful multibots time and time again. The thing that makes or breaks them is extreme durability. You're never going to be able to punch with the big boys when you've got a multibot like this, right? The physics just aren't there. But you can be incredibly detail-oriented and incredibly fastidious in your engineering prowess and make sure that your robot simply does not die. And that's what we saw out of Battletoads in this fight. Yes, they were limping. Yes, they were damaged. But did they give up? Absolutely not.
Well said. And for anybody listening, that was a really good explanation, and we might have to reiterate some of those points, because that was a really good explanation, and we might have to reiterate some of those points, because there's other multi-bots in the field today at World Championships. There's my brother Mako at 3 pounds who went from a monobot to a multi-bot to sort of, make that executive design decision and say, I think that having my bot be multiple segments will be better, and I think I do such a good job of being unkillable that I can use that to my advantage. And like you said,
have two segments that won't ever quit as opposed to just one segment that won't ever quit.
And it's one of those design choices that kind of forces your hand. Everybody wants to create an unkillable robot, right? It seems like the obvious thing to do. Not everybody truly does. Some people go for a glass cannon, fine. When you have the multi-bot, you can't just hope you did it. You can't just try and do it. You have to do it, or you're not making it to the World Championships to begin with.
Absolutely, because like you said, one hit is super duper punishing in a way that it's not on a singular bot.
It's also amazing to me, though, the physics are in your favor, right? If you weigh half as much and you get hit by an opposing robot, you have half as much weight holding you in place and half as much stress on the materials you're using in the robot. It's a really interesting physics problem. We might dive into that a little later today. Right now, I believe we are going to head over. We've got some closer to the cage information for you. Guys, can you hear me? Interesting, since we're still working on the technical changeover, but we got a nice view of our incredible cage staff doing some good work, getting everything cleaned up. If you're in need of, 50 to 60 metric tons of sawdust and wood chips, as long as you don't mind a little bit of battery smoke mixed in, we'll hook you up here in Norwalk, Connecticut. We're going to head over now. We've got Richard and Kyle ready to go. Got some information for us. I think we're going to jump over to them.
Was that good?
We are just about ready to begin our KO show. The morning has been amazing. Our judges have been sleeping because all of these fights have been so brutal, heavy knockouts, and amazing hits. It's done a number on a lot of these robots, including some of our very top seeds. But now, every single match matters. You lose, you go home. It's that simple. We're here for our KO show. And here are some of the bots that we're gonna see on the ropes, bots we expected to see in the championship. And right here, Anxietii took out Ares, the #1 seed in 30s. Slam Plan, reigning champion, fell to Xenomorph in an amazing match. Whew, that one was a banger. Here we've got Maximizer stuck so deep into the wall. These are bots that we were expecting to see in prime time, taking names, kicking bot, and here we are. One loss, Emulsifier, a 2-time champ. It's incredible. And I'm gonna send it on over to Richard and Kyle.
Thank you so much, Sam. That's right, my name is Kyle Kroos. With me is Richard Tiemann. We have been calling fights and seeing this action all morning long. It has been intense.
Dude, it really is. I mean, hashtag world champs, right? As if it could get any more obvious. We are here. This is what everybody has been fighting to get to, but the journey's not over yet. They still got to get to prime time and then hopefully hoist up that golden bread.
I am so excited to see that. Now, we have some stories that we've been following along for you today. The big one, in my mind, though, the #1 seeds are on the ropes. They have all lost at least one fight. Slam Plan lost a devastating matchup against Xenomorph earlier today. The nearly unkillable Jelly Baby lost a matchup earlier today to Miles Sims and Cold Snap. And Ares, we saw that, lost a fight earlier today as well against Anxietii. It is not what we were expecting to see. These bots have been nigh unbeatable all season long and losing to some people kind of in the middle of what we would call this championship bracket.
Yeah, I mean, we have had some of the biggest upsets so far, and it wasn't even noon yet. And now here we are looking at the win and move on, or lose and go home portion of the tournament, and yet we had an emulsifier upset. I mean, what? What is happening in the world? All I know is that 'tis the season for upset alerts, and somebody's Christmas might get stolen as well as their golden Brett.
Now we also have a Triple Crown watch at this event. There were two bots that started the day with a possibility of a Triple Crown win, or two competitors, I should say, Ryan Duarte and Jamison Go. Ryan Duarte no longer in the running for the Triple Crown. His 3-pound bot, Counterpunch, lost and is no longer going to be in the tournament, which means Jamison Go, the GOAT, still has a possibility of winning all 3 weight classes, being the first ever Triple Crown champion here at the National Havoc Robot League. Is it an impossible task? We'll find out today.
We will find out, and we will have big news for you coming up at 2 p.m. Set your alarms, your watches, mark your calendars, whatever you got to do. Just make sure that 2 o'clock you are tuned into the KO show for some big news. And speaking of the number 2, I believe we have some action happening in cage number 2.
All right, and we are going to go to our friends in the play-by-play booth to call this action. Let's go.
Thank you so much, Kyle. We are ready to go. Looking for a big matchup. 4, Chainsaw Kitty versus Electra.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Chainsaw Kitty has had some great matches today, but
wow, Electra, big hit, and then immediately flips upside down, launching that weapon into the arena floor. That is not good for durability, but Chainsaw Kitty goes flying. Little sparks coming out of the front of that little cat.
These are non-stop big hits.
A belt has gone down. That is the weapon belt on Elytra. This is Chainsaw. No, it is not the weapon belt on Elytra. Interesting. That is a drive belt from Chainsaw Kitty, who is now trapped behind the house spot.
It's a bad spot to be in.
Oh, he's doing the thing. That is a bad spot for Chainsaw Kitty. It's going to try and self-right, but 10-1, this is going to be an unstick situation. Elytra.
You got to call for it.
Chainsaw Kitty not calling for the
knockout.
Very strange. What happened there?
I don't know. I'm going to ask Keziah later. What happened there?
Not calling for the unstick. That is wild. Maybe the robot was down. Maybe the wheels weren't spinning at all. They knew that it just wasn't going to happen for them. I can see them pointing, pointing cage side at a belt or some other bit of robot damage.
That was a wild fight to open the KO show. You saw a couple moments where Elytra seemed to be stalling. I almost wondered at the moment, are you KO'd or do you need a second for your transmitter to repair with your robot? But
absolutely could have gone either way. What a punishing start. Wow. You don't expect to see that from Keziah Sky and from Chainsaw Kitty, but congratulations to Elytra. That is a fantastic start for the day. They're going to want to carry that energy match by match throughout this tournament. It is so grueling. Remember, we have had fights through the morning, but this is the start of the KO show, and it is serious from here on out. Every fight matters. We're going to go to Sam cage side. He's going to bring us some more information on what happened.
Thank you. Yes, I am with Tristan of Elytra. Tristan, can you talk me through that short match?
Yeah, so I knew that Chainsaw Kitty's scariest part of their robot is their forks. Those things can get under basically anything. So my goal was to go at a corner of the square side of their robot, basically, because I know that's where my reach plays the biggest advantage for me. So basically, I tried to get around her, and I executed as best as I could. I had some electrical issues.
Well, it seemed to work out regardless, and I hope you get those electrical issues sorted out for your next match, and I'm looking forward to that.
Thank you.
All right, back to y'all.
Thank you, Sam. I'm Ricky Willems.
I'm Dima Papazian.
And we are here in the play-by-play booth. We are going to be bringing you all the action. NHRL Underground Robot Fight Commentary Bunker. So exciting.
I feel so safe here.
You should. We are 3 miles underground. Nothing can hurt us, just like you at home watching these amazing fights.
The hype just doesn't stop today. From 9 a.m. all the way to now the KO show and prime time after. Every single bot here is, like I said earlier, championship level quality.
Remember, these robots, in order to get here, have fought a long, hard battle. Of course, we're going to talk about that more throughout the day. Let's take a look. Right now, we're going back to Richard, Kyle. They've got some good information for us. Guys, take it away.
Gosh, I hope we have good information. I mean, those are two of the biggest robotics experts in the game right there.
Yeah, tossing to us for information. What are you guys doing?
Hey, you know, that's on you. Listen, we are so excited to be with you today. We do have some good information to share with you guys about what we're doing today at the World Championships. It is a big day with big consequences and big prizes.
Yeah, and the biggest KO of the KO show so far has been Chainsaw Kitty. I mean, who saw that coming?
That was a massive upset in a day of upsets. Elytra is no slouch, fantastic robot, but that was crazy. But right now, why don't you go over some 101 with us?
Yes, World Champs 101, similar to Havoc 101. So there are still all 3 weight classes, the 3, 12, and the 30-pound. But all the bots that are here have qualified via the 7 open events throughout the calendar year. 3 minutes per fight, that doesn't change, and the goal, well, it's the same as always, Kyle. Destroy your opponent by any means necessary. Fights end by tap out, judge's decision, or as we just saw, knockout, fitting for the KO show. Each bot can use 1 unstick per fight, and the champions win a golden Brett.
The most qualified prize in all of combat robotics. Each champion wins a massive prize. In the 3-pound division, the champion wins $8,000, the runner-up $3,000. The semifinalists get $500, no slouch. In 12 pounds, you get $12,000, $5,000 for the runner-up, and $1,000 for that semifinalist. But that 30-pound division gets 15 grand for their big champion. We are right now going to Cage 2 for some 3-pound robot action, and we're going to go to our friends in the booth to call this fight.
Take it away.
So glad to be back. Kyle and Richard, thank you for that
5,
introduction.
4,
Let's not waste any time.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
And we are in it. Jelly Baby coming off a surprising loss earlier in the day. The #1 seed trying to take down Anubis and a really fierce vertical spinner. Jelly Baby doing an excellent job keeping this match controlled. And then Anubis getting a rare pop on the kind of baleen armor on the front of Jelly Baby. That's hard to do.
I spoke to Paige earlier, and she told me how I lost to Cold Snap was Cold Snap sort of vaulted over me and hit my top. Let's see if Anubis can try to score some hits on Jelly Baby's most vulnerable areas.
Anubis looking like it's having seizures in the arena right now. True to the 90s, his flashing strobe lights have sent it bonkers. Jelly Baby not able to take advantage of it, though. If you're bouncing that much, it's hard for a control bot to do much more. So much energy in that weapon.
Even without pins, it does look like Jelly Baby's up on control. Just for the matter of she has control over her own bot.
You're absolutely right. Anubis stuck into the UHMW bumper on the side of the arena. Yes! And Jelly Baby coming in, trying to prevent the unstick. Remember, this is valid.
So valid. I love this when this happens.
The house bot pinned into the rail, but it doesn't matter!
Anubis gets out of his own accord.
Anubis absolutely ungovernable. You can't stop me. They can't stop me. I'm coming at you. Anubis' driving style, nothing but pure chaos. And it saved him once. Will it bring him to a victory?
I think Anubis might rely on this chaos, like I said, to try to score a hit that matters.
Just about a minute left in this fight.
Jelly Baby's big bendy MO kinda is, you cannot hurt me in a way that matters. It's emblematic in the full TPU, in the bendy forks, in the baleen forks, and in the lifter itself.
In incredible. The fact that they're still going. Look at that! Just flipping around the arena. And then an excellent pin and a flip from Jelly Baby.
That's a real pin right there.
That is a real pin. This is good work. And will they finish it off with the flip? That's what it's all going to come down to. I got to say, Anubis is getting more purchase on Jelly Baby than I expected. And now it's a hat. It's a beautiful hat. It's a loving hat.
Jackal hat.
And it's left motionless as this match will be going to the judges, but what a way to leave the match for the judges. Paige Caulfield taking this up, just leaving it exactly how she wants to leave this fight.
If I'm Paige, I feel super confident, and I saw some really neat tricks there, like when Anubis was a hat and she kind of lifted the lifter all the way up to its maximum sort of altitude to try to keep him there, to try to like put it in front of Anubis and keep it propped up against the wall. Man, that was an electrifying fight.
Very, very well played. I am impressed. I'm always impressed with Paige's driving, but trying to keep up that level of competition against an opponent like Anubis that is just going absolutely nuts in the inside of the arena, that takes a lot of discipline and a lot of focus. Bravo. We're going to go into replays right now. We'll see some of the action. I think we're going to go straight to the most pivotal part of this match here. See if we can cue it up.
Using the lifter to keep the hat on.
There it is. Preventing the lifter, using the lifter rather to prevent the house spot. When you can push that into the arena wall and keep it there, I mean, that isn't just preventing an unstick, that's taking control of the house robot.
That's punching way up. That's beating a robot that absolutely is above your weight class. Those house bots are not 3 pounds.
No, I believe they're about 60 pounds.
Yeah, that's a dummy test right there. That's being able to use your geometry and your engineering to stop. You know, a Brett probably isn't going to be winning a golden Brett anytime soon, but that, like I said, a 60-pound robot, it's not easy to stop.
It really is not. Very, very impressive, I gotta say.
I just love when it happens. It's like dealing with the hazards in different kinds of arenas. The house bots they're a part of the game, and if you can stop your opponent from getting unstuck, it's really, really vital. If Anubis wasn't able to free itself, that's a KO right there. But Anthony was able to use the weapon and gyro and sort of jiggle the transmitter as best as he could, and he got out.
Incredibly impressive. Let's go back to Richard and Kyle. Guys, what can you tell us?
Hey guys, how are you guys doing today? It is so nice to be here watching some insane matchups. We've got some more news to break down for you guys, though. So I will say this: Kazalite is looking absolutely ridiculous today. They've had quite a season.
Oh, yeah.
They've had to change weapon type several times just due to issues completely outside of their control. But today, they are back in full fire form, and we have loved to see it, setting weapon belts on fire and full-on robots on fire.
And don't undersell it, Kyle. I mean, I went through the pits last night, and I asked everybody, what's the bot standing between you and a world championship? And some people's answer was Kazalite. So clearly they're on people's radar by now, as they should be.
The only flamethrower robot in the 30-pound division to have won a golden dumpster for good reason. Will they get a golden Brett today? We will find out very soon.
All right, and don't forget to head over to BrettZone.com. It's revamped, it's rejuvenated, it's everything that you need for the World Championship Tournament happening today. We're only doing the 2 broadcasts, not 3. So we've got this one that we, kind of wrapped up, and then now it's KO show, and then we're going to be coming to you live for prime time.
And on the BrettZone.com, you can make your own clips. You can do bot talk. It's a really good time. But as of right now, we are going to go to our friends in the booth to call some action here in Cage 2. Take it away.
Love these 3-pound robots. So dialed in, such a high level of precision and honestly just optimization within the weight class. Look at these happy people. They're excited to see it too.
So am I. The crowd's matching my energy, not the other way around. We got Mag here, sort of classic style horizontal spinner versus Bean Supreme Refried, a non-classic control bot.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Away we go. Mag lifting, just ramping up the front of Bean Supreme.
Bean Supreme's got kind of like a wedge style lifter, so kind of teched really well for these horizontal fights. And Brazzy is an extremely good driver who started at the very same event that I started at.
It's wild how these things go back. That is incredible control, an excellent lift from Bean Fried Supreme, keeping that opponent up against the ropes.
Maintaining control while taking, so far, no damage. There's a pin.
Yeah, this is an excellent pin. This is what Bean Supreme Refried wants to do all day long. Oh, they are entangled with one another.
And there's
able to unfree.
That jiggling did work.
That's calibrated jiggling. Practice.
Little up and down bunny
You can
hops.
shake it once or twice. That's fine. Let's see here. We've got a good amount of floor damage, but so far not holding back Bean Supreme any. That wedge still able to work fairly perfectly. Mag looking very unsettled, having a hard time staying glued to the floor.
10 seconds in, halfway done with the fight. There's routes for Mag to win, but they look like they're on the back foot on all categories except damage so far.
They're trying their best. Mag is a Derek Tran creation. He is a prolific builder out on the West Coast. We don't see him out here too often. It's a long way to come to NHRL. He is going to be hungry for this win. Oh, look at that, embedded in the ground. Our cage has become a pin cushion. And Mag, nothing more than a knitting needle.
There we go, the unstick is successful.
Bean Supreme wasting no time getting back at it.
Brazzy's still ahead, but he's got to be careful because even though the wedge is so competent at stopping the horizontal spinner, a bad hit to the wheels can spell some certain doom, but there we go.
Look at that lift. Showing you cannot show more control in a match than a move like that. Oh, and then the ground just planing upwards like a well-sharpened woodworking tool. That is a sharp front blade on the front of Bean Supreme. Mag trying its best, but succumbing to another lift.
I think I hear my brother saying, that's it, because guess what? Bean Supreme's wedge lifter can go up and down, so he can prop the opponent up on him by angling it down, and that's the end of the fight.
This will be going to the judges, but I gotta be honest, that seemed really dominant from Bean Supreme. Any moments there that really stuck out to you, Dima?
Besides getting stuck in the floor, I think the lift where it hoisted Mag completely off the ground is really, like you said, you can't show more control than that. I have not only stopped you from hitting me, I've stopped you from even touching the ground or being able to drive whatsoever.
Really impressive work. You gotta respect not only the build of the robot in this case, but the driving skill. Yes, you've got an advantage having that big wedge, but that is a really nasty spinner on Mag. One bad move and your wheels are toast, the back armor's toast. That's not something that you can screw with.
Exactly, and in the first part of the fight, you even said Mag was able to sort of drive over the Bean Supreme wedge ramp. If that happens at a bad angle and Mag sort of like tips over and clips the back, or is able to just, you know, drive over, turn faster than you can turn, and get a good hit or bad hit depending on your perspective.
Yeah, then that's going to be it for you.
Yeah. Looks like we're going to go over to Richard and Kyle, who are going to give us a judge's decision for the fight before that.
All right, that is correct. We have a judge's decision ready to go from the previous fight.
I can't watch.
And the winner is Jelly Baby. That's right. staying alive. The returning champ, that is insane. She's won 2 golden dumpsters this season, looking to get her first ever golden.
I still can't believe she was 1-1 going into this portion of the program.
That bot has been unbreakable.
Yeah, that was a very, judge's decision, but a convincing judge's decision victory,
She
I'd
gets
say.
a lot of judge's decisions. All right, we're going to go to our friend Sam. Sam, what do you got for us?
Thank you, Kyle. I'm here with Rozzy, who just pulled his robot out of that last match in the 3-pound cage. Rozzy, did that go as planned?
Something like it. Our plan was to use their chaos against them, using our wedge as a little shield to block them.
And it seemed to have worked pretty well as a shield. Can you show that off to the camera?
This is our titanium wedge with a very nice weld.
Well, very nice, and we're going to have to wait for that judge's decision still, but until then, back to you, Kyle.
Thank you so much, Sam. That was a really impressive matchup. And Rozzy, good strategy.
But what's more impressive is Sam's jacket today. I mean, can we take
Yeah,
a moment
did
to
you notice
appreciate
that?
I did notice that.
Styling and profiling that guy every single time. Yeah, I am so glad to have Sam cage side today and looking super spiffy. We've got a great team here today to bring you these world championships. More judges' decisions now than we saw earlier in the day, where it was just tap out after knockout after tap out. And we're going to go to more 3-pound action for you in Cage 2. So our friends in the play-by-play booth are going to call this one. Take it away.
Thank you, guys. Cage 2 has just got so much action packed into such a compact box. And look how good the box is looking. We've got a wonderful new sponsor, Oshcut. Incredible laser cutting services, material services. This whole arena is built from their products. And it's just looking sleek today. Of course, it's a little worse for wear in terms of the floor with all of the incredible hits it's been enduring, but that's just part of the game. We are going to be seeing Vapor Trail going up against Basics here as soon as this fight starts. These are both heavy hitters, but what am I saying? Every robot today is pretty much a heavy hitter at this point, right, Dima?
Absolutely. This is a sort of team kill, I will say. Both drivers are from Pandemonium. A pretty large team, so it's inevitably bound to happen once you have so many people qualifying for World Championships from the same team. We got Johnny Sumpas on Vapor Trail versus Donald Sung from Basics, and these are both some amazing competitors. I just think Donald Sung he's got that like quiet energy where it's just like, I'm gonna come in and I'm gonna do the basics right. Like the bot is named perfectly for a reason. It does the basics. It does the fundamentals, fundies as they're called in some circles. But let's see how those fundies operate against Vapor Trail's really tight geometry. Some really, really, really impressive fork geometry and a really big weapon. A weapon that sits above where Basics drum kind of sits.
Yeah, the angles are going to be a big thing here. When you have even if you match the tip speeds of these weapons, when you're attacking from a higher position with a larger diameter weapon, you're a lot more likely to kick your opponent backwards and across the arena, or maybe upwards, rather than the kind of biting, bouncing impacts and exchanges that we see sometimes with similarly sized weapons. Sometimes you see two robots with the same weapon come together and they bounce apart like billiard balls. I don't predict we're going to see that. You're either going to see one big win from one robot or one from the other. Not a lot of in between.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
There we go. Quick spin up from Basics. And there it is.
Just like you said.
End over end. And the opposite. Basics getting roof shotted.
That's a bad hit. That's an oblique hit right on the weapon uprights.
Right on the weapon. Half of the weapon uprights all of the weapon uprights are gone. You know what? Vapor Trail don't need that. Wow!
Oh my goodness.
It hit the roof so hard that it hit the floor afterwards with just leftover energy. These robots are not walking off in one piece. You already see forks that have been ripped off, weapon blades, uprights, armor packages. They're tearing each other apart, Dima.
I think Basics might be doing most of the tearing from here on out, though. We'll see. I might be speaking too soon.
Yeah, I know we're a 90s day. I'm feeling very doomed. This is a rip and tear fight.
It's hard to banter off that because I wanted to say the exact same thing. Thanks, Ricky. Basics is like, it hasn't taken as much damage, but that doesn't mean that it's in perfect control of this fight. And you can see it flipping around, and it's hard for it to score hits once it's doing that.
No, but this is expert gyro work. They are self-righting so quickly. There's a huge piece of armor has been removed now from Basics. A huge piece of the carbon fiber on the bottom has just been shredded off.
Basics sort of taking us. That hit, not a roof shot, but it seemed devastating.
And the right-hand drive now on Vapor Trail is suffering. Basics barely moving. Intermittent function, a slowing weapon. These robots are being peeled apart like pickled onions.
It looks like Basics is just dying slowly, like the functionality, you said, is intermittent. The weapon stops, drive might be totally stopped. Looks like it might be able to inch here and there, but now it's just eating hits.
There is just a pile of carbon fibers accumulating on the bottom of Basics as it's trapped against the wall, pinned up against Brett. One wheel is spinning, one wheel is down, the motor is dead in the water. They're being counted out. Just enough movement. Will they be able to get out of this pin?
I don't think so.
You know what? I don't think Vapor Trail cares. They're going to keep engaging. If your opponent wants to keep hitting you, you do not get counted out.
No, when the ref says show motion, motion can be the motion for
Look at that! The whole battery package is just sprouting forth like a tulip in June!
Rip and tear indeed, Ricky. And those are the guts.
Incredible amount of damage, just incredibly well done. I am so impressed with the damage that Vapor Trail was able to inflict on Basic. Johnny Sumpas showing why he is one of the kings of damage in the 3-pound class.
What an amazing fight.
Donald Sung kept at it. And I mean, I'll give him incredible credit. That robot was pushed to every ounce of life left in it.
Let's go see some replays of that. Boom. Roof shots on roof shots in this fight. Is that one you mentioned?
Johnny is jazzed.
Johnny's cheesing for that one. Taking a really big arc and getting a ton of bite on Basics on that.
Yep, and then from then on, that's the main pause. From then on, we only saw Basic only moving here and there. Something went very wrong. When you see a battery dislodged like that, inside of it, it's almost like tinfoil. It's like layers of tinfoil that hold the different cells of the battery together. And when they get dislodged, that tinfoil rips. And it can still touch and it can still do a little bit, but if you don't have a full sheet of tinfoil, it stops working. And I think that's what we saw here today. We're going to go to Sam. He's cage side. He's going to be able to tell us more. Sam, what do you got?
I got Johnny right here with Vapor Trail, and that was such a fun match, Johnny. Can you tell me about turning the tide there?
Yeah, he immediately ripped both my forks off, as you can see, and actually ripped the wheel guard off. I mean, this thing is chewed up. Like, he was hitting on my weapon, but once he ripped my forks off, I was like, shoot, I actually have to drive good. So yeah, I just tried to get around to his sides, and it worked. I got really lucky because his battery died, though.
Oh, that helps sometimes. Are you going to be able to make all the repairs needed to keep going?
Yeah, in the fight before, I got split in half and caught on fire, so getting it in the arena was really nice.
Well, let's see you do it again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sam.
We're heading to you, Richard and Kyle.
Wow, those were two very fashionable curly-headed individuals, don't you think?
I thought so as well. I'm glad you caught that. I don't want to have to keep pointing it out, Kyle.
Fair point. All right, we do have a judge's decision.
I'm being told, yes, we do have a judge's decision from the previous fight. Being Supreme.
No surprise there. Razi Strano driving like a monster. Totally deserved that win. Great matchup for them. Controlled that fight the whole way.
I'm hungry now.
Really?
Being Supreme, like I'm feeling it.
It is refried.
Yeah, it is refried. And advancing in the tournament. Well done.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to go to Cage 2 for some more 3-pound robot action. And we're going to go to our friends in the play-by-play booth to call this fight.
Thank you so much, guys. I love to see a good Monkfish fight, and going up against one of my favorite robots in general, Gwen and Jackalope.
You all know me. I like my anthropomorphized bots a little bit. This is an animal fight. This is a Monkfish versus a Jackalope. And Jackalope, Gwen is known for having a bajillion or a Gwentillion configs on her robot. And she has a tool for every situation. And that's kind of like the thesis behind Jackalope. Besides, the ears and the antlers like she's got on right now. But she has wedges to deal with Monkfish's mid-cutting spinning blade. She's got one fork to get under it, and for those that don't know, Jackalope is a spinner and a lifter, so she's going to be able to try to use both of those to take control over Monkfish, juggle it around with the weapon, and juggle it around with the lifter.
And that is such a critical thing to do that a lot of people struggle with Monkfish. It is a shuffler. It's got a weight bonus to it, and it's got that big undercutter, those ungangly shuffling legs. If anyone can do it, it's Gwen and Jackalope.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight.
There
Robots
we go.
fight.
Interesting. Gwen is going with the lifter raised against Monkfish.
I wonder if that's almost to sort of like push it.
Yeah, it's almost certainly a corralling move that could be really, really valuable. The weapon is not spinning on Jackalope. I do wonder if that is a strategic move or...
That doesn't feel strategic to me. I would say that might just be an early bad hit. Monkfish is terrifying for these verts, especially the sort of small weapon verts like what I run on Turbo Fiend. The really, really big mid-cutting blade. If Rachel is able to...
Excellent pin there from Jackalope. Sorry to interrupt you there, Dima, but what Gwen is going to want to do is exactly this. Keep the robot pinned up against the wall, use the mass of the walls to slow down that weapon, and then attack.
The wedges are coming off, the weapon is down, but she looks firmly in control right now. And
Yeah.
she can still score aggression with that lifter. And guess what? Because she has the lifter and the weapon, just because the weapon is down, that's half weapon, because she's still got her lifter.
And we can see that lifter did just move up and down. It is functional. Ooh, I saw a belt come loose there, and the armor package on the front of Jackalope has been ripped off. Left-hand drive is suffering, but the robot is still mobile. Monkfish looking unstoppable, though, completely unfazed.
That's a wheel come off of Jackalope.
And both weapons, or both drive belts. This is a two-wheel drive robot now.
It gets scary once you start seeing chunks of your robot in the arena. That's 4 or 5 chunks.
That is lightweighting. Monkfish is just helping remove parts that are unnecessary from Jackalope.
Oh no.
Jackalope now waving viciously, but unable to move. A count out will be coming.
I hear Gwen screaming unstick.
Asking for the unstick. Will it help?
Aw.
So far, not so much. This unstick will be coming to a completion very soon, and I think we'll be going to a count out, barring a miracle.
Anything can happen, but if something were to happen in Gwen's favor right now, I would also
That
call
is
it
an
a miracle.
entertaining amount of movement from that weapon. I don't know if it will be enough to avoid a count out, but it is borderline.
The ref seems to think it's enough.
They are counting it, I think, is... No, that is it. That is a count out.
And even though she was losing, you hear the crowd screaming Jackalope because we love an underdog here.
An incredible amount of love for Jackalope from everyone here in the building. Gwen, for those that might not know, is also an incredibly experienced referee here at NHRL. Just a pillar of the community. Everyone in her corner. as much as it sucks to see Jackalope go home, this is a stacked day.
Of course.
Incredible people are going to be going home all day long. There can be only one.
And she's got a smile on her face, too. She's a great competitor. And, you know, I'm friends with basically everybody in this community on some level.
Well, that's not what they told me.
Huh? Gwen is a personal, closer friend to me than most. So I apologize if I was a little biased towards Jackalope. But like I said, it's an excuse to root for an underdog here. And she was teched for that matchup. But like I said, the wedge and the lifter and the four-wheel drive, all of that is really hard to sort of outmatch the idea of the shuffling Monkfish's really, really big mid-cutting blade and its geometry swinging totally against Gwen's spinner. Because once the spinner was the first thing to go down before the wheels went down, before the drive belts went down. The spinner was the first thing to go down, and she's running a Just Cuz motor, an ant weight motor in that. It's really hard for that thing to sustain any damage from a hit from Monkfish. I run a 3-pound version of that motor, a motor that's essentially 3 times the strength, you know, layman's terms, but still. And it has a really hard time tanking hits from Monkfish. And
Yeah,
once
truly, Monkfish is an incredible opponent. It's hard for anyone to take any hits, even in the best situation. Right now, we're going to go over. We've got Richard and Kyle. Guys?
Hey, thank you guys so much. We have another judge's decision coming your way, and I think this one's going to shock some people.
Vapor Trail.
Okay, maybe not. Maybe that's not a shock to anybody.
I appreciate your effort to build the anticipation, pause for dramatic effect, but these judges' decisions just haven't required it.
It's true. Johnny Supas totally dominated that matchup, dishing out the damage, driving like a champ. So amazing to see. And he was totally jazzed the whole time, too.
Absolutely.
Like, high energy, really excited to be here. That was great to see. I love Johnny Supas.
Yeah, that last fight was a lot of fun to watch, too. The Monkfish Jackalope. I talked with Gwen. You know how she practices? She drives in a box and bounces around a lacrosse ball because the bounciness, if that's the right word,
it makes
is
it
just right for the unpredictability of what happens in a cage.
All right, well, speaking of that last fight, let's go to Sam, who's cage side. What do you got for us, Sam?
I've got Gwen. Hey, man. Gwen, this was your debut season, and what a run. Can you talk about the entire season for you?
Oh, dear God, yeah. So the first event that I showed up to Jackalope, or this year with Jackalope, was back in February, and it was a V1 of this robot that was fighting every step of the way. I think it was something like 1 in 14, did a massive redesign, came back in March, qualified then, and I've been having a couple decent runs since then. I've been racking up events all across the Northeast. Well, yeah.
No, I'd say it was a pretty amazing run. It was great to see you here at World Championships. That last fight was fun, but it seemed like you personally dropped as many parts as Jackalope.
Yeah. I get a little scatterbrained and a little scatterbodied sometimes, I guess.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Gwen. Looking forward to next year, and back to y'all.
Thanks so much. Love to see that cage side. Smiles all around. I got to say, I think this might be a little bit more serious of a match.
5,
Pine Victus going up against Murphy's
3,
Law.
2, 1.
Fight. Robots fight.
Murphy's Law is a really interesting undercutter with a dustpan shape to corral you and chew you up.
Look at that incredible speed that Pine Victus can put. Oh, and a wheel is gone from Pine Victus.
Already? But Murphy's Law is stuck. That's a fork stuck in the ground, I
No,
think.
that is just a dead robot, Dima.
Oh, my goodness. I was so wrong. How wrong I was.
A red dead robot getting absolutely blasted. Pine Victus taking no chances. Every moment that this opponent is down, Alex Wang is going to use to tear the robot apart. If you want out of this, you got to tap, man. Brian Jackson not giving it up, waiting for the countdown.
He's going to get you. He's going to keep getting you. I think the driver of Murphy's Law, I think Brian Jackson here is just saying, all right, you got me. Give me all the damage that you're going to give me. No tap outs here. I respect it. See him turning on his transmitter and off, trying to repair and seeing if it's a pairing issue.
Right.
I did think that it was probably an electrical issue because that first hit didn't seem like a KO hit. Although anything happens in the sport.
It's really hard to say for sure. You're going to do everything in your power to get your robot back in action, but I think this is going to be counted out. I'm amazed that the count out has not finished at this point, but again, those interactions from Pine Victus can kind of stretch that out. The count out stops, or at least pauses, when your opponent starts attacking again.
Pine Victus doesn't always have that sort of trans pride theming, but I don't know, it warms my heart to see. We love everybody here at NHRL. And
that's twice today. Yeah, good fight, man.
That was a, you know, I wish I got to go longer. I wish I got to see Murphy's Law have some more action, but we got to see Pine Victus do some destructive hits, which is, you know, what it's good at.
Yeah, it's really a impressive showing. Pine Victus has always been a really fearsome robot, very 110% right out of the gate kind of style.
Oh, yeah.
That is not a robot where you walk away with a win from leaving something on the table, right?
No, this is not a leaving anything on the table kind of robot. Pine Victus says trans rights, and so do I.
Pine Victus also says death to all opponents. It's kind of an interesting mix between positivity and just sheer destruction, and we love it all the more for it, right?
That's combat, baby. We're all smiles outside of the cage, but once we're in the cage, we're gonna
break your toys. Somebody is going home in a garbage bag, or in a flame-proof container that we have outside the building.
Somebody's going home in a sand bucket.
There you go. That's the phrase I was looking for.
For those that don't know, when a robot's lithium-ion battery catches fire, even after the smoke is all drained and all the lithium is gone, we still toss that sucker into a sand bucket to stop any potential fires from happening or any accidental burning. We toss it in a bucket full of sand, and the cage managers and the safety staff and the stewards, they wheel it outside real fast.
Right. You pretty much have to. It's one of those things where you can sometimes you can stop a lithium battery fire, but it is really tough. They are self-sustaining. They have their own oxygen in the battery. So the best thing to do, get it out of the arena, get it out of the building, get it away from people, let it run its course. Makes for some really spicy aftermath when you clean up the mess. You can see we've got two, I would say two fearsome competitors, but it's fearsome competitors all day here at Championships. We are going to have Sad Octopus going up against one of the most feared 3-pounders in existence, Silent Spring. I am joined here in the play-by-play booth now by none other than Adam Wrigley. Adam, welcome to the box.
Thank you. It's good to be back. I am excited to call some more fights, and stepping right into a JMO fight is a great way to do it. Silent Spring actually for this event, no hub motor.
3,
belt drive.
2,
Interesting move.
Fight, robots, fight.
Now, you've got Sad Octopus doing. Wow! What a hit!
Silent Spring is upside down after that first engagement.
Another one. Sad Octopus doing what everyone wants to do against Silent Spring, running a big wedge, hoping that Silent Spring breaks itself. That's a really tough thing to do.
Silent Spring
armor package has now been removed. A huge piece of armor has been removed. I think it's from Sad Octopus, but I can't tell.
These hits are crazy. Silent Spring is going flying everywhere. Sad Octopus with a wonderful start in the first 30 seconds. Silent Spring keeps getting upside down, giving us a great view of that belt drive. You can see that machined module in there, giving a nice stiffness to the weapon. Compliancy to the frame.
Oh, look at the sparks flying! The weapon is now hitting the wedge on the front of Sad Octopus.
2 minutes to go, 1/3 of the way into this fight. Both robots still functional. Silent Spring still upside down. Sparks going all over the place. Sad Octopus with the worst of that second 30-second blast. Silent Spring starting to get a hold of this fight.
So often, Jamison's approach is simply outlast your opponent. Trust the build that you have put so much work into, and it's paying off today. Sad Octopus falling apart before our eyes, and Silent Spring shrugging off blow after blow.
Quiet in the arena. Both these robots not making much noise, very well balanced.
Sad Octopus now right side up, but unable to deal the killing blows that it wants to do. It might be cautious not to put Silent Spring back on its feet, right side up.
Now we're seeing some drive issues. Sad Octopus stuck on what appears to be their own armor.
Yeah, the weapon not spinning on Sad Octopus. The right-hand drive missing a wheel and a belt dislodged. The weapon's back on Sad Octopus.
That wheel still on the floor.
Sparks moving. Sparks blowing out of the front of Sad Octopus.
Almost stuck on the wall, able to get off this time.
Oh, the weapon is askew. It is at an angle, and Sad Octopus not moving at all. This could be a count out. Count out has begun. Sad Octopus has no unsticks left. Jamison is walking away with the win. He looks like he was sweating at him.
A KO victory with 20 seconds remaining. That is why JMO is a legend, able to withstand the storm from Sad Octopus. Cameron coming in, doing an amazing job in the beginning of that fight. Couldn't sustain it, and the durability of Silent Spring pays off.
Go into the replay here. You can see these huge hits early in the match. Both of these robots were spun. Wow! Even a second time, I am stunned by the energy in these exchanges. Look at it. That's what that was. It was blowing the cover off of our camera.
The camera debris.
I was looking at it, I was like, what robot does that fit, Adam?
Wasn't right.
No, it's blowing apart the arena itself.
Unfortunately, Sad Octopus can be going home a bit sad after that loss, but Silent Spring moving on.
Hey, he made Jamison earn that win. There is nothing to be ashamed of in that fight. Nothing but pride. Whew, what a match. And to look at it, it doesn't, like, it's in one piece minus a wheel. Like, it's looking pretty good.
It dealt some blows, it took some blows, and it's, you know, it's going home, but it looked nice.
Yeah, Cameron Guerin coming from Milford, New Hampshire, so not too far. I'm sure he's going to be going home, working hard to get this robot in better shape for the 2026 season. But for today, unfortunately, he is out of the running, and Jamison is the one sailing on to the next round of this, the 2025 World Championships. See, the crowd is pumped. They had a good time that match. There was a lot of action built into a small package. It's a full house today here at the House of Havoc.
We are totally sold out all day long. If you don't have a ticket, don't come by because we've got none left. But if you do have a ticket, please come and enjoy the amazing fights we've been having, like these fans are.
Yeah, and to those watching at home, you know, tell a friend. Get a crew together, enjoy the show. We're certainly enjoying it here. These are just incredible robots all day long. The best of the best. Everyone who has proved themselves to be an elite roboteer throughout the 2025 season is here today trying to take home our coveted prize, the Golden Brett, and a fat, fat stack of cash.
Oh, yeah. Don't forget to like, subscribe, follow, and come back later tonight for prime time with all your buddies at 7 p.m. Eastern to see who takes home the World Championship. But we'll be streaming for many more hours to come as we whittle down the field for the prime time tournament.
You can see we've got a little bit of Cage 2 repairs going. That camera shield that was dislodged, that's got to get reinstalled. We want to make sure we're not missing a moment of action. For those super fans at home, or maybe you've never seen this before and you just want to get a little deeper into the action, check out BrettZone. Just Google it. That's Brett, the name, usually a gentleman's name, but we're non-discriminating, anyone's name. Check it out. It gives you literally every camera angle here in the building. You can go back, replay, create your own what we're calling bot talks, TikToks with robot footage, create playbacks, share it with your friends, put it on your Instagrams. It's incredible. Take a look at the damage. We've got some of our Cage staff doing an incredible job repairing this robot, getting kicked in. Boom! There's the panel, the protective panel being dislodged, thrown off all of a sudden. That's 1/4 inch thick hardened steel, just casually removed. No worries. Boop. You know, it's not. This is not a sponsored plug, but I got to say, we've got most of the cameras in the building are actually iPhones. And it's incredible what they stand up to. We've got flamethrowers, we've got huge hits, we've got sometimes batteries punctured like pin cushions, and yet the cameras usually just keep going.
And even broken iPhones still have a decent amount of value to them, actually, so.
Yeah.
It's just financially savvy.
We actually just collect them at the end, take them home for a warranty. It's no problem. We're going to go to Sam, cage side. Sam, how you doing?
I'm doing great, and I just want to gush about this guy in the cage a little bit. This is Eamon. He is the backbone of NHRL. None of y'all would be here if Eamon wasn't here. He's a maniac when it comes to fixing the cages, building the cages, doing electrical work, doing stuff on the roof, stuff in the basement. Everywhere. He's had his hand in every bit of NHRL, and he is an incredible worker and an incredible person and a good friend, and we just love him. So thank you, Eamon.
Well, we are waiting now for these drivers to get loaded up now that the cage is ready to go. I got to say, that is an impressive turnaround time. Sam wasn't kidding when we talk about the talent that Eamon brings to the table. Just excellent work. Sounds like up next we are going to have Maverick and Mustard Sea Pickles. Is that right?
Quite the name.
No, they are in cage 6 right now. That's interesting. So I think
this is cage 2. Oh, Sir Slicey versus Radix will be in this box. We've also got Phenomenon versus Termigator coming up.
And Ares
cage 4
versus Banguela Z.S. I know I keep gushing about it, but this is such a stacked house today. I've never seen so much robotic talent and such refined robots in one place at one time. Every year is amazing, but every year just seems to be better than the last.
It's one of those things where, you see the robot, and every time you see it, you're like, man, it's bigger than I thought. Every time I get to finals, wow, they're better than I thought.
Yeah.
We have such a great field, and it keeps getting better every year. It's sad to see anyone go home because all these robots have championship caliber design and driving and pit crew experience.
Well, as it turns out, in Cage 2, we are in fact going with Sir Slicey and Radix. Sir Slicey is an incredible story. We saw, I believe it was last event, they qualified just by the skin of their teeth in terms of when they got in the season. Sir Slicey, a relatively young builder, an impressive, I think the
5,
youngest
4,
dumpster winner
3,
we have here.
2, 1. Fight, robots,
and away
fight.
we go. Radix going flying after that exchange. Once, twice. Let's see if they can make it 3 times. Evan Dimji trying hard to make this. There it is. An excellent hit on Radix.
Radix coming in 18 seed here.
That hurt. That looked like Sir Slicey drove straight up the wall.
I don't know how that happened. I have to see a replay of that one. That was ridiculous.
Sir Slicey has a really incredible vertical spinner. kind of angled spinning discs. Does an incredible job.
Radix using their unstick there. You can see on screen the little X disappearing next to their name. That means they have none left.
Look at the armor. Look at the battery. It's still driving, but its heart is literally on its sleeve.
Disemboweled, but will not die. Oh, the battery is high centering them.
Incredible. They could no, they can't call for an instant. Well, they're able to separate. How did they do that, Adam? How did they do that? In the process, they kicked loose their battery. The batteries are dislodged. Look, the battery's on the other side of the arena.
They must have spun up. It disconnected the battery and in the process self-righted.
Incredible.
One time only self-righting mechanism.
When your robot invents new features in the middle of a match, it's usually not a good thing. What a fight.
Oh.
That was so cool. I want to slow-mo. Someone take the BrettZone we just told you about, folks at home. Make a slow-mo of that. What an incredible move.
Driving up the wall and then later the robot inventing a new way to self-right is quite a few new things to happen in one fight.
We got a special announcement we teased earlier. I think Sam has got an update for that right now.
I sure do. 2025 has been an amazing year for NHRL. It's been our best year yet. And we're not slowing down going into 2026. And we've got a few changes in store that are really exciting. So starting out at the bottom, we've got revamped freestyle, we're calling it R&D, that's research and destroy. This is like the grudge match stuff. You're getting in more fights more consistently here at the lowest level. Moving on up, we have NHRL XP. This is how you build experience before you're ready for the open tournaments. Going up from there, our open tournaments are back next year as well. But we've got 3 Pro Tour events next year. So if you make it to primetime in an open tournament, you qualify for a Pro Tour tournament, and that all culminates at the end of the year with the Pro World Champs. So I can't wait to see 2026 happen and all the new robots and all the cool stuff that comes from both R&D, XP, Open, and Pro. But now we're gonna head to Cage 1 for some 30-pound action, and we're calling it from the play-by-play.
Thanks, Sam. I am pretty pumped about the new tournament structure. We'll be explaining that more later and as the day goes on. But right now, let's get to what everybody's really focused on. 30-pound robots trying to destroy each other.
Yeah, this should be fun. The biggest spots in the tournament, the biggest hits in the tournament, the biggest box in the tournament. The 30-pounders are back.
Man, I am just staring down the schedule. We have, these boxes are going to see some crazy action. And Ares, what a robot to start it off with. This is frankly one of the most chest-pounding spinners in the game. When you stand next to the arena and you feel the vibrations that this is coursing through the building, and you feel these hits, it's like a car accident happening in front of you. Let's look at the top seed. Ares is there for a reason. Those heavy hits come with durability and just a fearsome talent for driving. Chonky Eve right behind it, another huge hitter. And then Megatron, Jameson goes tactical machine, incredible. Coming in at number 4, Kazaa Light, the flamethrower that just never seems to be able to be stopped. Waddles, the modular Wonder Child, Red Storm, and so on. Let's get into this fight.
1. Fight. Robots
Banguela
fight.
here coming in as the 24 seed.
Ooh, an excellent hit from Banguela on Ares, but it slows. Not able to chain and combo.
What is coming out of the back of Banguela?
I don't know. That's a piece of tape, I think. Oh, it's the livery coming off. but Ares slowed for a minute there. Very uncharacteristic. Oh, Banguela knocks itself into the arena wall after a hit from Ares.
Yeah, Banguela's movement is significantly compromised as one side of drive did not seem to be working.
That is a big hit there too.
That was the unstick request from Banguela.
Oh, these are punishing. These are huge amounts of energy.
Banguela still moving. Ares prime for another hit. Oh.
It says, come on, I dare you. I double dog dare you. You move off that rail, I'll punch your face in.
Pulsing the weapon, trying to come off. They've used their unstick. There's the knockout call. A big hit off the start seemed to damage the Brazilians. They couldn't come back, and MIT and Ares showing why they're #1 tonight.
Leonardo Labagalini is headed home. It's been an excellent road for Banguela Z.S. They did have some really great fights today, but that is it for them, and Ares is sailing on. Really good showing, honestly. That could have been Banguela's, that could have been their game.
They looked so good off the start, winning that first engagement, putting Ares back on their heels, but something didn't work in the drive after that hit. And
Let's
that's
see
the
if
difference.
we can see that big hit right here. Oh, we are down to the end of the fight here when Ares is just, sailing it home for the win. Once Banguela's up against the wall, Ares could have taken them apart. This is just professional courtesy not to send your robot home in pieces.
Yeah, and at this point as well, there had already been an unstick request for Banguela, so you have to know, if they get stuck again, that is the fight. So you'll see sometimes people leave, sometimes people keep going. It's a question about if you let them go, is that nice or not nice? Because like you said, that's going to be a lot more damage if they hit him off the wall. Chose to take the win there, and let's hand it over to Richard and Kyle.
Thank you guys so very much. Very happy to be with you. Big news just dropped today. New tournament format coming your way. Earn your spot into the Open World Tournament, earn your spot into the Pro Division, and therefore earn your spot into the World Championships next season.
It's a very clever scheme, I think.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, but it creates a lot of doors that are now open. So doors that weren't there at all previously, those are open now. And I think for the next generation, which we already kind of see, Sir Slicey is kind of going to be the next. But, the R&D, which I love that new name, the Research and Destroy, and then XP, all the way up to Open, Pro, and then, of course, Pro World.
Very, very interesting new development here at the National Havoc Robot League. New ways to earn your spot to the World Championships next year. In the meantime, let's go to Sam, cage side. Sam, how you doing, buddy?
Thank you, Kyle. I'm doing really well. I love a good knockout, and that was a fun one. I'm here with Ryan. Ryan, how was that fight for you?
That, it could have been better, could have been worse. We'll take the result.
Yeah, we'll take it because it was a win. And Ryan, we just announced Pro Tour starting next year. Is that something you might be interested in?
Yeah, I find it interesting. I'm sure it'll be run really well, so yeah.
All right, well, speaking of running very well, you run your robots very well. And that is why, for 2025, you have won the Sparky Award for Most Valuable Builder. So congratulations, Ryan. There you are. Thank you very much, and we're going to head to Cage 4.
Termigator is tossing Phenomenon every which way.
Phenomenon is stuck. They're going to need to use their unstick right off the bat. They look like they got the worst of that first engagement. Haven't been the same since. Termigator says, here's your unstick.
Termigator is one of those robots that we always expected big hits from, but they've had durability issues in the past. They are looking mighty dialed in about now.
Yeah, they had durability issues earlier today, but turning Phenomenon into a hat on top of Fluffy here. And looking no worse to wear for Termigator as Phenomenon doesn't know what to do.
I'm going for right. It is moving. I'll say that much. Oh, and then able to deliver a blow against Termigator.
I'm actually surprised Fluffy even moved because Phenomenon didn't have an unstick request left, so.
The way the process works is that if a house bot is standing in the way of a robot being able to move, it will move.
Okay. Okay.
So that does not require an unstick. We don't want the house bots getting in the way.
Well, either way, Phenomenon is not moving and Termigator is. I hear the countdown and it looks like this one is going to Florida.
Oh, last minute movement from Phenomenon, enough to reset the count out timer, but not enough to kind of get back in the fray. We'll see if they can do it again.
The wheel's spinning, the frame so tweaked they're not touching the ground.
There it is. That's the knockout. A valiant effort. One last gasp of breath from Phenomenon.
It didn't want to give up, but it just couldn't quite reach the ground after Termigator hit it over and over again, tweaking some element of the armor. And now we're going to keep going right to Cage 1, where we have a massive matchup of Goose versus Emulsifier, two very heavy hitters. This is a rematch. These two fought previously in a tournament. And this should be a lot of fun.
I love the aesthetic choices on Goose. This robot has evolved so much, and it just, I don't know if beautiful is the right word, but it's got a look, and I am here for it. Going up against Emulsifier, and you know, Emulsifier looks good, it looks sleek, it looks polished. It doesn't really matter. All you see when you see Emulsifier is that terrifying blade.
What's crazy to me is we're still in the preliminary rounds, and one of these two robots is going home. This is a win it to stay in it fight.
Yeah. We're going to find out if Emulsifier can give the bonk or if the Goose can give the honk.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Oh, big hit, and Emulsifier coming out on top in 2 engagements in a row.
Emulsifier a little tentative off the gate here, slower than usual, but Goose is not very mobile right now.
No, oh my God!
2 walls and a ceiling?
An incredible bounce. That is a tap. Look at the carnage on the bottom of that arena, or the bottom of that robot. Woo!
Emulsifier is back. That is the vintage Emulsifier that we haven't really seen all year.
It's Christmas dinner. That Goose is cooked.
What drive? I don't know. But we should have a lot of time now to fix this.
Yeah, Emulsifier seeming to have a few more issues in the drive, maybe why they were looking so tentative. They'll have some time to work on this in the pits. That was quite, look at the damage on the underside of Goose here. If we can get a view of the other side, that's completely peeled up on the back there, tore through the billet chassis, through the base plate. Emulsifier looks no worse for wear.
I gotta give people a point of context for this. Like, you see a car accident and like a gash in the side of a car, that is so much easier to do than the damage that you are seeing on Goose right now. This is not just sheet metal. This is real armor. Look at the bits of wiring that are sticking up through the gash in the top of Goose. Wow. This is so much energy, so much damage. It's really hard to put into context for the people that aren't here how intense this is.
That was such a powerful hit. Just gashed through the top. Let's take a look at the replay, see if we can get a better view of that double wall shot. All Emulsifier start to finish in this fight with some really big. Here's this double wall shot teed up. Boom! Did it also hit the ceiling? Can't even tell. It's gone from the frame.
Incredible.
Matt, never satisfied.
Matt will be satisfied if and only if he is walking home with a golden Brett later today. Until that point, you're not going to see that man crack a smile, a sweat, or deer. It's gonna be all or nothing until he wins or he goes home.
He is a machine with that robot and quite the performance. Goose, unfortunately, is going to be going back home to Chicago, Illinois. They were the 19th seed coming into today from Cog and Banerian. And they'll be going home a little earlier than they would have hoped. Emulsifier is going to be moving on into the bracket. The fans loving that one.
Incredible work. It is standing room only here at NHRL, a fully sold out show. If you wanted to come out and take a look, today is not the day. We do, however, love the folks that are watching at home. Make sure you're sharing, liking, subscribing, all that good stuff. We are available worldwide, and of course, you can see us on streaming as well. What an incredible show we have. We are going into the evening tonight as we get farther and farther in our bracket and deeper into the KO show here at NHRL. You can see our cage crew doing their best to keep things tidy. We're going to go back to Richard and Kyle and see what they have to say.
Well, hey, how are you doing today, guys?
I'm doing good.
Yeah, not a bad day so far. Plenty of absolutely insane robot destruction. Lots of friends hanging out for the last time this year. And it's been so much fun. Check out this audience at the House of Havoc for this World Championship tournament today. It has been packed since we opened this morning. You know, if you have a chance to come out here to participate in this in person, I can't recommend it enough.
Yeah, it's a very interactive environment. You very much feel part of the production with how close you are. And we've got signs out there. Sign everywhere, sign. Hopefully, your sign is better than my singing, which it probably is.
You know, the sign quality varies. We can't guarantee that, but we do have a position where you can make your own signs.
Yes.
We've got robot driving experiences where you can check out our robots, you can check out other people's robots. We've got video games, we've got cool play areas for kids, food trucks, a full-service bar.
We don't need that right now. We got to focus, Kyle.
Well,
Focus.
I'm just saying it's there if you want it. We've got hot dogs, fancy hot dogs.
Yes, the food vendors I have been meaning to try myself because they all smell and look amazing. But we get taken care of here on our end, and the crowd gets taken care of on their end in some of the best ways. The vendors, the bar, as you mentioned, and all the things that you can do in between fights or during fights. If there's a fight that you're not particularly interested in, you want to go make a sign, go make a sign.
Amen to that. And tonight at 7 p.m., we've got prime time on deck where we will crown 3 brand new world champions. It's going to be absolutely amazing. We have a huge chance for a repeat world champion in the 12-pound division, which has never happened before. We have a huge chance for triple crown victories for Jamison Go today.
Yes.
So we will have to see how that goes. It is going to be absolutely insane. Come check us out, 7 o'clock prime time. Hey, if you want tickets to the event today, they're sold out.
Yes,
You cannot get in.
It's more incentive for you to be here at one of the other open events throughout the year so that you don't feel like you completely missed out if you were saving it all for the World Champs. So.
Absolutely, and we have the Pro Tour next year. Cannot wait to see that.
Yes.
With qualifying bots making it into that Pro Tour. I'm so excited for that change. And right now, we are going to go to Cage 4 for some big robot action. And to call that action, we're going to go to our friends in the play-by-play booth. What's going on?
Well, we're doing here in the play-by-play booth, it's looking like we're going to have more 30-pound action, which is my favorite because it's the biggest. But 2 big hitters. We've got Killswitch going up against Synthesis 30 here, and you know, both these robots had a couple tough fights today. Synthesis 30 had a little bit of reliability issues in their last fight. Killswitch got a little bit dismantled last time I saw it. So good to see both robots put back together and heading into this fight, which should be a doozy. Now, Synthesis 30 is a similar style of weapon to Emulsifier, the fight we just saw, but a little bit different proportions. It's evolved in a different way. You can see the big wheels at the back, the larger forks spread out wide, the weapon really overhung a little bit more forward with a unique armor package on the front. We've got Killswitch in the foreground here. Great shot at the shuffler system. Killswitch weighing 45 pounds with the 50% weight bonus for those shufflers. Can that weight pay off here? Because when I look at the shapes, when I look at the forms, I look at those forks on Synthesis, they're going to be able to tee up against Killswitch. Of course, every time they hit them, it's going to be 50% more mass of shock going through the systems of Synthesis 30. When they work really well, but their durability is always an issue. Can they make it through the match? They want to win fast, and if Killswitch can maintain durability for 3 minutes, they have a good shot of taking this. As we wait here, cage side, I don't know what the delay is, if there's a power issue on one of the robots, radio issue, or maybe something else cage side. I'm hearing it's tournament issue, something cage side holding this up, so the robots are still fully operational. Nothing to worry about there. And with the weapon lock on Synthesis 30, they kind of had the same color scheme as Killswitch here with the red, blue, and black. The floor's taking quite some punishment here as we get through these preliminary rounds. Not even into the bracket yet, in the 30s, and we are giving the floor some work. Some Killswitch fans in the crowd here. Excited for this fight. It should be a good one. We've had a lot of powerful impacts in these 30-pound fights. We talked about this a little bit earlier today. Dima was chatting about the difference in the weight classes here and just how much that does affect the fights, the design, the build of these robots, because as you scale up to the 30s, the weapon intensity, the power scales up tremendously, but the armor just doesn't scale up the same way. You can't fit as much armor proportionally into a 30 as you can in a 3. Just how the physics works out. So that's why we're getting these huge hits and crazy damage on the 30-pounders. You don't really see that as much when you're in the beetle weight. It doesn't get damaged in the same way as you see happen in these larger robots.
Real easy.
Looks like we might be swapping over and looking at Lil Lash versus Vorion in cage 1 while we wait for that delay at cage 4 to resolve itself. So yeah, Lil Lash was really unfortunate in their last fight. I saw them come out of the box, kind of steer to the side, and they just got sideswiped by their opponent. Couldn't come back from that and tapped early. It was an uncharacteristic driving error from Matt Vasquez, and I don't know if it was a flaw with the robot that caused it to do that or something else. It looked like they were surprised by something and they got caught. So they're going to be looking for some redemption here against Vorion.
We're going to have to see how that goes for him.
Oh, never mind. We're going to hop over to cage 5. This is a grudge match between some robots and a series of trophies. So this should be fun. No, we're not going to miss any of those fights. We'll be going back to those fights
5,
after
4,
we
3,
see who wins this.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
B-roll.
I love B-roll. It's such a fun robot.
I really enjoy it. It's just 2 moving parts and able to do what it does. Whoever said, you know, drum melty brain, gotta hand it to him. Great idea.
Yeah, I believe that is a Peter Lombardo entry this time around, and I love that he brought it just for fun. I mean, this is clearly
5,
here just to
4,
have a good time.
3,
We're ready,
2,
though.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
If you ever wondered how a robot will fare against a chunk of marble, you're about to find out about 24 times.
A chunk of marble and a lot of gold-plated plastic. You'll start hearing some clang, so we're like, wait a minute, that one's actually gold.
Wait.
There we go. It turns out the marble turns to dust.
What do you know? Woo! Look at
Now the robots are fighting each other.
Project
what are you
Liftoff
doing?
You're friends, darn it!
B-roll not rolling anywhere after that one. Oh! Project Liftoff lifting off.
A 5-bot pileup.
Oh, I'm glad I don't have to clean this up.
Think about all the hours spent in that marble quarry. And for what, Adam? For this mayhem.
Oh, the top is off and the guts are out. You sign your bot up to destroy a few trophies, and all of a sudden you're disemboweled on the floor of the arena.
Hey, we've all been there, right? Tale as old as time.
Well, I think I know who won this Rumble, as only one robot remains moving. He's like, I'm trying to free some more opponents. I want to fight some more.
I think you've had enough. It's never enough.
Gotta watch out, that pile has a few lipos in there.
Feels like a very Gen X vibe. Everyone gets a trophy? No, I hate that. I'll show you participation award.
Yeah, these are actually all participation trophies.
Ironically, there is no first place in this event.
You get to keep the trophy which is least destroyed. That's what the winner gets.
I love that it is now a garbage pile searching for the explosive pouch.
They just tore the battery out and went flying. Somehow isn't on fire.
It's a Where's Waldo of lipos right now.
Sparks flying. There's no treads left on those wheels, but the wheels are still spinning.
Anybody's guess.
The trophies, one of them is still standing. A couple of them are still standing. Yeah, is that a lamp?
If there is one trophy still standing in here,
yeah, there's that.
The trophy still has a chance to win this Rumble.
That's the point. There's a few trophies that are still up right here. I just want to know what is a lamp a trophy for? Like a Aladdin style lamp.
Magic Carpet Rider.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, there you go. That one's down. Star's down.
Oh, Project Liftoff could very well come back to life.
Oh.
I think it's just high centered on 1,000 trophies. On the hopes, dreams, and achievements of those who've come before it.
It looks like we've still got standing the lamp and maybe a miniature Emmy of some sort, or possibly. I don't know. There's still 2 trophies standing.
Those are the late night broadcast YouTube participation awards that we won back in 1999.
Yeah, I think the lamp trophy has won this Rumble. Still standing. refusing to go down.
Well, bravo to all participants. I'm tickled. I'm entertained.
We're going to throw it down to Sam, who I think has a little bit more info for us.
Yes, thank you. I'm like so stoked for all these fights that are amazing all day. But that's not the only thing we have going on here at the House of Havoc. So let's take a tour through the fan experience area where, boom, starting right here, we've got robot driving experience, this open air cage where you can drive robots. We've got this other cage, a full 8x8, just like the ones the 3-pounders are fighting in, where we do all sorts of activities, gamified robot driving experiences. So right now it looks like they're doing treasure hunt. So they have to grab the balls from in there and deposit them outside of the arena, and then they win a prize. That's so fun. Over here, we've got our big screens going on where you can see highlights from the matches throughout the year. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Some materials and some dead robot parts in the corner. And now let's take a look in the Sparky shop, where for the first time, we're doing airbrush t-shirts. And we can take a look at them. They're kind of popping off. Future repeat bot driver. I have a feeling I know where that one's going. And that's not all we have in the Sparky store. We've got kits galore, so you can get your STEM career started early, including the Havoc Academy Crash Course, which we've got free shipping to get your order in before we're sold out for the season. Brand new merch all over the place. And now let's keep going. We've got a station set up where you can build your own bristly-style robot. We've got arcade games throughout. Now, DDR is pretty cool. We are now at the we're at the poster creation station. We've also got more Academy experiences. This one looks pretty fun, like a whole obstacle course for you to drive the through. And like some kids are making posters over here. Let's see what we got. Who are you rooting for?
For what?
Nice. Our bar is set up in the back now, and we've got drinks and beer. We've got coffee. We've got hot dogs. We've got a Rusty over here. It's literally everything that you would want in a fighting robot facility is right here. This is the place on Earth to watch fighting robots, to enjoy time with your friends and family, to just have a great time, really. And, well, hopefully we're back to some fights soon, but in the meantime, I'm going to throw it back to y'all. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. I love a good tour. Love our good fans. Good fans is an understatement. Our great fans. Everyone is so pumped. The energy is so high. I know I keep saying it, but the fact that we have a packed house, it's kind of wild to me. We've been packed since 10 a.m.
Yeah, we are packed. We are sold out. There's a handwritten sign on the door that says, "We are sold out." We've got no tour tickets today. I've heard people on the phone saying, "How could I get in? How could I get more tickets?" You're going to have to watch on the stream because we are packed all day long, not a seat in the house.
Good news for you. We are bringing you every angle possible, both here on YouTube and through NHRL's own BrettZone, where you can get every angle for every fight. Hundreds of cameras, I think, at this point. Let's get back, though, in case you're just joining us, and we're going to tell you about what's going on today with World Champs 101. We've got bots that have qualified from all year in 7 open events. Open invitation, you can show up, prove that you've got the stuff to make it here to World Championships. If you come in the top 4, you earned your place here today. You had 3 weight classes to do it in: the 3-pound class, the 12-pound class, and the 30-pound class. Here's the way it worked. You have 3 minutes in every fight, and your objective is to destroy your opponent. You can either successfully destroy them in a knockout, get them to yell for mercy in a tap out, or if 3 minutes go by, it goes to a judge's decision. Every single fight, you get 1 extra life. If you get stuck, you can call for an unstick. Our house robot will come in and attempt to free you if you are stuck on the arena, but it is not a guarantee. If you win and come in first place in a qualifier event, you get a golden dumpster. But today at the championship, you win a golden Brett and a fat stack of cash.
How much money do you win, Ricky? You win $8,000 as the champion of the 3 pounds, $12,000 as the champion of the 12 pounds, and $15,000 as the champion of the 30-pound class. We've got prizes for the runners-up and prizes for the semifinalists. So if you make the top 4, you're going home with some money.
It is a really exciting place to be. Just a reminder, these are the best of the best. The competition here at NHRL, par excellence, just bar none, the most talented, detailed-oriented builders in the world, the most talented drivers, the most practiced drivers. The fact that we have events here essentially every month for most of the year means that you have builders who aren't going out once a year, twice a year. They are grinding year-round to make their robots as good as they can possibly be.
Continual improvement, and we don't just say world for effect. We have builders who fly in from all around the world. We've had builders in from China, Brazil, all over Europe, coming in and fighting here, as well as, of course, all over the United States of America, states far and wide, flying in for these events in Norwalk, Connecticut.
Australia, China, England, the list goes on. If you can think of a place, it's a stone's throw away from someone who has come here to compete over the last couple of years, or in fact, in this season. Let's throw it over. I think we are ready to go to Richard in the pits. Richard?
Hey guys, yeah, so I'm up here with Ryan of Ares. Obviously it's the Worlds and you guys were pretty hyped coming into this thing, but you gave us a little scare earlier, so talk to us about that, and then I see some work happening, so just break it down for us.
Yeah, the Ares fights haven't been ideal so far. Turns out Anxietii really turned it up. So credit to them, that was a great fight, they earned it. Banguela also was amazing. You know, we'll take the win, but that was close. So moving forward, we're just trying to make sure we can get the best Ares in the arena we can, and oh, this next fight's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, I mean, we're all hyped for the rest of the bracket. Obviously, prime time's coming up. So what adjustments are we tweaking?
Not much, to be honest. Most of my dissatisfaction's been with my driving so far, so the robot itself, we're just gonna put the wedge back on for Chunky and go from there. And I just gotta live up to it, but it's gonna be a banger. It's just gonna be good either way. Ares is gonna keep going till one robot stops moving. I hope it's not us.
So I gotta ask, because I'm sure people are wanting to know, when you had that loss early and people were like, whoa, like, what was that like for you on your end?
It was, I mean, it wasn't ideal, especially because the morning has just been tough for me in general for the team. So we were like, oh, you know, Ares is gonna flip the script, and that's not quite what happened. But, you know, the bot, it did fairly well. Like all the systems are still functioning. I called the fight because I want to keep both copies of Ares up and running for the rest of the day. So, yeah, we'll see how much that matters or not. Kind of have to get through Chunky first, but yeah, it was tough, but we bounced back.
All right, and last one, yes or no. You talked about peak Ares. Have we seen that yet? It is the World Championships.
No, not yet. We have not seen peak Ares yet, so hopefully it comes out on the next one. It needs to.
All right, there you have it. Look forward to peak Ares as we continue the World Championships 2025. We're going to send it back to the booth, guys.
Thank you, Richard, and love to get that background information. We just have some competitive fans going. I wonder what they're battling over.
They're getting antsy. No robots fighting. They're going to find other ways to fight, get out their aggression, you know?
That competitive spirit is just oozing today. Speaking of competitive spirit, we have a intense 30-pound fight coming up in just a little while, and I hear you have some strong opinions on how this match is going to go.
Yeah, so Lil Lash versus Vorion coming up. You know, we teased it a little bit earlier, and I got to think, you know, Matt Vasquez coming out here, his family, California, you know, Team Whiplash. They didn't have a great fight last time. I don't think he messes up driving twice.
Great point. I'm going to counter here in a little bit. I've got some, I don't know, something in my gut is pulling towards Vorion, but I hear we've got a cage match in match 6. I think this could be a little more exciting than us arguing over this upcoming match. Don't worry, folks. If you were hungry to hear us argue back and forth, it will happen. But for now, grudge match, cage 6. Love to see a good grudge match. It's Maverick veering up against Anubis. Anubis we saw earlier going absolutely berserk, like a pinball machine in an earthquake. I haven't seen anything from Maverick today. Break for nobody. Love the little touches. It's also
I really wanted to say BREAK.
Yeah,
that would have been good.
Yeah, that's a great point. Well, way to go! Quick spin up from Maverick, but it sounded a little gritty on that motor. Whoa!
Into the ceiling.
And then the Anubis weapon coming to an immediate stop. I see something dangling just behind the weapon. That's never a good sign.
You don't usually like things to be dangling on a robot. It's not generally the preferred configuration. Doesn't seem to matter. They just head first, shove them in the wall. Flying around the arena.
Wheels and belts being torn asunder here.
Yeah, it's a grudge match. I guess they figure, yeah, I don't need these anymore. Redesign season is upon them.
Ooh.
Let's get rid of these current robots.
I just want to point out how punishing those hits that you just saw can be. When you're pushed directly back into an arena wall, that energy doesn't have as much chance to dissipate. You get hit a lot harder, a lot more forces inside the robot. Oh, look at the gash in the bottom of Anubis.
Ooh, and that
is a nasty cut.
That'll stop your weapon.
That'll ruin your day right there. Anubis sticking with it best it can. Flip back upside down, and then dead in the water. Complete stop. I think it was just caught on the arena floor there. Maverick trying desperately to be able to attack his opponent and really struggling and just bouncing about.
You wouldn't know which one of these robots doesn't have a weapon based on what's happening right now.
Trying its best. I gotta say, Anubis looking much more docile and collected here. Driving tactically now that its weapon is down.
Well, it's good practice figuring out what parts of the robot are going to break, what parts are going to stay on. This match doesn't count for the tournament. They're just fighting for fun here and tearing each other to pieces along the way. Really showing off that smiley face on the bottom.
It's cute, you know.
Probably getting a little bit more TV time than they would have preferred. That's going to be the end of the fight. I don't think we judge grudge matches, and I have no idea how I would judge that one. It was quite interesting.
We're going to go to Richard in the pits. I think he's got a little info for us.
I am up here with the one and only Jameson Go. As you can see, hard at work prepping for his next fight. We've got an intense game of Jenga here. Is this strategy or just relaxation?
Rather stressful for relaxation, but I mean, it's like tippy toes, you know. It's like how delicate are your fingers and how you grab the blocks, basically. Look at that, stressful.
You're sitting across from your next opponent. This has got to be one of the most intimidating situations I've ever seen.
I mean, I'm always a fan of like preparation for success. He's clearly preparing, so I could be in the wrong here, but I only have one robot left, so there's not much else for me to prepare.
Well, last thing for you, there was a funny moment that happened down at KO's show. Cameron from Sad Octopus walked by and he just goes, Jameson, go. Like, what's that like at Worlds, at this point in your career?
I mean, you carry a big reputation for sure. People expect a lot of things. They also know who you are, and I see the crowd reaction. So it's kind of a double-edged sword. You get the support of the community, of the crowd. That feels great, but also you don't want to disappoint them. You don't want to disappoint your competitors. I don't want to disappoint myself, honestly. So there's a lot of pressure to perform, but also a lot of support. It's a balance, all these things at once.
All right, good luck on the rest of the day. We're going to send it down to Cage 1.
Oh, it looks like we might actually get to see the fight, Ricky.
Well, we're going to find out here. Vorion versus Lil Lash. I know you're pulling, or I should say, you've got confidence in Lil Lash. They are impressive. They're going to have a lot to go through.
Box rush out of the gate, missing.
Yeah, Vorion spinning up the way it was designed to. Oh, but immediately having drive issues on the right-hand side.
Oh, that's exactly what Lil Lash is looking to do.
Expert driving here.
Phenomenon losing earlier. Vorion getting stuck on the wall here. Lil Lash trying to protect Vorion from the unstick. Getting some little bashes in here with the overhead attack.
Wow, that is a nice smack. Remember, this is a tactical instrument on the top of Lil Lash. It is trying to do its best to hit exactly the right spot.
Oh, look at this. The house robot is propped up on the forks of Vorion. I don't think it can move.
I don't think so either. This is Vorion preventing its own unstick.
I don't think I've ever seen that before. This is going to be a count out. Lil Lash is going to take this by KO because those bots are not getting unstuck.
Absolutely not.
Everyone gets an unstick request for an unstick attempt. They are not guaranteed an unstick. They're guaranteed a certain amount of time during which the robot will be attempted to unstick. But this looks like it's going to exceed that time. Now, I'm hearing it's paused, and because the two robots were stuck together, that they will be pried apart.
Yeah, if that is not part of, that's a great point. Yeah, now that I think about it, that is the way that is handled. Excellent work by the cage side staff. They have to have that quick, not only understanding, but recall of the rules and how we handle these situations. The question is, was that part of an unstick or not? It was. So, look at the chain sitting under. Oh, that is so unfortunate.
Yeah, and you could see that the unstick time has expired, so they separated the robots, but they're not going to continue with the unstick.
Oh, it is just waiting for Vorion to try and free themselves, and it will be an immediate hit.
Their self-righting arm seems to just be dead. It would usually be flapping back and forth.
That's what that chain is. I believe it's a chain-driven system. It is not going to come into play. Your winner is going to be Matt Vasquez.
Team Whiplash taking the victory here. A little bit of redemption for them after a poor outing in their last fight. That's going to bring them into the knockout rounds of the bracket and leaving Vorion nicely near the door. So no need to step into the box and retrieve them.
Just to make that absolutely clear, Lil Lash has won by knockout. I know it got a little confusing there with the unstick, with the two robots being freed from one another. They will be moving on. Brandon Bennett-Young and Vorion will be moving home. They'll be returning home and getting ready to prepare for next year. I had a chat with Brandon a bit earlier. He was talking about how punishing it is. Most people might not understand. He's got two robots in the same 30-pound class here today, and that is such a hard thing to manage. I mean, that is a ton of prep work, and it's a ton of pit work to be able to keep those robots in good repair during an event.
at least you know your two robots aren't going to be fighting at the same time. But yes, it is tricky to have two robots here in the 30-pound class, especially. Oh, the fans will get a little souvenir there, one of those ears from Vorion, and a nice greasy chain. They'll remember that for a while. But yeah, two robots in the class, two robots eliminated. That is a tough pill to swallow for Brandon Bennett Young, who's going to be going home a bit earlier than he would have liked. We've got more 30-pound action coming up soon as Killswitch and Synth 30 are going to be competing in Cage 4. And joining me in the box to announce this one is Dima. How you doing, Dima?
Hey guys, I'm back. I'm really excited to see Killswitch fight again, partially because out of every aesthetic, out of every robot here today, I think this is maybe my top 10 just aesthetically. it's so genius. The red and the blue, the logo with the little lines denoting that those aren't buttons, those are its little shuffling legs. Good. It's just pretty. It's pretty. It's genius. It's referential, but not too much.
I was going to say it's completely unoriginal. I've never seen anything like it before. Certainly nothing that would ever be trademarked by any sort of massive company. But yeah, it's really nice. I love it. The shufflers are working really good. Shufflers are always out for my heart. Look how smooth it drives with those shufflers too. Not much hop to this one. Great design. That's getting them that 50% weight bonus. Killswitch has a lot more mass than Synth 30 in the other side. And is that going to come into play here? Because otherwise, doesn't Killswitch just look like a toy you would design for Synth to play with? Just going to get right under it and toss it around.
There's that, but like you say, Killswitch has so much more mass, which is true, but think about how much more dense and compact that means it being compared to Synthesis, which is, 30-pounder that doesn't shuffle and is comparatively huge and wide, which is sort of like the Corey Nason classic building style. He likes that wide dustpan shape with the big weapon right in the middle and raised up. But it's a more compact weapon on the other side, a big drum style spinner that's really, really, really hard to beat, more of a beater than a drum. But it's just so funny to think like, wow, it weighs that much more and is that much smaller? Yeah. It's not like it weighs more and it's the same size. It weighs more and is smaller.
Yeah, both these robots sitting around a 500 record overall. I say this a lot when we see Synth fight. We see them a lot here. Corey is bringing this robot over and over again, dialing it in. Which robot are we going to get in the arena? Are we going to get the one that dishes out the insane ceiling hits and tears their opponent to shreds? Or are we going to see the one that kind of stops?
Was it working upstairs? It was working upstairs. The thing is, one screw got tightened.
Oh, and it's through I'm hearing that we have a possible technical issue in Cage 4 with a robot. So one of the two robots having an issue. Don't know which one.
But we're not.
Oh, Killswitch is having an issue, but we're going to go to a different cage, Cage 1, and check out Maccabot versus Undertaker.
Even when the action stops in one cage briefly while we work out some technical difficulties and help out the builders, we're not going to stop the action for you guys. We got so many cages running so many fights today, so we're just going to hop over to another fight in the same weight class. I really, really, really like Undertaker's forks, especially in this matchup. Look at just how it's going to get around the beater of Maccabot.
Long forks and a vert are always kind of a catch-22. Sometimes they can entangle and work as keep-away sticks. Looks like they worked well there, though.
It looks like it's just tech for this specific.
Oh!
Well, and there they go. Never mind.
Either way, they're gone.
Both. Just one, two, pop, pop. They're gone.
And Undertaker says, "I didn't need those anyway." As he sends Maccabot flying into the wall.
On the lip. On stick, on stick.
There's the unstick request. Oh, Undertaker looks oddly dead there.
Maccabot's super stuck.
Maccabot very stuck. I think that they'll be able to get off here. But, oh, without a rear wheel, that is a problem. And there's Undertaker ready and primed if Maccabot's able to move. They don't even care. They go for the hit anyway. Maccabot shuffling around, back on their feet, back on their heads. Undertaker getting a little practice in here. That's the durability of my weapon. I gotta get some test hits in. Maccabot going flying.
I'm surprised Maccabot can still drive. Of course, the weapon is down, but those are some hits.
It's massive hits. Both sides getting some good quality data here in this fight. Is Maccabot even still moving at this point? Not anymore.
I see a wheel spinning, but that doesn't mean we're moving.
Last time they were in this position, the wheel was touching the ground. They look a little bit more warped this time. There's the count out. Undertaker with a deserved KO. Sending Maccabot home.
I like being quiet for a minute so that we could hear the crowd excitedly cheer alongside for the KO count. I love when they get in with the refs.
Justin Dew moving on. Max Reynas going home. Not too far to travel with Maccabot, coming out of New York, New York.
Not too far at all.
Justin and Undertaker coming out of Schaumburg, Illinois.
You mean parts unknown, right? Sorry. We're gonna load these robots out.
I'm not touching it.
We're gonna hop back over to cage 4, this time for a different fight. I guess they were unable to get that last fight going with Killswitch and Synth 30. Oh, Killswitch has had to forfeit that last match. So Synth 30 moving on, and we're gonna get to watch Kablooey Tango take on Kratos.
I hate to see a forfeit, especially this late in the day, but you know, it happens. It happens in all sports, but in this one, we're depending on robot functionality, and the robot has been smashed repeatedly.
I do wonder what happened. You know, they were able to drive out to their box. Was it just a weapon issue? Because, you know, in my book, I just go. You know, if the weapon doesn't work, I got drive. Anything can happen in the box, but everyone makes their own call. I don't know, maybe the drive ended up stopping working once they drove out there. Who's to say? But unfortunate way to go out for sure.
Absolutely.
So I'm hearing it was a weapon issue, unable to fix it in time, and decided to call it there. But this time we should have two 100% functional robots. Kratos earlier today landing some big hits before their weapon went out. Let's see how long the weapon lasts in this one, because that is scary with that single tooth key-shaped bar going up against Kablooey Tango. Much more compact, maybe, you know, more modern design, like smaller chassis, smaller weapon. It's the classic kind of big bar of Kratos. What do you think is going to happen here, Dima?
Every time I've been asked this today and I make a prediction, it's always wrong. So what I think is going to happen is Kratos is going to win the first weapon. Like, I'm speaking it into existence, and I know the opposite is going to happen. I think Kratos is going to win the first weapon exchange because they're going to get a little bit better bite, and they're going to have like a little bit better angle on the geometry. But it's gonna kind of tap the wedge, and it's gonna send Kablooey Tango flying. And then Kablooey Tango is gonna right itself and then start undercutting.
Well, here we go. Oh, look at that bar just turning into a blur.
Oh, the sparks are so beautiful.
Oh, and is that the weapon down? Nope. Able to spin back up.
Down temporarily.
The reach on Kablooey Tango is deceptive as they're able to get in even under the blade of Kratos. Kratos now not spinning up. Kablooey Tango continuing to spin, and there are the chains and pieces coming off from that undercutting you talked about.
Yeah, I was totally wrong. I don't think Kratos is going to be able to send Kablooey Tango flying in any capacity today.
Oh, except Kablooey Tango has now stopped moving. Now they're moving again. That was kind of odd. Oh. I am hearing that Kablooey Tango might have tapped out.
Is that true?
Which would be really odd since they were winning. I'm being told to stand by. They're discussing this cage side.
So put the bottom piece in second. Put the top piece in so it stops movement first. Yeah. Then put the bottom. And when you do the reverse and you put it in, pull the bottom piece out and take the other thing out.
Okay, Kablooey Tango wins by tap out, and that makes a lot more sense. So a little bit of confusion there, cage side, but Kablooey Tango taking home the win as Kratos taps out after the weapon died a second time today. Such a shame. Great pieces of technology inside there, but they're having reliability issues with that flux motor.
Yeah, reliability issues with weapons in 30s is, you know, it becomes more and more apparent the bigger weapons get in general. Kratos is swinging a really big blade. You can see, obviously, steps are taken in design to worry about gyro, but
yeah, it is a tough one, but let's send it down to Sam, who's going to call the next fight from cage side.
Yeah, I'm excited to be at cage 1 for some 30-pound action. We've got Jump Rope in the blue corner and Deadrise in the pink. Deadrise has got his 3D printed fork setup. Jump Rope is running its only setup. Some 3D printed scoops on some UHMW arms. It's a full 360 lifter. Deadrise, a nasty big vert. Deadrise up to speed pretty quick. Jump Rope looking to get a side engagement and takes a shot to the belly. And another. Still functioning, arm still on and working. And a great lift with a follow-up. Deadrise is hungry to take one of those arms off. Looks like one arm is down, but still attached on Jump Rope. Deadrise is revved up. And a juggle! 2-hit combo from Deadrise. Looks like drive's fully working on Deadrise and Jump Rope. Feeding him titanium. Two minutes left in this match. Jump Rope's taking it in the rear. Deadrise has now removed a wheel. What a shot! Jump Rope has lost another wheel down to 2. Arms still attached, and there it goes. That is the longest those arms have stayed on ever. This cage is littered with Jump Rope parts. Deadrise looking stable. Jump Rope be flopping like a fish. Oh, solid. Still functioning with those 2 wheels on Jump Rope. Deadrise just hunting Jump Rope down. Can he take off that other arm? Ooh. Jump Rope still driving around with barely any wheels, barely any arms, still functioning. I don't know if he's self-righting after this one. That is a lot of smoke, and we have fire coming out of Jump Rope. That is gonna be the match. That is some brown, heavy, thick lipo smoke sinking out of Jump Rope. Deadrise unscathed after that one. Ooh. And we got the hot bot cart out here ready to take Jump Rope outside where it's safe. Deadrise is still spinning down. Those are some nice bearings on the thing. All right, we're gonna check out the replay from this match. Whoo, baby. That was the very first hit, an arm shot followed by a belly shot onto jump rope that set the tone for the entire match. I gotta say, jump rope held up in this fight better than it ever has. It took some serious abuse, and Deadrise is such a hard-hitting robot. But man, oh man, littering parts with every strike. Boom, titanium sparks. Deadrise just slowly hunting down jump rope as it flopped around the entire match. And I think here goes the arm. Yep, severed that arm. And then severed something inside of jump rope, leading to that gnarly thick smoke. Wow. Looks like he ended with just 1 out of 8 tires. And now jump rope is getting carted outside of the building. But what a match. Woo. Smells like robot fighting in the bowl right now, but we're gonna send it right back to the booth.
Jump rope is always a joy to watch, and Deadrise helped jump rope jump a little bit higher that fight. Took off a few wheels in the process.
The bigger they are, the harder they fall, and jump rope is big and beefy, and it's really nice to see it move. It's really nice to see it schmoove in total action, but it's also, you know, let's be real. It's kind of satisfying to see it get knocked around and have pieces ripped off and explode a little bit.
Yeah, jump rope is getting knocked around whether it's winning or losing. That time it was losing, but yeah, it's just a bouncy robot, you know, either way.
It's such a good name for it, jump rope.
So going home tonight, back to the drawing board for next season. A lot of promise in the weapon motors that they use on those flipper arms. So much power in there. Able to toss people around, toss themselves around, but they haven't been able to dial in the durability, some of the details to make that design really work. Their drive hasn't been reliable, hasn't been controllable, a little bit twitchy as they get it around, but there's a lot of promise in that. It's not a design you see a lot. As they dial in the attachment of those front pieces, dial in their ground game, I could see that becoming a real menace in the box.
Something about the sport is, I think, if you have something unique and something interesting and something that nobody else is really doing, I think it's worth iterating on, no matter the performance. I was going to say no matter the cost, but like there are some ideas that I've had where it's like, well, maybe not that cost. I don't know. I just love jump rope. It would be nice to see it maybe pared down to a 12 and a 3, just to see it function with those same kind of design ideas in different weight classes.
Yeah, and sometimes you can prove out the proportions and things like that when you go down. Not every type of robot scales up, but if you scale a robot down with the intent to scale it back up, you can sometimes learn some lessons in the process.
It's so interesting to see, and it's something that you think you would see more often, but it's not all the time you see it. But when a robot scales up, it is really interesting to see. Like we saw Mako scale up to Leviathan with basically no real. It was literally just Big Mako. It wasn't like, oh, it's an overhead attack saw, but it's got more metal and yada yada. It was really just Big Mako. It was Mako 4 times the size, and there were some flaws evident. And I'm going to stop talking about that right now because we're loading in Cage 1 right now, Slam Plan versus BudgetBoi, and I'm way more excited about seeing these two, especially with BudgetBoi's little tongue.
BudgetBoi is always a favorite. You mentioned before, ideas sometimes cost a lot of money. BudgetBoi specifically made to not cost a lot of money. How can you put a robot in the arena that is as budget conscious as possible while still being competitive? That is BudgetBoi's brief, and it does so well. On the other side, we have a very mean-looking big wheel. I was talking with the team about their tire treads this year. I said, well, what's new this event versus last event? They said, well, they're black and yellow now. When you look at these are not inner tubes, like bicycle tires, anything of the sort. These are custom molded
fully 3D cast rubber treads with a wire mesh inside of them that is then tied to the wheel to prevent it from coming off. There are different versions with different types of ties, but those are fully metal mesh-lined, custom cast rubber pieces. If you look close enough, they look almost 3D printed, but they're not TPU. That's just the texture of the mold used to make them.
I see. And all of that goes into making a really durable robot that's hard to damage because those custom wheels and the custom design has so much durability. It's kind of the MO of the big wheel in general, and there's a lot of big wheels in the field, in the meta, but maybe none are as dominant in their division as SlamPlan, who is the #1 seed today for a reason.
Just that component, just designing and developing those treads in R&D was over $1,000. Just to make the treads on those wheels.
Just to make and design treads on the wheels, not even the wheels themselves, not even the weapon,
let alone anything else on the room. Yeah,
not the drive, not the weapon, not the yada yada yada.
So yeah, the entire budget for BudgetBoi, I believe, is less than just the treads on SlamPlan.
Oh, budget builds are after my heart. Let's see if BudgetBoi can David this Goliath, if you know what I'm saying. BudgetBoi's starting to get knocked around a little bit now. It looked like they were pretty durable for the start of the fight, but damage might start accumulating if they keep taking too many hits like that.
There is a lot of power in SlamPlan's weapon. A little deceptive. It just disappears as it's spinning, but that is a nasty bar.
The winner of this... Oh, the weapon was grinding. It looks like it's come... Oh, it come to a stop temporarily, but it's back.
Yeah, SlamPlan, the #1 seed here. BudgetBoi, the #24 seed. One of these robots is going home after this fight. Oh, big hits from SlamPlan. They don't want to be going home themselves. Trying to show why they're the #1 seed.
When you're #1 seed, you don't want to go out this early. You don't want to go out at all, but this early to a robot named BudgetBoi.
Oh, BudgetBoi having some issues moving, but still motion.
Not giving up. Oh! Not going to tap out to save parts, not when they're this cheap.
There goes a wheel, but they're driving better now without it.
Surviving. Going to try to run their metal wedge into SlamPlan's weapon and get some damage themselves, and ideally some control.
No one is tapping in this fight. They're taking this to the bell if they can. BudgetBoi, great crab walking here, keeping the front pointed towards SlamPlan. Now they're back on their wheels, back on the floor, able to keep it pointed. SlamPlan can't do as much as they could earlier. Not getting many big shots here. Trying to go backwards here, swinging down from above. Great hit there, but that sends themselves flying when they hit in that direction.
SlamPlan looked like they were out of control for a moment there, for a few seconds, but they just sort of wiggle and bounce right back up on their feet.
It's an interesting strategy from SlamPlan. Instead of driving into the wedge with an upward spinner, they're driving upside down and backwards so they can spin downward, trying to peel it off from behind. And there they do it, taking off the second wheel with that like overhead attack, driving backwards and over BudgetBoi.
That's gore. That's gore of my comfort character.
BudgetBoi almost makes it to the bell, but counted out with just under 20 seconds remaining. SlamPlan stays alive.
SlamPlan making it into bracket.
John just slapped my wristband off.
They
Reigning
high-fived
champion.
so hard that they lost their wristband in the process.
Oh, I've been there. You ever had a really good high five after a fight like that? Hand hurts for a while.
It's better than the unfortunate times when people go for the high five after a great fight and just whiff. Seen that a few times. A nice, powerful one where your wristband comes flying off, that feels good.
Oh, yeah, that's a good way to describe it. It wasn't a miss, it was a whiff.
Yeah.
This is an underrated feeling of the sport sometimes is when your robot has been destroyed and bent and pieces have come off it and you're loading it out in the cage and you're holding your weapon locks and thinking,
All right, how do I finagle these back on
What am I
there?
locking anymore? But BudgetBoi has to be proud coming in, making the World Championships, going up against #1 seed, and doing pretty darn well along the way.
In all sports with any sort of cost to entry, a budget build is always after my own heart. That's. We got some Slam Playing Slam fans in the crowd. I do love a big wheel. I love a big wheel. I think they're really fun to watch. I think new fans to the sport see a really big, bouncy, a robot with a lot of action to it. They usually have really big, interesting weapons. They usually are just, cool to look at. And I'm kind of happy that I'm not going to say they've taken over the meta, but I'm happy that they're as prominent in the meta as they are, because they didn't used to be. When I started in the sport not too long ago, I'm still a fairly new competitor compared to some, and it was rare to see any.
Yeah, the big wheels have been coming along as people really figure out how do you get the traction on the wheels, how do you make a durable wheel. You see the different wheel configurations of Slam Plan, able to run the canted wheels versus the upright wheels depending on the opponent, adjusting the height, figuring out what does and doesn't work as you push these designs further and further. Sometimes it isn't about the overall architecture as much as it is about dialing in the details. Big wheels were an interesting concept to start, but as the details have got dialed in, that's what's really pushed them.
Yeah, the devil is in the details in certain archetypes more than others. Got the amazing animal masks here. For World Finals today, NHRL has been an amazing spectator and viewer experience, but also the visitors here in the venue themselves, in the literal House of Havoc.
The House of Havoc here in Norwalk, Connecticut. If you're anywhere remotely nearby, you should definitely come to an event next year. We are sold out tonight, so if you don't have tickets, don't come by today, but come by next year and watch this in person, because it is amazing to experience this live, and the sound and the smells and everything else that goes on at robot fighting is something to behold in person. But we'll be hanging out with you on the stream all day. And while we wait for these robots to turn on, let's take a look at what the pits are like right now with Richard. Richard, how's it doing up there? What's the atmosphere like?
The atmosphere is great, guys, and of course, I'm here with none other than Brian of Chonkeev. And man, you guys were a little worried about who you might fight, but then some buddies of yours, as you said, knocked them down a peg or two. So just talk to me a little bit about your day and how things are going.
Sure, yeah, we were really excited about being here, but then we saw that the way the bracket was shaking out, we might have to fight our teammates' Anxietii, which we've done before, and we really didn't want to do that. But then they ended up beating Ares, so now we're fighting Ares instead of Anxietii. So, that's, you never want to fight Ares, but at least we don't have to fight our teammates, So we're really excited, and I think it's going to be a really fun match.
We've been seeing all kinds of damage and all kinds of repairs, but you guys seem uncomfortably calm and collective right now. What adjustments have you made before the big primetime event?
Oh yeah, basically nothing, to be honest. I mean, so in the last fight we broke a tooth, but those are consumable, so we just popped it out and put a new one in. You can see we got some bites on here, but the billet is supposed to do that. It's a lot softer than a lot of weapon material, so it doesn't do anything. It's just a cosmetic damage, so.
Early thoughts on your next fight?
Look, man, you never know what's going to happen, right?
Propped up around. Admin Barrage is propped against the wall here, doing the thing as we are back to action in Cage 1. And Robo-Cat says, let me get a little piece in here as they cut off the house robot.
Back on his feet, but the weapon maybe not so functional.
Yeah, it does not seem to be spinning. Maybe lost a belt here. Adamant Barrage, one of the funkiest robots. We talked about bouncing robots. Adamant Barrage, another robot that likes to bounce around the arena.
I'm not going to count it out yet, even with the weapons down. I was talking about builders with a high luck stat earlier. William Marchese is one of those builders who fights to the bitter end and sometimes just decides not to lose.
Yeah, you can't ever count out Adamant Barrage. It's a robot that
You know, we talked a little bit about this before, like deceptive-looking robots. You look at Adam Barrage, and it feels kind of old school in the construction and the layout, but it's been really dialed in over the course of the season as it came to event after event after event, and it has laid some damaging hits and sustained a lot of impacts. But right here, I don't know if it's going to be able to make it out of this one with Robo-Cat as they are tearing it apart piece by piece, and it's driving slower and slower as this fight goes on.
Adamant Barrage is hard to pin, especially with the 4 configuration that it usually runs, but there's one right there, and it might be dead.
Yeah, it was progressively slowing down, kind of odd, looked almost like the batteries are going dead here as it just is nudging itself. I'm not sure how that would have happened. Maybe they ran the battery dead trying to start up a jammed weapon or something, but certainly looks like they just don't have the power to move, and that's going to be it.
Yeah, that wheel twitching definitely looks like battery to me.
Adamant Barrage going home. No more Adam-named robots in the tournaments.
No more Adam-named robots. We see a lot of referential robots. Not a lot of people even know about the Adamant Barrage being an Inuyasha reference. You know, Kagome. But I love Adamant Barrage. I'm sad to see it go. But we're going to go to Cage 4 with a fight already in progress. We have Cherry versus Carmen.
Both robots seem to be crab walking here, and I'm not hearing any weapons. I'm seeing at least one belt and one wheel on the ground as we're in for a shoving match with 2 minutes to go between the 12 seed and the 13 seed.
We got 2 red crabs crab walking at each other. Let's see who can... There was a pin for a second, like a mutual pin, and I was thinking, okay, who got the crab pin?
Who can crab the crab? Here. Hard to even tell them apart at this point. I think Cherry has the bigger wheels.
Cherry's got the bigger wheels, and Carmen has the sort of like gold bronzy
weapon. beater bar. Halfway through this fight, seeing some action from Cherry's weapon there, but not enough to do anything. Might be enough to, you know, win a point on damage at the end.
No, this is a beautiful dance we're seeing. This is tango. This is salsa. This is.
We need a little bit of music in the background here. Do 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 do. Oh, and Cherry is now stuck, maybe high centered or something else. I don't see any movement out of those wheels.
Cherry, wake up! Weapon is back.
Oh, Carmen's back on.
Are we gonna see one last crazy hit?
Carmen can only reverse, it seems, when the weapon is on. Can't really go forward. And that's the KO.
That's the KO. Takes two to Mambo, and one of the dancers there decided, I'm done.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
They're gonna figure it out in the pits. It is always tricky when you win a fight like this. The robots comes out not working, but you have to fight again. Of course, better than losing a fight like that, but you still got to fix it now. Sometimes when you lose, you just throw it in the box and go home. But now they got to figure out what the heck happened, put it back together, and get it back in the arena in maybe as short as 20 minutes. As the fights are going at this point in the day, and you're not necessarily guaranteed any more time than that. This becomes a battle in the pits at this hour of the day.
You might have a little more time when there's more bots in the field still, so more fights happening per cage. But once people start getting eliminated, we keep the action going as much as we can so that we can finish up these amazing fights all in one day. So you do get a little less time as the rounds go, and that's a really big part of this sport for those that don't know. A lot of people ask me when I tell them what I do, and they say, how important is it to repair your robot in between fights? And I say, oh, extremely. That's half the battle. Maybe a third of the battle. A third is building, driving, repairing.
Yeah,
maybe those are the 3 pillars.
The repairability is one of those things as well, which like it does happen in the moment, but it also happens during design because you can design your robot to perform very well in the arena, and then the second half is design your robot to be repaired in the pits. But let's send it down to Sam and Kyle at Cage 1, who've got an update for us cage side here.
We are just standing by, waiting for these robots to load in. We've got Liam King. He's here with Buzz-Kill, and he's going up against the Riobot sensation. That's right, Toro Jr., which is, oddly enough, driven by Junior Sousa.
Love me a good international battle, Kyle. I'm excited for this match. The robots are now driving into their corners, doing a little spin-up test, little wheels test. Looks like Toro Jr.'s functioning properly, Buzz-Kill functioning properly. I'm excited for a good match.
This is going to be an absolute banger. Two amazing drivers. Liam King has got a very different style than the Brazilian sensation that is Toro Jr., but I am so excited to see this matchup. It's going to be a dogfight. You're going to see a lot of shooting for angles, a whole lot of positioning. I'd say the advantage goes to Liam as far as reach on the weapon. Drive, a little bit of an advantage to Toro Jr., but don't get me wrong.
5,
Buzz-Kill is no slouch in the drive department.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
All right, both robots up to speed, meeting in the middle. Buzz-Kill takes the first engagement.
And there you see the dog fighting. They're circling each other, trying to get that angle. Buzz-Kill getting under the weapon, hopefully trying to get at those wheels, trying to get at that undercarriage.
Buzz-Kill can eat away at the uprights on Toro Jr., causing that drum to hit the ground. But he's got to get a lot of engagements to do that because Toro Jr. is thick.
Yeah, big old chunk of aluminum, keeping that robot together.
Nose to nose.
You can see some big differences between the design ethos here, right? Liam's got this big front plow. Toro Jr. has aluminum armor surrounding the robot. Very Brazilian style.
Quick little gyro self-right from Toro Jr. back on their wheels.
Ooh, nice hit there from Liam. And a follow-up. Wow, a lot of
Buzz-Kill
chaos.
got unstable on that one, but back up to speed.
That's the second time we've seen him kind of destabilize after a hit. I wonder what's going on with that. Toro Jr. trying to take advantage and get an angle. Really hard to find a safe place to hit with that huge weapon base on Buzz-Kill. It's always interesting to see Liam King be the slower driver in a matchup, but he's doing a great job keeping his weapon between him and Toro Jr.
He's staying so measured. He's following up when Toro Jr. goes flying. I'd say he's locked in.
Yeah, you can see it on his face. Being cage side, it's just, you can feel the intensity coming off of these competitors. Nice impact there.
Neither robot slowing down whatsoever.
30 seconds left in this matchup. The refs have just called it. Grinding hits there. This one's likely going to go to the judges, and it is a back and forth slammer.
Kyle, this is going to be an incredibly tough match for our judges. Neither robot seems to have taken any significant damage.
Yeah, drive all works, weapons all work. We've seen a lot of sparks, we've seen a lot of hits. But I did not see a clear winner in that matchup.
All right, we're going to have to wait for this, JD, as we head to Cage 4 for a fight in progress.
Meinen and Plusle having a struggle in here, and they're going up against Melodious.
I don't see much movement on Meliodas or Plusle, but Meinen's doing work in the pink corner.
Meinen looks like it's missing a wheel and a tread on one side, but it's still working. Drifting away, trying to self-right up against the wall. Nice job there, Meinen. Meliodas trying to get any kind of engagement, but really seems to be struggling.
Some solid shots from the little Meinen. A very loose upright on Meliodas. 3 seconds left.
Nice hit there.
proper scrap in cage 4. This one's going to go to the judges as well.
I'd like to say that was a very close matchup, but half of Minun and Plusle was down at the end of that fight, and the other half wasn't looking that great, even though they were getting some really good engagement.
All right, they are performing their functionality test right now in the cage. That shows the judges that their weapons are working, their drive is working, or the weapon is down, the weapon is partially down, the drive is down, the drive is partially down. They use that information to score the match and provide us with the results.
Yeah, and if we do find that some weapon systems and drive systems are down, that is going to count as damage points for the opponent. We're getting ready to load into cage 1 again. The cage crew is diligently cleaning it up. We've got an absolute banger of a match coming your way. We've got 2 judges' decisions that we're waiting on from those last 2 matches. And the beat goes on and on here at the World Championships. All right, so we are getting ready to load into cage 1. We've got 2 championship robots loading in right now. That's right, Maximizer. Huge loading into the box. We've got Jake Hoffman going up against Don Derfler. The Derfler family is here in full force. They brought cookies. Jake Hoffman, what did he bring?
Maximizer.
Just Maximizer. A very, very optimized Maximizer ready for this event. Jake has been dialed in, and I know he's been thinking about these big wheeled robots as opponents all day, all week, all month. Just with Slam Plan and Huge here, there's always a chance you're going to have to face off against this style robot to get yourself to a golden Brett.
That's a halt.
They're making it safe. They're getting it ready.
Robots are getting turned on. Weapon locks are being removed. Our builders are walking to their corners. This match is about to begin.
This is a tragic match in a way, Sam. The loser of this match goes home.
Yeah, but we're at that point in the tournament. Anyone that loses goes home.
Look at the size of that blade on Huge. It is thick.
I think that's probably their anti-horizontal blade. They take a lot of hits on the side of that blade, so they need it thick and capable of, not bending when it's receiving those hits.
And Maximizer is starting in the upside down position, weapon forward. This is a rare, rare position for them to be in.
And look at the reach on that blade on Maximizer.
Yeah, he's been working on longer blades for certain opponents. I think this is definitely his big wheel setup. This is going to be intense.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
We are off. A tentative start, but here we are meeting in the middle. Some weapon-to-weapon action, and Huge is flopping. Looks like they already have a huge cut in their wheel.
Yeah, massive damage, and then another big glancing hit there.
Uh-oh, Kyle. If this is how this match goes, I don't know if Huge is going to be a wheeled robot at the end.
No, and look, there's stands in the back. One of them is already bent and holding on by a thread. If they lose in the back, one of them is already bent and holding on by a thread. If they lose that, they lose a ton of control over that robot. Wow, Huge doing a great job driving in that circle.
Wow, it looks like Jake's prep for these big wheel bots is on point, but he goes flying!
Oh, the weapon's still working and the drive's still working. That's a big sigh moment for Jake.
I'm not seeing spin on Maximizer's blade at this point.
No, definitely not. Can Don Derfler take advantage? Let's see. He's trying to come in for a hit. Jake doing a really great job using that plow to get him out of the way and move those big, thick wheels.
What is Jake's game plan at this point? What can he do to not lose this match?
He's got to turn into a control bot. He's got to get to those wheels. He's got to push and pin from the side. Oh, unstick has been called for, and there you go. Huge comes in. Unstick complete. And now Jake seems to be not moving again. Nope, he's got movement. We're good. Oh, no. That weapon on Huge is just devastating.
Jake and Maximizer's only way he can win damage in this match is to stop the blade on Huge. And the best way to do that is to shove his dead blade into theirs.
It's risky. Oh, there is a stopped weapon on Huge. This crowd is going nuts, but it's back up. It just was down for a second. Huge, even though those wheels are as damaged as they are, moving beautifully around the arena. Don doing a great job controlling this very damaged robot.
And there's some potholes in the center of the arena that Maximizer seems to keep losing traction on. Definitely not something that's going to affect Huge.
You hear that weapon's gone down on Huge again. This is getting its final count now. This one will likely go to the judges. That weapon functionality test at the end of this matchup is going to be real clutch to find out who won.
I'm keeping an eye on Huge right now to see that blade spin in this functionality test. Looks like drive is fully functional.
And they can get the weapon spinning. They just had to get the wheels kind of in the correct position to get it moving.
Interesting.
Yeah, their blade was doing the thing a little bit, it seems like. They were a little too low. Sometimes you put those anti-horizontal wheels on and it makes your base a little bit lower. It makes it harder to get that weapon to spin.
Looks like Maximizer has no weapon. Nothing left in the tank on that weapon.
Yeah, that bodes very well for Brutus Robotics and the Derfler brothers. All right, we are getting ready for some Cage 2 3-pound action. Let's go to our friends in the play-by-play booth to call this fight.
Yeah, this should be a good one here in Cage 2. We've got Silent Spring back in the box from Jameson Go against Impact.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Let's see who's the... I know these are two potentially extremely...
Oh, what a hit! Impact sending Silent Spring flying. You don't see Jameson Go fighting as the underdog often. Coming into this fight is the 11 seed. Against Impact is the 6. Both bots landing huge hits.
Mars almost roofing himself with that, trying to self-right, using the wall.
Ooh, the wedge on Impact looks to be hanging on by a thread.
Oh no, that's coming off. I know that's coming off. That wedge is whipping around, not long for this world.
It doesn't want to let go, but now it's stuck, causing some drive issues.
Oh my goodness.
Massive hits.
It looks like it's clanging on his own weapon too. I hope that's not damaging him too much.
Still helping a little bit in these moments against the horizontal from Silent Spring.
It's doing like a little shield bang thing, like a little Roman legionnaire going like, come at me. All right, there we go, there we go. The wedge is finally completely off.
The wedge is off. JMO trying to line up a base shot here as Impact's just flying all over the place trying to self-right.
Mars no longer has any sort of armor protection against the horizontal.
He still has the weapon, which is a bit of armor in itself. And oh, JMO is embedded. What is he stuck in? Silent Spring upside down, the feet not reaching.
I did see one of Lars's wheels come out too in that same exchange.
I wonder, did he have to use the unstick there?
I think the light and for those at home, you can see the X next to Silent Spring. The unstick has been spent.
I'm surprised. I would have thought that the house robot would have had to have let him go, but did need to use the unstick.
Taking a vert against the horizontal without a wedge to protect you is scary business. I don't care who you are.
Oh, big hits, even bigger hits without the wedge in place to deflect anything here. You can see the wheel of impact in the back, as you mentioned. Uh-oh.
40 seconds left, and no weapons are down yet. The action is going to keep going.
Lars looked like he was down a little bit in maneuverability, but came back. Stuck upside down here. Looks like lost some of the self-righting ear here, having some trouble.
I would say, unfortunately, Impact has definitely lost on control so far to this point, especially with this pin.
Yeah, you got to think control, damage, going. Silent Spring's way here. Hard to say that this could be a big upset victory for Jameson here, but you got to feel for Lars. So many big hits, the wedge couldn't take it. It looks like this is going to the judges.
Wow. What a fight.
He doesn't look too sure. That was tense.
No, I don't know if this is truly his attitude, but in my head, I think Jameson Go is the kind of competitor where, you know, it's not one until the judge says it's one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's true. You never know what happens. If you want to guarantee a win, then don't send it to the judges. Let's take a look at the replays here. See if we can get any clearer idea what happened. Wow, these hits right out the gate were incredible. Impact winning a lot of these engagements, sending Silent Spring into the ceiling of the far high wall. But eventually that wedge came loose and came off. And as Dima mentioned, not good for the control there.
No, absolutely not. You can see how much of the fight Lars had to spend self-righting and taking those hits and going upside down. This looked like a really dicey moment for JMO being stuck like that. And for a moment, it almost looked like nearly a KO, but was able to get free.
Yeah, able to use the unstick. I thought maybe they were embedded in the floor. Didn't get stuck again, despite flying all over the arena.
Silent Spring is an amazing design, but one of its weaknesses is the fact that because it is a shuffler and an undercutter, things can high center it pretty easily. And I said earlier, I've had a fight against Silent Spring, so I can speak with some level of authority, but it's the authority of somebody who got extremely lucky and high centered it once. But we're gonna go over to Richard in the pits, who has some information for us about what's going on up there.
On up here, guys. I mean, but right now I'm with Ben of Robo-Cat. You just told me, you're like, my next fight is Saiko. I wanted Saiko. Who on earth wants Saiko?
Well, after the NHRL Teams event, where I was sent to the Gulag against Caldera, Saiko, and Nightcrawler, they're on my list. I got to get all three. That is the trifecta of get back, I guess, so to speak. And I want my vengeance. I already got Caldera. I already got Nightcrawler. It's time for Saiko.
Wow, a list. Very Game of Thronesy, if you ask me. But you brought 4 bots. We talked about it last night. You said you had one each for a specific bot. Was there one for Saiko?
So the one we're setting up right now, it is a dual impactor. It is ready for beaters. That is the specific use case for it. I designed it while I thought of Saiko. While I thought of that fight, while I thought of how I was handled at teams, that is not happening again.
All right, any final preparations?
I've got 4 bots. Once this is all wrapped up, I'm going to sit here, drink a soda, look at my phone, and we're going to go fight.
Uncomfortably comfortable, as always. Well, hey, you got your match. Good luck, man. We're going to send it back down to the booth.
We are in cage 2 as the bots are preparing to be loaded in. Oh, and we're going to have Caldera versus Jelly Baby here.
Now this is a fight.
Jelly Baby is fun to watch, always flip-flopping around the arena and just can't hit it. Like,
you can't hurt it in a way that matters. And
it's just everything down to the design that keeps getting dialed in and iterated. Some people are builders who love making a bajillion bots of all different archetypes. Paige is a builder that likes taking Jelly Baby and continuing to iterate on her Jelly Baby, on her baby. And every little detail down to the lifter, down to the way that it can just bend and flex and take every single shot you can throw at it, and the baleen forks, the style of forks where you see sort of like, how would you describe it? Sort of like a flexible comb sort of shape?
Yeah, I kind of think comb is the right word here. Comb wedge. And, you know, it's proven it's so effective the way those go up against almost any weapon in this weight class. We talk a lot about weight class differences. That is a weapon type that doesn't necessarily scale up that well. But boy, do those wedges work amazing in this weight class.
Well, here's a curious thing to ponder, is one of the ways that you might be able to damage baleen forks like Jelly Baby. You see the white forks as opposed to the pink forks. The pink forks I would call normal forks.
Yeah.
And the white ones, for the viewers at home, are the baleen, referring to a whale's mouth, I believe, is the origin of the terminology. But how do you defeat those? You can shred them, either if you have a beater or a vert that can otherwise reach them and start tearing them to pieces, or a horizontal with the right angle who can hit them and flex them around. I say that, but has that ever really happened to Jelly Baby? Has Jelly Baby's baleen ever really been...
They're really well made. Paige is pitted right across from Emulsifier, and I was chatting with her yesterday when she arrived. I said, you know, how's Jelly Baby doing? She went, gotta build it now. It was entirely in parts. She said, no, don't worry, it's not too hard to put together. Really well-designed robot, really great system design inside. The repairability and assembly of it is just so well done.
It's so pleasant. I love Jelly Baby.
Yeah.
The crowd loves Jelly Baby, too. And sometimes the crowd can love or hate lifters, but...
2, 1.
Fight.
Everybody
Robots
loves Jelly
fight.
You gotta love Jelly Baby. Caldera right out of the gates, aggressive against the backside of Jelly Baby, getting some choice hits in. That's where Jelly Baby doesn't want to get hit. Paige able to reconfigure.
Paige's turn speed looks really high, and I'm not sure if it's maybe tuned a little more this fight, or I mean this event. But it's really interesting to see her being able to whip around, and like you can get to her back for maybe a split second, but she's such a good driver that she just, you know, turns to face you right away as fast as she can.
And it is tough when you up the turn speed, and if that's what happened, it does seem like she might be oversteering a little bit. Bots can get a bit twitchy if you up the you know, turn rate a little, but that might be why the back has gotten exposed a couple times to Caldera, although right now really taking advantage of those baleen wedges on the front as able to pin Caldera here.
Now, Jelly Baby has amazing drive and the ability to score pins without using that lifter, but to win aggression points with the judges, you do need to show aggression with your weapon. So I would like to see some of these pins end with a great flip on Yep, there we go. Great flip on Caldera to really show that she can completely dominate not just the sumo aspect, but the wrestling aspect of this fight.
Yeah, that weapon is deceptively effective, and she has written on there, do the thing, and it is really good at making opposing robots do the thing.
Especially a horizontal like Caldera. Sort of a long shape as opposed to like verts who are invertible. And Caldera is of course invertible, but sometimes it gets flat or it gets put on its back. And it's stuck right now.
Oh, and that was an interesting thing. They could see there, okay, they did request the unstick.
Nice, another pushing match. We're 2 minutes into the fight, we got a minute left, but it looks like Jelly Baby's pretty firmly in control. And Jelly Baby's typically not going to score damage, although it can happen. And Caldera is looking to score damage to try to win the fight that way. Like we said, it can't really hurt Jelly Baby in a way that matters. And if you can, that's how you win. But hasn't happened in this fight. Hasn't happened yet in this event.
Yeah,
well,
Jelly Baby
it
doesn't necessarily do a lot of damage, but does get knockout victories. 7 knockouts in Jelly Baby's favor. Jelly Baby has never been knocked out.
30 seconds left in this fight, and Caldera is... Glenn is trying his damnedest to try to make something happen. It would be nice to see the weapon stay spun up and he just get like a really nice hit on a wheel to the backside, but hasn't quite happened yet. Wearing Caldera as a hat. And that's the fight. It's gonna go to the judges, and I never like to speak too soon about these sorts of things. I like the judging to speak for itself, but if I was Paige, I'd be really confident right now that I am walking away with a victory. Against Caldera, one of the greatest Beatles of all time. One of the GOATs. I'm a really big Jelly Baby fan, but I'm in equal measure a Glenn head.
Demon, did I just walk in and hear that you're suspecting a Jelly Baby victory here?
I'm suspecting a Jelly Baby victory. I don't think anything negative happened to Jelly Baby that was meaningful in any way. In maybe the first 30 seconds of the fight, she looked like she was in some danger where there could have been a nasty hit to the backside, but I didn't see that happen. I didn't see any damage. I didn't really see Caldera maintain any control over Jelly Baby, and I saw her get great use out of the aggression. And those are the three categories that these robots are judged on: damage, aggression, and control. And I think she won all three, or 1-2, and was equal on the last one.
Darn close to it, essentially.
Darn tootin'.
Well, we'll have to see. The judges will be weighing in. Looks like we took out a camera feed in the process there. We snipped a cable, perhaps. These cages have been taking some absolute abuse, but that was predicted. We had such a intense lineup of robots today. Yep, you can see there that previous cable just got sliced right in half. We do have some armor, but robots have a way of jumping behind armor. It's almost as if they're designed to cut through armor.
It's almost as if they're designed to cause carnage, chaos, and destruction, and the titular havoc. Here at the House of Havoc, we have amazing cameras in the cage to record every fight from every angle as best as we can, but that also means they're in the cage and vulnerable to a bot getting flipped around, roofed around, etc.
Exactly. There's only so much we can do to protect these things, and today has been a banner day for camera destruction. I think we're actually talking about putting some increased protection in the corners here as robots seem to get ever more dangerous and powerful.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier this morning. I was saying NHRL is really good at staying ahead of these constant improvements that these robots are making. The robots get more and more aggressive and chaotic, and I don't like using the word dangerous, but they get stronger and faster every single event. And then NHRL does a great job of, keeping the cages in the arenas as safe as humanly and theoretically possible.
As inhumanly possible in the case of these robots. I mean, they are dangerous, right? But we need to make sure that they're dangerous to other robots and not to the people.
Of course, but now it's time to iterate on the cameras too, it seems. now it's time to throw over some of that extra safety first on the cameras, just for the sake of keeping things as high quality as we can and making sure that things don't get snipped.
We talked earlier about just putting in perspective how powerful these robots are. And the 3 pounds doesn't sound like a lot, right? That's the size of a chunky guinea pig, right? Yeah. But you think about how much damage, and people put it in perspective. And I just want to, the term joule is kind of meaningless to most people, but it's a unit of energy, right? Yep. And a heavy-duty jackhammer. Let's say, if you've got construction equipment outside, you feel your house shaking a little bit, each hit of that jackhammer is like 200 or 300 joules. To put it in perspective, one hit from one of these robots can be as much, the 3-pound robots, mind you, can be 2,000 joules. 10 jackhammers at the same time.
And that's a bot you can just hold in one hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just, it really does no justice to talk about it or see it on screen. You gotta feel it. Let's go over to Kyle. I think he's got judges' decisions on earlier fights, so I'm interested to see. Kyle?
Absolutely. We do have some judges' decisions ready for you right now. The winner of the Pine Victus fight was, in fact, Pine Victus. We have massive judges' decisions coming your way. This second half of the day has been a lot of to the judges' fights. Mako losing that fight, that means they are eliminated from the tournament today. Another upset. Pine Victus is looking absolutely vicious, and I look to see them go deep into this tournament today. So we'll have more judges' decisions for you later. We're going to be catching up on those throughout the stream today. Thank you for joining us on the KO show. Oh, hold on. This just in. I've got another judge's decision for you right now. That's right. Cold Snap. Their second upset of the day, defeating Monkfish. Absolutely insane for them. Congratulations to Cold Snap. They have already defeated the two-time Golden Dumpster winner earlier today, and now they have just defeated Monkfish. That's absolutely insane. Congratulations to Miles. Very proud of him. All right. So we've got one more result. Stand by. I knew we had some catching up to do, so this is okay. And there it is. Repeater defeats Bean Supreme Refried. Absolutely no surprise there. Repeater is coming back for their World Championship this year. Looking pretty vicious, even though they're only like 11th seed, I think. But yes, excellent matchup for them, and they won it pretty handily. So yeah, judges' decisions coming your way. A lot of these this round of fights have been judges' decisions. Earlier in the day, it was all knockouts. But our judges have been put to work this afternoon. We've got more fights coming your way. We've got prime time starting at 7 p.m. Eastern. And right now we're going to go back to our friends at the play-by-play booth with more action for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kyle. Appreciate you calling me your friend so many times today. Those judges' decisions were, so many people are getting eliminated, and we don't get to see every single fight on stream, although they will be available on BrettZone for the super fans amongst us to be able to view later. That Mako decision upsets me personally. For those that don't know, that Mako is my older brother, Julian Papazian, who got me in this sport. It was a little sad being ready to hear that judge's decision, and as I look at it, I get a text from my brother upstairs in the pits, getting sort of bad news in a double sense. I got bad news from both sources, but kudos to Pine Victus scoring its second win against Mako. An amazing bot. I'm happy to see them advance. I'm just, you know, I used to mini bot for Mako. That's partially my robot.
I assume the text message was just sad face. Let's go ahead and go to Richard in the picks. I bet he's not a sad face right now.
Yeah, hey guys, so we are up here in the pits, and I have Ariel of Battle Tots, and when you and I spoke last night, you said you weren't even supposed to be here, but now you're waiting for a judge's decision. You could face Kevin of Torrent. So, I mean, overall, how's your day been?
Honestly, it's been so much better than we ever expected it to be. We just expected to lose to Carmen and then lose to whoever was going to be after that. And it's been going great.
And so now if you face them, because you're in the bracket, what's the mindset?
So I kind of coached them already and helped them with the bots, and I've ran the bots in the past, so I know what they do. I know their skill set. So I'm just going to go in and do exactly what they would do against them.
So no grudges at all between you two?
No, our team policy is to fight it out. If we end up facing each other, we're fighting it out.
Where do you stand, Tim?
I hope we win and Kevin loses.
It's all fun and games up here with Team Pandemonium, and we'll go ahead and send it back down to you guys.
We're going to jump into Cage 1. You can see everyone is getting prepared here. The house robot, I believe, is having its fire extinguisher serviced. And Dima, do you know why that is?
I don't, Ricky. Do you?
I do know. It's because it's the fight all of us here at NHRL have been anxiously awaiting. The two heaviest hitters in the building, in fact, probably in the building ever. We have Chonky and Ares. These two robots are known panel breakers. They are known robot breakers. They are terrors. Let's go to Richard now, and he can build the hype.
All right, I'm here with JMO. Guess what?
What's that?
You beat Impact.
Oh, cool. I was like, I mean, that was a tough fight. I mean, Lars is an amazing driver. He's the Max Verstappen of NHRL. I know Silent Springs got that weight bonus that keeps it nice and steady, and that might be the thing that saved me in that last fight. So, man, what a tough one.
Hey, at this point, you're just doing the Jameson Go thing. Congratulations, you're in prime time. We'll see you there, man. All right. Jameson Go, you already know the face and the name. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you again. We need those updates every now and then. A kind of surprised-looking Jameson, I'd say.
Well, when you hear, guess what, you might think anything's coming, and then it was, oh, you just won. And he was like, oh, okay. Good news. But we are getting ready in Cage 1 for Ares, the literal god of war, stacked up against Chonkiv. What can beat a god? Maybe a Titan. And I would say that the shuffling weight bonus afforded to Chonkiv makes it certainly Titanic.
That absolutely does. The weight bonus here is nothing to scoff at. Of course, it has a spinning shell, so it's a little difficult to see underneath. But underneath that shell, it's not wheels. It's actually a whole lot of little shuffling mechanisms that are used in place of wheels. It's a much more complex, much more complicated, and usually more delicate system. And we reward that with a weight bonus here at NHRL just to favor the ingenuity and technical prowess of these robots. Chonkiv has used it to great effect, and they're just so often on a terror here at NHRL.
Absolutely. And I'm not going to say that the MIT team is cocky or overconfident. I'll just say that they behave as maybe Ares, the god of war, would, where they're confident that they can slay any foe. And I think that they are really confident that they're walking away with the golden Brett of the 30-pound division today. Let's see if Chonkiv can make them maybe a little less confident in that.
Boy, it is amazing. For a robot that has a spinning mass as much as Chonkiv, it spins up fast.
Look at how beautiful it is when just the shell is spinning and you don't even see it moving. You see, oh my god, the blur on top. So beautiful to look at. The winner of this fight is going to be headed to prime time and going to be in top 8 of the entire bracket. That means that they don't have very many fights after that to be able to lock in for that golden dumpster. So they're getting very close. They only have a few more foes to slay, but let's see who is going to get in the other's way here.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Goodness, Ares is trying to corner Chonkiv, it seems.
Trying to, ooh, that's a big hit.
Those are some
another
sparks.
one, yeah, these are huge impacts. Wow!
Oh my god!
The front just torn off of Ares.
The wedge is
Chonkiv
gone.
seemingly unharmed. We're gonna have another big hit any moment here. Wow! This cage is getting punished. Ares is getting punished. It's on fire! You can see wires are dangling out of the back of the robot, but it's still going, it's spinning, it's driving. Can it deliver another hit?
Ares is not going to give up, but Chonkiv
Not
looks
for
unfettered.
a minute, but this is so nerve-wracking any moment.
He's almost just waiting.
There it is. That's, oh, no, it's back. It still has life yet in the God of War.
The next hit might be the deciding factor here.
Will it be as immortal as its name implies? Tossed aside like just a trifle.
I don't know if you've ever actually read those old myths, Ricky, but sometimes the gods do lose.
That be the case here today. Look, an entire section of the front of Ares is gone. Chonkiv is laying in wait,
Unstick is
daring
called
Ares
for.
to move.
Now the house bot dares him to move.
Look at the pieces just littering the arena.
I've never seen Ares in pieces like this.
Never has this robot been so thoroughly torn apart.
One more hit, Chonkiv. It's almost taunting, it looks like.
And then it tossed to the side. This is such reserve from Chonkiv, and I think this is it for Ares. It's upside down. It's not moving. The countdown has started. Pieces are all over the arena. Smoke, fire, carnage. We've had it all in two of the heaviest hitters, and your winner by knockout is Chonkiv.
Who's going to take out the #1 seed, but the #2 seed?
Headed to prime time with an incredible victory. Chonkiv barely broke a sweat against literally the most fearsome robot in the 30-pound class. impacts that shake the cage and shake the hearts of the audience. What a fight.
Oh, these competitors are hugging it out, but the MIT team, I can sense a little disappointment. I wasn't exaggerating. They really were confident they were taking the whole season here, and I can't wait to see some replays. Here we go.
Let's head back into the fight. Look at these hits. These are incredible amounts of energy being transferred. Sparks flying, pieces being ripped off. It is no exaggeration. The amount of energy in these exchanges is similar to a car crash at 30 miles an hour. This is just bonkers to see the two heaviest hitters going against each other with this level of determination, and they kept going.
What you say about the car crash intrigues me, because you know what I really love seeing there is when Chonky was sort of spinning and just waiting for the perfect moment, you could see the sawdust sort of tornado around it, a little mini sandstorm of the arena itself, just a pure show of force and power.
Well, speaking of sandstorm, we're going to head to Darude. I mean, the dude. We've got Richard. He's got some info for us.
That's right, guys. I am up here in the pits with Paige. Guess what? You beat Glenn and Caldera. Congratulations. How does it feel to get a judge's decision like that?
It's good. I'm not looking forward to the next fight.
It's always that next fight, right? Well, hey, take a moment, enjoy this. Like I said, you are in the prime time, right back where you belong, right?
I'm getting cozy here.
She's getting cozy here. All right, well, hey, congrats again. We are going to send it back to Kyle.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Richard. We do have some more judges' decisions coming your way right now. We just saw that judge's decision. Paige and Jelly Baby did end up defeating Caldera. Paige is not looking forward to her next fight, but that bot has looked almost indestructible all season and almost indestructible all day. It's got one loss under its belt to Cold Snap today. It's going to be very intense. But we do have a judge's decision coming right now. And let's see who that will end up being. Look at all of that damage and destruction inside of that box. Absolute insanity. The amount of pieces that the MIT team had to scrape out from that arena is insane. There are just chunks of that bot that are missing that will never be taken back. All right, so here comes our judges' decisions. We have a little bit of catching up to do, but Huge defeats Maximizer by judges' decision. That was a close matchup, but that does mean Jay Kaufman is out. Former world champion Huge defeats Maximizer. Maximizer not able to keep their weapon going in that matchup, and that is, I'm sure, what cost them the judges' decision. So Jay Kaufman done for the day in the 12-pound division. He will ride again next season. But right now, we've got some more Cage 4 action coming your way, and we're going to go to our friends in the play-by-play booth to call this fight.
Well, this is going to be something. I'm on a little bit on the edge of my seat here. We've got Colossal Avian back in the arena. The last time we saw them today, when they powered up, we had a puff of smoke and a near miss, and they barely walked away with a win. They are going to be going up against Termigator, which has been hitting hard today. It's really anybody's game on this one.
Termigator's got a sort of long fork configuration to try to keep the hammer saw at bay, but Colossal Avian has those little bunny ear plastic attachments on top of the forks to corral Termigator's weapon away from it. I personally am a really big fan of hammer saws, and I love seeing the iteration on Colossal Avian, especially aesthetically. It looks sort of like a blue Bionicle to me. Shout out to all my halfway between Gen Z and millennials out there, but Colossal Avian is just beautiful.
It really is a dialed-in piece of machinery, especially now that we got those kinks from earlier worked out. I'm really interested to see how this shape matchup works. Colossal Avian wants to attack from above, as the name might suggest, and Termigator just doesn't have the kind of shape that was anticipated when Colossal Avian was designed. So we'll see.
2, 1.
Fight, robots.
Away we go. quick box rush from Colossal Avian.
Just the drive on, there we go.
That's the hit they want. Look at that beautiful hit. I saw sparks from inside of Termigator. They hit something electronic.
They look alive, but barely. Those are the twitchings of a dying gator. I love animal fights.
The right-hand side of Termigator is down. It's unclear if the weapon is still working. Left-hand drive is working. They have tapped out.
There's the tap out.
Quick and decisive win for Colossal Avian.
I think they knew that if they weren't getting unstuck anytime soon, and Colossal Avian was going to line up another really bad peck to their underside, and the next peck was going to kill some components that they might need for next season. Oh my goodness, like I said, I love the animal fights. That was bird versus gator. It takes a really strong bird to beat a gator, but you know, you scale them both to the same size at 30 pounds. Colossal Avian has the force to take out a robot like that. I'm particularly a Hammersaw fan, so when I see a perfect shot lined up like that, it's hard to think anything other than just a huge dopamine release in my brain. Just like, oh, it's coming.
And that truly is that is the kind of hit you dream of when you design an overhead attack robot like Colossal Avian. That's sort of underside exposed through your ground game and through your forks, and then a direct hit to the least armored part of your robot. You couldn't ask for more as a overhead saw robot.
I hope we get a replay of that at some time. It was so amazing. You know what I really liked about that fight, actually? Like a little sneaky thing that people might have forgotten already in the one-hit KO carnage was Colossal Avian's drive alone with the metal forks was enough to sort of like poke Termigator forward and upside down. I hope we get to see that in a moment.
Incredibly well designed. And here's that first box rush. It sent Termigator flying end over end twice.
That box rush gives you the positioning to get to that underside and get that critical hit, so to speak. And that's all you need.
All you need.
You know, I see replays, but it was sort of a little bit of a 1-2. It was the setup, drop your guard, and then the knockout punch.
And I don't know if you caught it. There's just that little glimmer of orange from that gash in the bottom of Termigator for a moment after the hit, just enough to show that, yeah, I hit some wires. I did what I was trying to do. It doesn't take a lot. I mean, these are beefy robots, right? Things are made out of a 1/4 inch, a 1/2 inch, 2 inch thick steel or plastic sometimes, but the wires inside, they're at most like your pinky.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, these things will take off fingers or wires if you're not careful. And boy, is that what happened in this one.
We talk about these robots taking damage a lot, but I think we just saw, we got a nice little shot of that gash that you mentioned. It's damage from a hammer saw or any type of saw robot tends to have a sort of little iconic, like, oh, here's the one really big cut that killed me.
So just another thing to put this in perspective, right? Yeah. Is like, I have a bunch of time working on race cars and things like that. It's not quite the same, but the armor on the bottom here of Termigator, not that far off from the armor on the bottom of a Formula One car. And so that is supposed to last races and races of, hitting the tarmac. This is one good hit torn right through. We're going to go to Richard. Richard, what do you got for us?
Well, I've got the mood change, or the changing of the tide, so to speak. This is the portion of the event where we start to fill in the primetime pits, as you can see, slowly but surely. And it's so odd that it's December and it's the holiday spirit and Christmas time and all of that, because that's very much not the mood up here anymore. I mean, so many events, all year long leading up to this, it's kind of like if you lose, it's, well, there's the next one. There is no next one. This is the World Championships for 2025. So there's always next year. But right now, you see the table over at Ares. You saw Jake and Maximizer and his team. There's just sort of an odd vibe with them this time that you don't normally see at the other events from them, because they're always so optimistic or ready for the next thing. This is it. This is the culmination of 2025. And so the primetime pits, you're seeing a lot of familiar faces, of course, but some faces that you expected to see will not be there. And that's sort of what's, I think, changing the vibe a little bit from what normally is a very active, very hyped up primetime pit area to kind of this is the same but different. So I'm going to keep you guys posted up here, obviously, as they continue to fill in, and we're going to send it back down to the booth.
Thank you, Richard. I love you, and I love your Grinch tie, but I cannot abide any Grinch or Scrooge behavior in the pits. And these competitors have typically great attitudes, but I know it does hurt to get eliminated no matter where you are. But the farther you get, the harder it hurts depending, especially when we've made it this far in the entire season to have qualified for World Championships. We're all competing for the Golden Brett here today. I say we, not me, but everybody here is looking for that prize money, the most prestigious trophy, maybe in all of combat robotics, in my personal opinion. And these two are no exception. We have Anxietii versus Deadrise.
Anxietii versus Deadrise. We spoke about this a little bit earlier. These are two robots that build backup plans into their designs. So, Deadrise, you can see on the farther of these two robots, this is a robot that usually has big forks. They've added a plow now like 6 inches out in front of their robot. That is such a weird design choice. Look at the crowd. People are packed in here.
You know what? We talk about how great the spectator experience is at NHRL. What I really love is how close people really can get to the cage. We talk about seeing and feeling those hits, hearing them too. But you get closer than one might expect. The bleachers themselves are not even very far away from the cage.
No, they really aren't. And then standing room only around cage 4. People are just mere feet away.
You can see the VIP area right there too. They get a front row action, not just to the bots themselves, but also seeing and hearing the driver strategy.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Here we go. A cautious start to Deadrise. A big hit. Ooh, I'm hearing hardened metal. Yes, the forks on the front of Anxietii. One of them has come loose, and now they are up on the ropes.
They're stuck on the lip.
They're going to work their way free, it looks like, but it is slow going.
Unstick is called for.
Interesting.
As they're getting free. It feels like a little bit of a waste. I hope they're not too worried about that.
Ooh, a big hit. Where have they gone? They're launched into the other side of the arena. The weapon struggling to spin.
It looks like they got restuck while their unstick was still technically active.
Yeah, that's an interesting place to be. I think they will be able to work out here if they can just... They're so close. They're going to do it. I feel it. It's coming.
I feel this is not over either. I feel like they might have to spin up and then down.
It looks like they're calling it. That is it.
We were wrong, Ricky.
So close. You know, if it was only a little more time. But how does the phrase go? If ifs and buts were candy and nuts,
we'd all have a Merry Christmas.
Exactly. Tried to get into your wheelhouse here, Dima. Speak your language.
It's not just my wheelhouse. If you can tell by the string lights on his neck and his gorgeous hat, it's also Copenhaver's house. Excuse me, Copenhaver.
The Copenhaver of the Christmas spirit.
It's interesting that thing you said about backup plans earlier. I wanna revisit that for just a moment. I said earlier that offense scales sort of exponentially as we get higher and higher weight classes, but defense does not scale. You can't have as much meaningful increases in your defense. The armor doesn't get as strong, doesn't get stronger proportionally to how strong the weapons get. So backup plans do become really important. But right there, it hurt him a little bit.
Right. You're exactly right. And we'll dive into that more a little bit later. Right now, Kyle has some news for us.
It is not happy news, I'll tell you that right now. A matchup that I was very much so looking forward to, Emulsifier versus Waddles, is not going to happen. Waddles has forfeited due to an electronics issue that they cannot resolve. That means Emulsifier moves on in the tournament and will face either Kazaa Light or Kablooey Tango in the next round, depending on who wins that fight. This massively changes everyone's predictions for the bracket, and this sends Emulsifier into the next round with a really, really good amount of time to get their bot in full functioning and full capability before it has to go off and face against those two devastating opponents. But now we have more 30-pound action coming your way. Let's go to our friends in the play-by-play booth to call that fight for us now.
Going back to cage 1, Jameson goes Megatron versus Undertaker from Parts Unknown. Where's the pallbearer mini-bot?
You know, it's a missed opportunity. Maybe he can work on that next year, but we'll have to see how he does in this fight because, you know, if he wins, you're not going to mess with a working formula, especially against an opponent like Jameson Go and Megatron. Megatron, as usual, has just been tearing its way through the competition.
Megatron is so beautiful to look at and so iconic. And you know, you tell people like, what are the best robots in the division? What are the robots to look out for? And you say Jameson goes Megatron. I say, wow, Megatron. I know that name. That must be a really strong and powerful bot. It lives up to the name. That's all I'll say.
It does. There's a lot of robots that come in here with, let's say, optimistic names. And this is not one of those robots. It has time and time again earned its spot at the top of the leaderboard. Let's see how it does today.
2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Quick spin up from Undertaker and
False start.
Oh,
that's a false start. I saw Jameson go sort of wiggling his hand beforehand saying, we weren't ready maybe. Oh, no. It was a...
All right, that sounds like, yeah, no harm, no fault. That's a production hiccup. The robots did not make contact. I don't think there's any harm or foul. We're just going to reset, let them do it again. This does happen from time to time.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots,
Here we
fight.
Go. Slow start from Megatron. Very tenuous. A big hit from Undertaker.
Megatron trying to line up good positioning for its hammer saw.
Another good hit. The fork game has changed a bit on Megatron this year, and the addition of the tracked wheeled components really giving it a lot of grip. None of that doing any good at the moment, though.
The game absolutely done change. Let's see if it changed for the better. I'm thinking maybe not.
Megatron doing its best to free itself, but these two are locked in horns.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm not even sure. Okay, there we go. Undertaker, for a moment, I was worried might not be able to even release that pin. Jameson goes spinning up.
That weapon on Undertaker really struggling to stay going. I assume it's intentional, but there's no way to know for sure. Or unintentional.
Megatron's weapon skidding beautifully across the ground, whipping back into the lip and taking a chunk off.
Megatron is wild. It's an overhead attack robot, but that spinner is legitimate in its own right. A lot of power.
Hammer saws want to get the pins so they can line up shot. Getting pinned as a hammer saw is a feels bad moment.
Yeah, the left-hand drive now has started to fade out on Megatron. It's no longer able to have the same mobility it did earlier in the fight. It is a bad day for Jameson Go when Megatron is being bullied around the arena. Huge impact against the arena floor.
Megatron trying to whip its weapon back into Undertaker as best as it can. It looks like it's getting contact with the wedge, but it's...
Ooh, those are good hits. Mostly on the weapon, but some on the weapon system of Undertaker. Defensive use of the hammer saw. You don't see that every day.
That's great driving and some heads-up play to be able to use your weapon in reverse like that. Taking chunks out the side, trying to target the drive.
So close to the drive belts on the right-hand side of Undertaker. Just millimeters away from a very impressive hit. The armor package just shredded on one side of Undertaker and halfway gone on the other.
Looks like Megatron's weapon might be down. I'm not quite sure. Maybe it's strategic, spin down, but...
It's hard to say. That weapon is not really built the way many weapons are for constant spinning.
Sometimes neither are batteries.
Exactly, exactly. Systems for these kind of things can be set up in all sorts of ways, and constant rotation might not have been the game plan. It does seem as though it can spin, just,
10 seconds left.
Not well.
Can JMO make a little something extra happen?
No, we are going to be headed into a judge's decision, but the weapon is spinning.
There we go.
So we'll look for a little bit of a demonstration here. One side drive working fine on Megatron, one maybe just barely moving. A weapon that still spins, but an arm that maybe doesn't. That's a lot of mixed damage compared to Deadrise, very cut and dry. It drives, it's beat up a little, but that weapon is dead.
That and those were two pretty convincing pins against Megatron that I will say that Undertaker had. I've said it many times today, I'm happy I'm in the play-by-play booth and not judging today because dicey trying to think about how to judge that. I wonder how aggression is scored once Jameson Go was able to start using the weapon sort of in reverse. That happens sometimes with hammer saws. I've maybe not seen it done so effectively ever, because it was really, you know, chunking the side of Undertaker and opening it up, maybe for more damage. We didn't get to see more damage, but the most use that the weapon got in that fight was in reverse.
It's a really interesting strategy. I feel like we used to see that more out of Jameson in the early days of Megatron, but he's really become a control robot most of the time. This big front armor package he usually runs, we didn't see that today. So trying new things. I don't know if this was just for this opponent or if this has been going on, you know, going through his mind, if that was the original plan for the whole day. We'll find out more if Megatron continues, which is a big if. In the meantime, we're headed to Cage 4. We got another couple heavy hitters for you right now.
Looks like we have Jubileu out of Brazil versus Synthesis 30 out of Corey. And
out of Corey, yep. It's Synthesis 30 has been hitting hard all season. It's a really impressive robot. But Jubileu is one of the finest out of Brazil. It is no cakewalk for Corey Nason and Synthesis 30.
There's no cakewalks all day here at World Championships, but this is, you know, at a cakewalk level of 0, I'd say. I'm really curious to see the driving from Leonardo from Jubileu today. These iconic seeming Brazilian red weapons that turn into blurs are so scary, especially a horizontal versus Synthesis. Who is not one to run a wedge? At least not a really big one that you see in this division.
Well, it's tough. It's such a large robot for its size. It uses a lot of plastic. Wedges aren't always that effective, but they do have one.
1.
Fight.
They have one, but it's sort of the smaller, like, front Overlord.
Oh, it's certainly effective today. Jubileu headed skyward in that exchange. And trading blows. Synthesis 30 getting kicked back. Both robots kind of equally on the bad foot of that one. Oh, you can see those sparks flying. That's the wedge on Synthesis 30 now shoved into the path of its own weapon.
You can hear that skidding against itself. Okay, we have a stuck on the lip
and
situation.
They're able to drive off. Jubileu is free again.
Synthesis's weapon might be hurting itself.
Ooh, a good hit there. Synthesis 30 is playing it safe, and they need to. A lot of times when you have that sort of weapon interference, if you push it too hard, your motor explodes. They don't want that to happen.
No, they do not. Without Corey's forks that he might typically run, it's really hard for him to score a pin, and right now it's hard for him to get off the
That is going to be an unstick situation. Oh, Synthesis 30 in a bad spot right now. This could be considered the thing.
It's getting thingier by the second. This is a really hard position to get unstuck from, especially when you're shaped like Synthesis 30.
Call it Dr. Seuss. It's gone from thing 1 to thing 2. This is not what Corey Nason had in mind when he called for the unstick.
And there's only so much that the unstick can do.
Oh, that is so close to rolling itself back over. No. Remember, these unsticks are not a guarantee. It's just a best chance if you can have an easy free.
You get around 20 seconds, and once that 20 seconds of attempting is over,
that's it.
Might get counted out. It's a rough one. 8th seed versus 9th seed, pretty evenly matched as far as ranking goes. And that was a pretty close fight, but it came down to geometry. You get stuck, maybe the kind of configuration you decided to run. It's going to be some rough breaks for Corey, getting eliminated here this far in the bracket, but this isn't even the only robot he has today, so hard to feel too bad. He's got to stay locked in for the rest of the event. Especially because even if he gets completely eliminated, he is working with his other friends on Team Pandemonium. So everybody's there to help each other out, even if it's just coaching and advice and moral support. So even when one team member gets eliminated, you got to stay locked in for the rest of your companions and compatriots.
Yeah, there's no free rides here today at the World Championship. Everyone is pulling their weight in one way or another, whether that means you're a team member that's welding, grinding, repairing, whether you're cage side coaching, driving, or whether you're a team member baking cookies, offering moral support, and hugging your teammate when things go south.
Dude, it's crazy how important a support character is for team compositions. The Cookie Baker is a drastic buff to your team if you have one.
Yeah,
I'm just saying it.
Especially when these people have been grinding so hard. I guarantee you half the people in the building here have been staying up, pulling all-nighters, stressing out, pulling out their hair. It helps so much to have those supportive figures. Let's head over, though. We've got Adam and Kyle at Cage 1 for a fight. I'm very excited for it.
We've got a rare view, Adam and I. We are right up next to the cage side for this fight. It's Keza Light taking on Kablooey Tango. It's going to be fire and chaos, and I'm so excited, Adam.
We are close enough to feel the heat in this one, quite literally. Should be good.
So we've got...
Ooh,
a drive issue.
Half of Keza Light is crab walking back. They're going to do a power reset. They get 3 minutes here.
To do a quick reset, so they're driving it in. Joshua Reinhardt's trying to get this bot up to full functionality. Both bots want to be working.
Yeah, this is an elimination fight. Loser is going home. You want to be at 100% if you can.
You can see how long these forks are with the keep away sticks on Keza Light. That is the strategy, right? Get under your opponent, but add enough distance so that the flames hurt them and not you.
Flo moving into the safety position, holding Kablooey Tango away just in case.
Yeah, just
they
in
have
case she
that
becomes
active
rogue.
Weapon. Yeah.
Alex Kreese has designed a beautiful undercutter spinner in Kablooey Tango. Aesthetically as well as functionally, it's a great robot.
Yeah, hits hard, has deceptively long reach on that undercutter blade. Here's the power cycle on that half of Keza Light. Keza Light has an incredible wedge, really durable wedge bot, even without the flames, can control a fight so well. They're running the keep away forks here. The idea they're going to try and get under Kablooey Tango, hold them and flame them. Of course, forks might not always be the best to run against an undercutter. They can easily get torn off. What do you think about that?
I agree 100%. Kablooey Tango running shorter forks of their own. Don't know if they'll be able to come into play, especially if they go head-to-head with Kablooey Tango. What Kablooey Tango is going to be looking to do, though, is get that double-sided pin, that tornado of flame.
Now, will they be running with half of the robot, half drive, or will they take it out and only run half the robot?
I think it's a liability to run the half a robot with half a drive.
Is Kablooey also on half of drive?
Yeah, we've got a little crab walk action on both sides of the arena now.
That is surprising. Kablooey drove to the corner. Everything was fine. I wonder if it was just kind of sitting too long. Sometimes the controllers don't like that.
Maybe when Flo backed into it to hold it in place.
Yeah, it can be tricky. You know, you're not sending any signal to these electronics, and they're kind of designed where if they don't get a signal for too long, they'll shut off sometimes, depending on how you set these timeouts.
All right, so Alex putting the safety mechanism in, turning the robot off.
Yeah, wait for those caps to die out. Give it a few seconds. The electronics will hold a bit of power inside. If they turn off and on too quickly, they won't actually turn all the way off. They're designed that way to make up for, you know, power surges, power drops through all the electrical noise that happens, but you do need to keep them off for a little bit of time to get that reset. It's the part where they're listening for that chorus of sounds, so we call it the good beeps. You don't want the bad beeps, you want the good beeps from the ESCs that tells you they're powering on and connecting.
What's your favorite good beep sound, Adam?
Oh, I'm trying to remember.
Do you program in your own beeps? Do you get like Rocky theme
I think
song
you can program.
beeps?
They're kind of just like beep, beep, booloop, and then you're like, oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So like laser tag sounds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you get no beeps, that's bad.
No beeps is bad.
And if it just keeps going beep, beep without the like song, then you're like, oh no.
I was hoping for like French folk music like my Samsung dryer does, you know?
Well, you know, the next generation, they always got to add something new. I'll get that, you know, XLX3 to get the new beeps.
And we're still crabby.
Crab walk back to their respective corners. You gotta think that although Kazaa Light is also crab walking, half of it should be fully functional, and that will be a huge advantage for the multi-bot Kazaa Light to try and get around Kablooey Tango. Kablooey Tango weighing 30 pounds. Each half of Kazaa Light weighs 20 pounds. They get a little bit of a weight bonus for being an equally sized multi-bot. Individually, they are less, but together, they are more.
Joshua Reinhardt is the captain of this team, but he's brought his second in command, his backup driver. He's got Peter Garnache from Repeat Robotics driving the other half for him.
Oh.
And I gotta say, Joshua's sporting that nice cut today. He's looking good.
I think they're readying up. Should be any second now.
Alex Kreese has got the entirety of Team Valkyrie behind him.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
And the box rush. Oh, the force hit right into the spinning blade.
Still attached, able to kind of jam up the weapon there. The crowd loves the flames.
There it is, that tornado of flames coming in from both sides. They're cooking Kablooey Tango right now. They only get to hold that pin for 10 seconds maximum.
Flame wrap around the chest. This isn't even a pin. This is just a distance burn. They can hold that for as long as they want.
Yeah, that's the real advantage of Kazaa Light. If they can disable their opponent, they can cook them for as long as they want. It doesn't count as a pin.
This is a true ranged weapon attack here.
Oh! The tap out is called as the flames linger on the back drive pod of Kablooey Tango.
Wheel on fire. And I think it's about 5 degrees warmer in here after
Yeah,
that
we all got a little bit toast here. Wow. That was a stressful start to that fight, but I gotta tell you, I like the way it finished.
I mean, it was fun start to finish, not very long, but a lot of action in there. You see the box rush, I was worried. They box rushed right into the weapon. I thought they had some time to get around. They said, nope, we're going right in. Didn't matter. Let's take a look at the replays here and see some of that flame again.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see this first hit there. Kablooey Tango looking vicious, but then all of a sudden, this flame not really hitting anything, but they're able to pivot it around, and both flames are able to engage, and that's the beginning of the end for Kablooey Tango.
Kablooey had some electronic issues to start, and I don't think all that flame helped them. As the second half of drive went down, the weapon went down, and I was worried about those forks on Kazaa Light. My worry was misplaced, because that was just pure domination.
Look at the char on top of Kablooey Tango on that print up top.
Oh, it's
all
cooked.
of the discoloration. So nasty. All right, we are going to go to cage 4 for more action. Oh, okay. So we got Lil Lash loaded in here to cage 4. And they're going up against Red Storm. This is a critical fight for the bracket here in the 30-pound division.
Lil Lash had some up and down fights today. They had a really uncharacteristic
5,
loss,
4,
a dominating win.
3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
See how they do in the tournaments.
The winner of this fight will face whoever won between Megatron and Undertaker. We'll find out that judge's decision shortly, I'm sure.
Ooh, Lil Lash winning these engagements front on, but so much power in Red Storm, able to shove Lil Lash even without getting underneath them.
Yeah, it's just a super powerful drive on this robot, and Kevin knows how to work it. Nice suplex! Oh, that was beautiful. I love a good suplex in a robot fight.
I love a good suplex. I love a good self-right. Lil Lash looks so good getting back on its wheels.
Yeah, these are two bots that can really grapple, and I love that.
Lil Lash going for some overhead hammer saw-esque hits with the weapon there, unable to connect. Red Storm is so hard to get a hold of.
Nice lift there from Lil Lash.
Both these
good
robots
pin.
really, really well driven. Red Storm, so much speed. Lil Lash, so much control. in their movements as they go about the box.
Yeah, Matt Vasquez really cannot make any driving mistakes in this matchup.
I'm seeing some drive issues on Red Storm's right half. They are crab walking a little bit. Lil Lash taking advantage, seeing exactly what I saw, and now Red Storm is not moving at all.
Yeah, that's not good. The drive is pretty much the main part of the weapon system on Red Storm.
And now they're getting some nice hammer saw hits. Red Storm can do nothing here.
That count out.
Oh, is he calling the tap out?
Yeah, he's called for the
no
tap
unstick.
out.
He knows that it is dead, and Red Storm is going home out of this tournament as Lil Lash moves on. The Vasquez is here from California, making a trip count.
Absolutely insane.
Really nice to see two different styles of driving there. The control of Lil Lash, the movements very considered, not so much speed. Going up against Red Storm, so fast, so much acceleration, still somehow so much control, but Lil Lash able to stay in it and take advantage, land the hits with that weapon just enough. And then the durability not there this time with Red Storm. Normally able to take so many hits, something went dead. A little uncharacteristic out of them. But Lil Lash moving on. Kevin,
Yeah. Quarterfinals matchup. It's going to be Lil Lash versus the winner of Megatron versus Undertaker. I'm sure we'll have that judge's decision soon.
That is a big one. They are taking their time.
I can totally understand why. Very, very close matchup.
Oh.
Oh, no, never mind. We have a judge's decision, ladies and gentlemen. Your winner is Undertaker defeats Megatron.
Wow.
Multiple-time world champion Megatron out of the tournament, not making it to the quarterfinals. So that means it will be Undertaker versus Lil Lash.
Only two robots have ever won the 30-pound Golden Brett. Megatron and Emulsifier have both won it twice. Megatron is now out.
And Emulsifier has to face Kazaa Light in the quarterfinal round. That is not a great matchup for Emulsifier.
I think I heard they've been. You know, I was speaking with Matt earlier. He's looking forward to that matchup. He wants to get another chance.
All right, we're gonna go up to the pits with Sam. Sam, what do you got for us?
Oh, well, I've got Tim Hebert right here. Tim, you weren't quite in the World Champs exactly, but we saw you earlier this year with a wonderful robot.
Co-driver with BattleTots.
I'm so sorry, Tim. You were the co-driver of BattleTots, but you've also built Chubby Unicode. And can you talk us through that bot just a touch?
Yeah, so Chubby Unicode hopefully long-term will be like semi-self-driving or at least driver assisting. And the first steps were getting it to talk with a computer. So I wanted to just get joystick input to the robot, and I thought it would be pretty fun to, instead of having a reasonable joystick, have an unreasonable joystick.
And you know what, Tim? We thought that was pretty fun, too. And in fact, we thought it was the most fun, and that is why you have won the most fun robot Sparky.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Back to y'all downstairs.
I gotta tell you, I can't think of anybody better than Tim Hebert to win that. He was winning fights on a DDR pad. He was winning fights on Rock Band control pads. It was insane. He won a fight with the drums at one point. It was absolutely unbelievable. I can't even comprehend it. All right, we're getting back into the 12-pound division. We've got Slam
Robots
Plan.
fight.
We've got Sievert, and we've got a horrible first hit to start this sucker off. Holy cow. Sievert, driven by Matt Lantry. He's an amazing driver, but he's on fire! Tap out. Gross black and tan smoke coming out of the robot. Something is on fire that certainly shouldn't be. Oh my goodness, that is nasty. The business cat himself, Brendan Steele, super happy with that. This is the reigning world champion in the 12-pound division, showing why he is at the dance today. Matt Lantry has had an amazing season with Sievert, and it ended real quickly in that fight. I will say, we're having some technical difficulties with Adam's mic. He'll be back with us shortly. But let's go ahead and look at the replay of that matchup right now. This weapon-to-weapon impact was insane. And then right there you see the fire starts, they hit the wall, and Brendan realizes what's going on and says, oh, okay, we'll just leave you there. Yeah, that fight was over in that first hit. They went weapon to weapon, and then something happened to the inside of Sievert. I mean, and it's just thick black smoke.
What did that?
I don't even know. It looks completely unscathed on the outside. It's just wrecked. It's
I wonder,
still
you
smoking.
know, sometimes you have the battery in there and something can shift and just puncture it within. You know, if your compartment fractures from the hit, something like that, a wire can get pinched. Definitely just something with that shock of that hit.
That was absolutely crazy. That smoke was thick.
That was a dense electric smoke. We have a negative pressure system in here, so all of the air in the arena is sucked out through the roof. We don't have to worry about that cage side, but that is not going to be fun to take apart later inside of there. That is going to be a roasted bot.
So that means Slam Plan does move on to the quarterfinals. They'll be facing off against either Full Court or Son of Kram in that round. If you're Slam Plan, do you feel confident about Full Court?
If I'm Slam Plan, I feel confident about anybody. You kidding me? Look at them today. #1 seed, destroying everything in their path.
Reigning and defending world champion for a reason, but another world champion that they'll be meeting next up in that bracket, quite possibly, is going to be Full Court. Man, Full Court versus Slam Plan would be an epic fight. I know they've both been strategizing for each other in this tournament.
Yeah, it's tough for me with Full Court. What would you do against Slam Plan? You'd have to have a config. You'd have to have something that's different, because if you just run Full Court like usual, you're just going to get sliced in half.
All right, we are heading right into Cage 4.
Five, 4, 3, 2.
Looks like
one.
we're going to have
Fight,
Saiko
Robots,
versus
fight.
Jameson
Jameson just knocked out of the 30s, trying to stay in it here in the 12s, doing nicely out of the bat here, sending Robo-Cat flying.
Saiko is a 51% style robot. I mean, it's just going to win most of the time. It's a perfectly optimized four-wheel drive vertical spinner.
Ooh, and as you say that, the left side drive is acting up, and we're getting some crab walking here, and I think that's a belt or a chain.
Yeah, something's wrapped up in it.
Yeah,
Hopefully you can get
looks
it out.
like
Maybe
a
that's the problem. Oh, no, that's just the piece that's the problem. It's
drive side chain has come loose, and I'm not seeing any motion out of that side.
No, nope, mechanical issue. Not able to be repaired.
That is tough, and Robo-Cat trying to pirouette here, take advantage. They gotta watch out for that chain. That's kind of a entanglement on the floor hazard.
Yeah, Robo-Cat only has the damage to their back plate that's visible here. The bot itself seems to be functioning just fine.
We're 1 minute into this fight. You got to think aggression, control. So far, pretty much all Saiko. Damage is going Robo-Cat's way here because half of Saiko is not working.
That weapon's still rocking on Saiko. It's
Yeah.
capable of doing massive damage.
But if Robo-Cat doesn't get in here, we're halfway into this fight. I don't think they've landed much of a hit. I don't know what broke the drive, but it was mostly all Saiko to start. Now it just feels like they're running away.
Parts wear down over time, especially now that we're at the end of the season. Maybe that it was just that chain's time.
Yeah. This is a tough one. You know, 1 minute left here, and the only engagements by Robo-Cat have been at best 50-50.
Yeah, Ben Haas really has to start putting in some work.
I think you just got to go weapon to weapon. Is the weapon? No, the weapon is still going. I would just send it at this point. You've got 50 seconds left to show the judges something. You've been running away for 2 minutes.
Start hitting them. They're wounded. You got to make some moves, buddy. What is this dog fighting?
This is tough because Saiko is winning all these engagements.
Saiko just got another win on that
Saiko
engagement.
just got a hit on the side of Robo-Cat.
And look, that was a perfect opportunity for Robo-Cat to get a hit on the back plate of Saiko. Doesn't actually get it to take advantage of it.
And
Saiko
then
gets the
hit in the
win!
bottom again. This is crazy. Amazing driving. He's just driving in a circle, but Jameson has been able.
Yeah, that's
now
the move.
He's doing the thing. This is tremendous comeback from Jameson Go here in the later stages of this fight.
This is what he gets for having a really well-designed robot.
8 seconds
Still
left.
gets to do these tight little circles. He's very hard to hit. And Robo-Cat, Ben Haas, really struggling to make moves. Is that dead?
Did Saiko die at the very end there? Or are they just high-centered?
Yeah, I want to see a functionality test on that drive. Because it looked like it just shut off. The drive did.
Yeah, that was interesting because it seemed like Saiko got the hit that sent Robo-Cat flying. And that could be the deciding factor if it does end up that Jameson goes completely dead. And that last second engagement, because otherwise I was giving that fight to Jameson all day long.
Now, Jameson has a pretty decent poker face, but he doesn't look happy?
Doesn't look super confident here in this moment.
Yeah, interesting.
And, you know, he never looks too confident going to a judge's decision, right? He's always waiting for that to come in. You never know. I'm seeing a little bit of smile.
All right, we're going to go up to Sam in the pits while we await this decision.
That was a close fight. But I think
J-Mo's showing some frustration there at the end, not able to show functionality with the robot, I assume is what just happened?
Yeah, I think Robo-Cat had a lot of opportunity to take advantage there, and every single time Jameson took advantage. That was quite, I don't know.
Yeah, but if we're not seeing functionality from J-Mo's drive at the end of that fight, that's not going to bode super well for the damage on
I mean, I don't know if I would award a single controller aggression point to Robo-Cat in that fight.
You're not wrong. Yeah, he's getting damage points, but that's probably about it.
I'm not a judge, and that's
All
great
right,
for
we're
me.
going to go upstairs to Sam in the pits. Sam, what do you got for us?
Thank you, Kyle. I am up here in the pits with the teams from Sir Slicey and Project Liftoff, and I have in my hand the Sparky Award for the Fight of the Year. Y'all's November match was incredible. It went so hard, and the hits were awesome, and it was really just an amazing showing of robot combat. So if you guys want to go ahead and take your trophies. All right, and Evan, can you say just a few words about that match?
I mean, it was amazing. Project Liftoff did such a great job of getting around to me, and it was just an incredible match.
It really was. And Andrew, what do you have to say about that one?
Well, losing's always hard, but when you can say you went the full 3 minutes, you left it all out there, it makes it feel a little better.
All right, well, thank you guys so much for throwing it down in the cage for all of our entertainment. And now back to y'all in the booth.
Thank you, Sam. We are excited to take it back into Cage 1 for a great matchup of Synthesis 12 going up against Carmen. Both of these robots have been locked in. Deadly weapons. Demo, who's your money on?
I'm not a betting woman, and I keep saying that every time you ask me, but I would put it on Carmen. Although Corey has had a little bit of a power up on Synthesis 12 because it has been Joker-fied for World Finals, and we talk a lot about weapons, physics, geometry, etc. We don't talk about the sort of heart power-up you get from putting Why So Serious on the backplate of your robot, which Corey has.
Well,
looks like we're not totally ready yet.
No,
Housebot standing in front of Synthesis.
That's not a good look for Synthesis right now. Not a good look for Synthesis. Oh, it is not. Oh, I see. The Housebot was simply there to guard.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is a Carmen issue.
Corey had transmitters down while the team, for Carmen Team Defective, including Zach Knight right there, and Pilot, who is...
Working hard here. We'll see if we get the countdown clock going. I know we've been having some technical difficulties on that side of things, but the top plate is off. Remember, they've got exactly 3 minutes to do this cage side. Basically check, make sure everything's plugged in. Sometimes you... so you can see the yellow kind of wire that popped up there. A lot of times, not necessarily this time, a lot of times it's a phase wire, but I don't think that's what we're seeing today.
Looks like they might be unplugging the battery and replugging it back in. Looks like they... I'm not gonna speak for them and try to assume too much of what they're doing, but they're absolutely trying to get Carmen ready. Right here, Michael Shore is the pilot here, the driver, and I'm particularly fond of the sort of, we mentioned it earlier, the like long style vert that he has going. We've seen it fight plenty. This is a staple 12 at NHRL at this point, and a couple events ago, or a few events ago, at this point, I do have a handful of I Hate Carmen stickers with that he gave me. I thought for a second it might have been printed by an enemy, but no, he gave them to me.
Yeah. No, I think he knows the role he plays here at NHRL and the role that Carmen plays here at NHRL.
Why is it such a heel?
I think because it's such a stalwart barrier between going from the riffraff to the elite.
Gatekeeper.
You know, it is a gatekeeper robot. And at a certain point, people just don't like the gatekeeper anymore.
No, being gatekept doesn't feel good. Level 1 boss, I've heard it called in other sports and esports too.
That's maybe underselling Carmen a little bit. Maybe Carmen's a level 3 boss.
Level 3 boss.
Mid-boss. It made it all the way to the... Oh, there it goes. It's moving. I saw a weapon wiggle. Not necessarily fully functional. We don't know yet. From this angle, I can't actually see one way or another.
We do have extra cameras here in the back booth. I do get to see shots that the viewers at home might not be able to see.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight.
There we go.
Robots
Carmen
fight.
running great. Synthesis 12, slow to start.
Synthesis eating a side shot, getting punished for not box rushing.
And then another side shot. These are very well delivered by Carmen.
You can see the wheel guard pointed up a little bit. That's definitely going to affect drive.
Yeah. The right side drive not spinning. Left side drive high centered.
Oh, goodness. Housebot's got to move to let Corey move a little bit.
Tap
out.
Fast
Wow.
tap out.
You know, we're seeing a lot of tap outs at this level of competition. Kind of surprising.
I'm absolutely surprised. You made it this far. You probably not. You're not going to fight Synthesis 12 again today. I would let it rock and try to fight to the bitter end, because you know I say in this sport a lot, anything can happen. But I do see the flip side of that, which is these parts not only cost money, and you only have so many copies for the next season, but those parts might also be going in other bots that are, I don't know necessarily still in or not, but I just mean that, you know, batteries are for 12s. That's a battery for a different 12 you might have in stock, yeah.
It exactly is. So we'll have to see. I'm a little surprised. It doesn't mean that it didn't make sense from the perspective that we might not have, but either way, we're having a win for Carmen, and they're gonna head through to the next round.
It's not a judgment call by any means. I just am genuinely surprised at the amount of tap outs I've been seeing from prelims. It made a little more sense, thinking, okay, you have a loss. I can see this feels like a decisive loss to you, so you tap out and preserve your tournament stamina for the rest of the day.
Well,
but,
let's see if we can make sense of this fight in Cage 4 right now. Xenomorph going up against Buzz-Kill.
This is a good one. This is an exciting one.
Xenomorph has been dealing out some serious punishment today. We had an upset earlier with Slam Plan where that big blade was able to really cut into the large size of Slam Plan. On the other hand, Buzz-Kill, much more compact robot. Is that strategy of that big blade going to work out as well?
That big blade and that really nimble drive. I love
Five,
Xenomorph, and I'd
four,
call it kind of a rising
3,
star this season.
2,
Absolutely.
1.
Fight, robots, fight.
He is off and running. Slow start from Xenomorph. A glancing blow from Buzz-Kill.
Buzz-Kill looks like it can get under Xenomorph when it hits it right in the center.
Oh, and Xenomorph slowing there a bit with its drive for the first exchange. Piece is coming off of the side of Xenomorph. That armor is very much ablated. It gets torn off easily. Oh, the front fork on the left side of Xenomorph is damaged. It's bent down. Now pieces have been chewed off.
The ablation continues. Keep going.
A drive belt has now been removed from the right-hand front of Xenomorph. The undercutter on Buzz-Kill doing its job very effectively.
Damage is accruing before even a minute is over. The ablation keeps coming and it don't stop coming. We use the term glass cannon sometimes. I'd say for Xenomorph, the term more aptly or even more descriptively might be bully. How do you beat a bully? You walk right up to him and smack him in the face.
In this case, it's got to be over and over again. Look at the pieces being ripped from Xenomorph to shreds, you say?
Looks like we are stuck. We might see an unstick, but even if the unstick is called for, the drive and the belts and the wheels have taken so much damage that it's just simply not as maneuverable as it was a minute and a half ago.
No, the trouble with these treads that end up tearing off the wheels is your wheels suddenly become much more compact in diameter and they don't hit the ground anymore. And you've got the issue of this tread getting chewed up and sucked into your drive belts. And it's just a bad mix. When it starts to go, it goes real fast.
It doesn't look like it's getting any better for our old Xenomorph pal here. Buzz-Kill looking confident, looking like it hasn't really sustained much in the way of any damage. And this is a round of 16, so I think this is a fight to top 8, to prime time. In which case, it's great to have not taken much damage in this fight. Impressive knockout from Buzz-Kill. The higher seed, so when we talk about stats and etc., it's not necessarily a surprise, or shouldn't be a surprise, but still. Xenomorph has the kind of rising star quality of I can beat anybody if I get the right geometry, if I get the right corralling angles and pins. Just didn't happen in this fight. Looks like we're gonna go over to cage 1, where we are loading another 2 versus 1.
I have been really appreciative of the multi-bot action that we've had today. So much power in these compact packages. Minen and Plusle's going to be going up against Minor Threat 5. Minor Threat 5 has been on quite a roll today.
They both have this sort of beautiful
5,
red and blue theming
4,
now.
3,
Interesting.
2, 1.
Fight,
Away
robots,
we go.
fight.
Wow, big hit. Mine and Plusle have been going flying all day. This match looks like it will be no exception.
They seem like they kind of have the strategy of going in one after the other so as not to hit each other. But when that happens, if one takes a bad hit, the other one might be out of commission for even a few moments. This looks like that's exactly what's happening. When one gets on its head, it takes a minute to self-right.
Ooh, going flying. I see the belt drive on Plusle just being ripped. Those wheels do still work without the belts on them.
Pieces are coming off, though. Minen and Plusle taking hit after hit. Minor Threat 5 not only looking firmly in the driver's seat, again, doesn't look like they're sustaining much at all in the way of damage, and are maintaining control.
Fun fact about Minen and Plusle, the Pokemon weights are almost exactly the same as the actual robot weights.
You nerd, you dork. It's one thing to know, you know, the Pokemon numbers or what gen they came from, etc., what moves they can learn. It's another thing to know how much they weigh.
9.3 pounds. There we go. This is just a skinny Minen and a skinny Plusle duking it out with a robotic death machine here at NHRL today. Any robot still in the mix here. I mean, Minen and Plusle have certainly taken some damage, but they are still trying to attack. Their weapons are still going. Their drive is still functional. this is anybody's game as we come down at the halfway point of this match.
Anything can happen. A few key pins here could even... Oh, no.
Oh, no. That is the left side drive wheel and the track from Plusle. Excuse me, I think that's mine, and it is upside down. Minor Threat 5 just looking progressively more planted, calm, cool, and collected while it throws its opponents around the arena at the 1 minute mark. It's really starting to take charge of the damage and control in this match.
The guts are spilled out of Plusle right there. That Plusle's out of commission.
Yeah, that is the end. It's all up to Minen, and Minen is half missing.
Minen fighting its heart out. Sometimes I'll be arguing at the dinner table and I'll scream out Minen is nothing without Plusle. Oh, goodness. I said anything could happen, but it seems like what's happening here is Minor Threat 5 took charge early on in the fight and never let it go, never gave the reins back to Minen and Plusle. Did exactly what you have to do to take out a multi-bot, and even a super competitive one like Minen and Plusle.
Yeah, that was just expert driving. Did not, oh, look at the wires. It's like the guts have been ripped out of Plusle. Absolutely eviscerated, viscera everywhere.
Amazing driving by Luke Grell from Smooth Brain Technologies out of Duluth, Minnesota.
Luke and Minor Threat 5 have been at this a long time. I would consider Minor Threat 5 one of the prime examples of a classic robot here at NHRL, and they're showing you how that experience really comes into play. We're going to go to Richard. He's got some more info for us.
Yeah, guys, well, it's beginning to look a lot like prime time. So, also feels a lot like prime time, though. We just had a little bit of drama over here at the scale where you weigh in. So, Huge was teetering between the right weight, which was 12 pounds, and 0.01. And Zach of Promheta, who wants to fight, is like, let him in, let him in. And they're like, we got to get it right at it for a count of 3. And finally, they were able to kind of maneuver it a little bit, hold their breath, make a wish, whatever they had to do, and got it right at the weight. But yes, the drama, it's getting cranked up to 11. Tensions are high. We're ready for prime time. So we'll send it back to the booth.
Absolutely excited to see it. I love prime time. The energy just gets electric up in the pits, and the fights down here just keep getting better and better. We've got full court going up against Son of Kram, and I am delighted to see Son of Kram has a very interesting appendage mounted to the front of the robot.
Appendage, you say?
Yeah, either that or it's happy to see me. I don't know. We're going to see how it works in the fight in just a minute, but if I were a betting man, I would say that that is meant to take on the long fork configuration that we see on full court that's been so effective at getting under robots pretty much all season.
I wonder if it's to win just a little bit of the ground game. I'm so curious as to what effect that I don't know what to call that. It looks like a little anteater tongue.
It's a lance. I'm going to say it's a lance.
Who's Lance?
Did you know that jousting is the state sport of Maryland?
Ricky, why would I know?
Maryland is the best state, and we would know all about it if, you know what, I'll leave it there.
I'm a CT head, because you know what is in CT? The House of Havoc.
And a bunch of Marylanders today making it even better. So we have an incredible matchup here. I was just talking about kind of the old guard robots, some classic entries. Son of Kram is another one of those robots. This is a robot that's been around a long time, has a lot of experience behind it. And then what does it do against a relatively new design like full court?
One moment while we get this fight ready, because the judges are waiting to check on Son of Kram's weapon, because it seems like it wasn't spinning at a fast enough velocity to start the fight. To start a fight, you have to have an active weapon, and that active weapon has to meet a certain requirement that affects a bot of its weight class.
So this is interesting, right? Because that requirement is at the start of the day, and it's explicit as part of the process here, that if a weapon degrades throughout the course of the day through wear and tear, if it's still partially functional, it is allowed to compete. So if this gets cage side and it's spinning and even like marginally functional, even if it's not nominally enough, it's a pretty low bar. So yeah, if it's just twitching and that sort of thing, obviously it's not going to be able to compete. It's not going to have a functional weapon. But if it's punching, you know, below its weight class, let's say, that should pass. We'll see what it's going to do. It sounds like they might be just as concerned about the competitive aspect here as the is it legal aspect, because there's okay, can it fight, and then there's the do we want to use our 3 minutes to try and fix whatever's wrong and get it to spin a little bit better.
And if you need that weapon to beat full court, you might as well use the 3 minutes, because what else are you going to do if you would lose as a result anyway? While we wait, before in case we don't get another fight loaded necessarily, I would like to gush about full court for a moment and how much I love this robot. It tends to be very divisive. Ooh, never mind. While we wait, we have a judge's decision, so we're going to go to Kyle and Adam.
Thank you so much. We do have a judge's decision concerning that fight between, well, Jameson Go and the Robo-Cat. That's right.
That was a weird fight.
That was a very weird fight. And here it is, your decision. Apparently this was a unanimous decision across the board. Robo-Cat defeats Saiko. That means Ben Haas is moving on, and once again, Jameson Go.
As you pointed out, that damage at the end there, Jameson unable to get Saiko going. That seems to have been the difference maker there. That was a ridiculous sort of fight. You don't see this very often. Jameson losing a sided drive early on, and Robo-Cat seemingly doing everything they could to avoid contact for the rest of the fight. But they go in for a last-second hit, and Jameson stops moving.
Yeah, absolutely insane, and I'm sure that was the damage, that was the moment that really gave it to him. But congratulations to Ben Haas, moving on into the tournament. Super impressive upset for him.
Cutting it close, but taking down the Giant in the end.
Yeah, absolutely, with a unanimous decision on top. That's great.
It looks like they are using those 3 minutes, and they're doing their best to try to get the weapon on Son of Kram working. What do you think they're doing there, Ricky?
It looks like there are some bearings in there, or at least a certain amount of clearance that needs to be maintained in order for that to spin reasonably. They're getting cooked on something, right? Something's gumming up the works. So what they want to do is basically remove whatever's blocking it from spinning easily. Sometimes that means loosening a bolt that's holding in a bearing. Sometimes that just means moving it back and forth a bunch so that whatever's stuck in there can come loose or get ground to small enough pieces that it works. It can really depend. I don't know what's on the inside of this particular drum. But if you don't do that and you let this hard to spin thing enter the arena, if your weapon just becomes hard to spin the whole time, a tremendous amount of heat builds up. It can seize the bearing, or it can weigh down your motor the entire fight and end up burning up your electronics. So they really, really don't want this to be a situation where they enter up with a seized or almost seized weapon. See how hard he's pushing on that to get the thing to spin? That should, you know, almost not spin freely, but it shouldn't take any effort as far as your hands go. So something is misaligned, it looks like. He's trying hard to push things back into alignment. Certainly that's worth doing, but then of course your fear is it gets into the arena and immediately pops back out of line.
Can I just say this is kind of a beautiful shot here with the shining light, and we see the hands working on the robot.
I like to think this is some sort of angelic or pantheonic light beaming down.
Beautiful idea, pantheonic. You know what it reminds me of, and depictions I have seen of. Is it Orpheus who went back to Hades? Is it Odysseus that went back to Hades to get his wife back? He looked back at the last second and she turned into salt.
Right. It's just he
The shining light at the end of the tunnel, that's what it reminds me of. It's sort of like the surrounded by darkness, but one beam,
Well,
one
I
beam of light on Son
certainly
of
hope
Kram.
they aren't hesitating to look back at their robot while they do this work.
You know what might be a little demoralizing is working on your robot, trying to get it repaired for a fight with full court, and you're staring at a sticker that says skill issue.
I can see that. Blame Derek Tran.
I love that sticker. You see it everywhere at NHRL. I am never putting it on my robot.
Well, it looks like they are going to try it one way or another. Throw it in there.
Let's throw it in and see what we can see.
Maybe it worked. Maybe it didn't. Maybe it helped some, but not all the way. They're only going to know for sure when this fight starts. The other thing that they can hope and pray, sometimes this happens, you push it full throttle, it starts to spin, and it does what we like to call self-clearancing.
Clear the gunk out, so to speak, metaphorically.
Well, so you've got maybe this is a ball bearing, maybe this is a needle roller bearing, right? You've got these round objects spinning against one another. What tends to happen is those objects become not round when they get hit really hard. They get flattened. Well, if you spin them fast enough and hard enough, they're going to get round again one way or another, come hell or high water. Or your robot will catch fire. Either way, we're here for it.
Oh, I see some twitchy.
Oh, it works. Okay, no,
Let's
but
go.
you see that the fact that it was hard to get going. Yeah, he's trying. He's saying, how much juice can I put into this? How much will it stomach?
I think I just saw a screw pop out.
I think I also just saw a screw pop up. Look at the weapon moving left and right, too. I haven't seen that all day. I think that's probably they loosened the bolts a little bit to give them that clearance.
I see that, and because you're not really worried about going weapon to weapon with a another kinetic weapon on the opposite side, it's a quote unquote just full court. I don't think the weapon moving left to right is going to matter a heck of a lot.
It'll matter less.
Certainly.
We'll see how it works out right now.
We have a fight, folks.
Fight, robots, fight.
Away we go. Son of Kram is spinning. It's interesting. They took off the arm. The arm is gone.
I wonder if they had to do that because it was sort of bolted in a weird way, maybe.
Possibly. That could have been what was throwing them off. I don't know. But it's a shame. The Lance could have been the difference between a win and a loss here.
But yeah, they're forced to take this fight without their special full court tech. It looks like they're doing a pretty good job of not getting pinned and lifted. And they're actually pushing full court around. How rare is that?
Yeah, it speaks to the talent of the driving behind Son of Kram. Again, I cannot emphasize that enough. So much experience in the court right now. David Small of Team Small Robotics piloting Son of Kram and really bringing all of experience to the table right now.
Doing such a good job, and
that is not where he wants to be, especially these moments where the weapon gets loaded down even more on Son of Kram. For a robot that's already struggling with its weapon, it really doesn't want that.
It does not, and the geometry of Son of Kram sort of benefits it in a way of, it gets into an exchange with full court and it sort of rolls over and gets behind it for a moment. But the flip side is you get stuck on this kick plate somewhat frequently.
Sparks are flying on full court, but I can't say it's doing a lot of actual important damage.
Nah, I don't think so. It's really just like Jelly Baby. These new breeds of control bots, they are hard to hurt in any way that matters. If you wanna hurt full court, you got to be able to do something to where. Oh, what
that
a
is
lift!
An excellent flip from full court. You don't always see him use it, but when that lifter kicks in just right, it really can throw you.
It's so interesting to see it whip around the arena like that.
Yeah, it's an impressive driving tactic from full court and Coleman Christie. Basically, I missed my chance. Well, I'm going to spin in a circle, and I'll get as many more chances as I want, faster than my opponent can react.
Absolutely. Son of Kram definitely wants to hit those red sort of side chassis pieces. Those are all where the juicy components are located, but Coleman never lets you get there.
I think I hear people yelling Italian.
I thought I heard it's still going, but
okay.
For a moment I thought I heard exactly the same that you heard.
I think it's some sort of pasta I don't know about. That's my guess. But we'll find out after the arena. Right now we still have lots of fight left, 13 seconds to be exact. This will be going to the judges, but I gotta say, full court put on a pretty impressive show of control and aggression here. and no lack of its weapon running. They really got some good flips in here, too.
Yeah. Those flips are crucial for getting those aggression points, because aggression for the judges does mean aggression using your active weapon. But it looks like the action doesn't stop. That's going to go to the judges, but we're going to go right to cage 1. Some bots we've seen plenty today, but it's going to be huge versus Prameda. This is an interesting one.
Prameda with the extra tall weapon this time.
Just like what we saw in Void. This is kind of the tech for this kind of vert to beat a big wheel. To have something that you can drive kind of into and catch the big wheel massive spinning vert in the center. You can't even see it right now because it's spinning so fast. You might be able to catch a glimpse of it there at home, but that big blue blade is spinning real fast and real hard.
Ooh, an excellent hit on Prameda. That did some serious damage. Left-hand drive side is struggling. The weapon is still going, but boy, that had consequences.
When you're missing a drive side, it's really hard to deal with a big wheel because you got to find a way to hit them where it hurts and do damage to their wheels, which are already really difficult to damage, even if you do have full drive. Oh, goodness. We're getting into slugfest territory once both bots have a sort of positioning in the center of the arena, dancing around each other. Huge kind of nervous to just run straight forward. They want to pick good shots too, and because they have better control right now, they are afforded the capability to do so.
Oh, is this an entanglement? It may well be. It is. That is stuck in there. The wheel. Oh, fantastic.
We're out without needing to use the cage manager crowbars.
I am impressed. Now, Prameda is just barely moving. Only one drive side is running and only really running well in one direction. Meanwhile, Huge, both drive sides running, but one of them clearly suffering badly.
Huge isn't looking very
oh, I see why it's suffering, because its own what do you want to call it? Training wheel, the legs that run behind it, is getting entangled in its wheel.
Interesting. There's that compounded with the fact that the wheels are starting to take a little damage and get a little bent, and that.
One of the tails has fallen off of Huge. If they lose both, it is incredibly hard for them to drive. We're coming down on a minute left. Oh, and even worse, the one that remains is the one that is entangled in the wheel.
That's going to make these last 40 seconds a lot harder for Huge. Losing and getting phalanges damaged like you're getting frostbite.
Phalanges is a beautiful terminology here.
It's a beautiful name for a baby girl.
I don't know where to go with that one, Dima. I enjoyed it, but I don't know where to go.
Can't all be zingers.
Yeah, both of these robots, as we come down close to the last 10 seconds of the fight, it looks as though Huge's weapon has gone down. That's certainly going to make a difference, but at this point, Pramheda's weapon is also down. So if I'm looking at it, we've got bare minimum drive functionality on one side of Huge, good drive functionality, but damage on the other, and no weapon, versus Pramheda having no weapon, and the weapon spins up. That's going to be a huge difference for damage in this fight.
It's kind of lovely to hear the crowd cheer for a functionality test, just the same way they would for, a good hit or something like that, because it matters for the robot they're rooting for. They see a functionality test, they say, oh, the weapon does spin up. That's going to matter for the judges' decision.
That is a huge, huge deal. That could have changed the outcome of this fight.
That's a really rough matchup for Prameda. It's even with those special operates to deal with the big wheel, it's not only can the big wheel kind of like ride over you, but it's just big wheels are just tough to deal with. They're very frustrating opponents. They're hard to hit because they're hard to hit in critical areas because their chassis is so separated from the arena and from the other robot. The wheels are sort of floppy and can take a lot of damage, but no big wheels for the next fight. We are going to go to Cage 4 for another 12-pound slugfest. I like this one. It's got a little bit of a Christmas theme. Because we got red and green. We have Torrent.
Oh, yeah.
We have Torrent versus
So we
Stay.
do.
Sorry, I just love Steggy. It's so cute.
You just love Christmas.
Yeah, I do. Steggy in particular, even if it wasn't December, I just...
The Christmas dinosaur? Steggy the Christmas dinosaur? I could get into that. You seem unsold, which is surprising to me.
I'm actually so sold I'm speechless is the problem.
Perfect, perfect. That's what we're going here for at NHRL World Champs 2025 is to deem Dima
5,
flapped.
4,
the unflappable Dima has been
2,
flapped.
1.
Fight.
Away we
Robots
go.
fight.
Steggy off to an unstable start. Torrent off very cautious. A big hit. Sparks flying. Oh, Steggy going flying. A near roof shot. Very tough to do in the 12-pound class, and it came damn close.
Steggy, like most horizontals in its weight class, is sort of figure eighting. It looks like it's maintaining great control as it's driving circles around Torrent, who's having a hard time staying upright.
Torrent, one of many robots here that I like to call a point-and-shoot robot. They line up and then they shoot. They drive very fast at their opponent. Steggy, a lot like a crocodile. It's moving left and right. It's very difficult to pin down for that direct hit the way that Torrent wants to. Right now, Torrent isn't moving at all. They're not lining up anything. We'll see if they call for an unstick.
They got him, right?
They've got him. There it is. There it is. Steggy trying to get in the way. That is their right as a competitor. Now the weapon on Torrent is doing great, but I'm not seeing any movement out of. Look at Steggy standing guard like a paladin before it's Queen waiting and saying you shall not pass.
Well, the metaphor I'd go with is Steggy the dinosaur is getting some prey in the form of Torrent and saying, no, this is mine. This is
my lunch.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Torrent is counted out, tapped out. There was no coming back from that lack of mobility despite the Housebot's best efforts. Something went down. Let's see if we can hear Cage say.
John Flack, the driver of Steggy, showing off why he's in World Championships with the rest of them. That was some great driving.
John's coming up from Florida, one of the prominent names these days in the Florida Bot Mafia, as I hear they like to call themselves. Really bringing up that kind of Florida style. There's this interesting southern Florida style to building robots. There's the kind of Miami area, which is similar yet not quite the same. And it's a real different vibe than a lot of the robots up here in the Northeast and even on the West Coast.
And then they come up here to compete, and we East Coasters, these Northeasters, they maybe have less experience dealing with the Florida style, so then you drive against Termigator and you drive against Steggy and anything else from Gator Robotics, and it's tough.
It brings back some of the vibes that you sometimes would get in the earlier days of combat robotics, where it's less about having the robot dialed in and more like, oh, I've never seen this matchup before. What's going to happen? And of course, it's not that extreme in these cases. We've seen undercutters, right? But this is built in a very different style than a lot of the undercutters up in the Northeast, and so the outcomes might not be what we expect.
That's exactly what I would say of kind of most of the matches I've seen from Gator Robotics. That's how I feel looking at Termigator with its wide weapon and that crazy drum. It has sort of outcomes and fights that are just atypical of what we see of similar archetypes, because it's not about the archetype itself, it's about the details. That's where the devil is.
See this robot being rendered safe. For those of you at home who may be just joining us, never seen one of these fights before, every robot needs a weapon lock that keeps their robot from accidentally activating its weapon. And every robot needs either an on and off switch or a plug, which can be plugged in or unplugged to deactivate the power to their weapon. So it's 2 points of failure, basically, to ensure that these robots are safe while they're being handled outside of the arena. And you only turn it on and you only remove the weapon lock once it's safely in the arena and the doors are about to close.
Crowd enjoying, waving to the camera and back to the folks at home.
All right. I am being told that we have a judge's decision coming in from Huge versus Promhead. I know we watched that fight. There was a lot of back and forth. It really looked like it was a huge victory up to the end, and the Promhead, a curveball came out of nowhere. That weapon spinning up. Dima, what's our decision?
Our decision is Promhead wins.
Bravo to Promhead. That is an incredible victory. I'm sure Zach and the entire Promhead team is feeling very pleased with that.
I'm sure they're celebrating back up in the pits in the middle of taking the top plate off and getting new upgrades stuck on that bot and all the repairs they have to make.
No time to sit on your laurels here at NHRL today, at least not till you walk away with a golden Brett.
No time to sit on your laurels, but I'm sure there's time for a quick woohoo.
Yeah, they can work a woohoo.
Quick little whoop.
Not even the whoop. just the first half.
Keep it fast.
Keep it fast. The crowd is pumped today. A lot of people pretty excited. Love to see it.
Man, oh man, that was a slugfest. That really could have gone either way. I'm excited for Zach. There's a lot of big wheels in the field today, and Huge being eliminated is just one less in the field.
Oh, baby. All of the brackets have been set. I'm told that was the last fight of the entire day before prime time.
Wow.
As far as preliminary fights go. But we do have one special treat for everyone. You might be able to see getting loaded into the cage. A special exhibition fight. Sam will introduce us for in just a minute. In the meantime, I'm Ricky Willows.
I'm Dima Papazian.
We're signing off until prime time.
We'll see you later. But here comes Sam.
And I'm Sam, and I'm cage-side for this wild style rumble where we have all three weight classes, I believe, in the cage at once. Some big, gnarly monsters like Killswitch and Overlord. We've got some medium-sized monsters like Caldera and Grim Reaper. We've got some, what's right in front of me? Oh, Cherry. We've got Cherry. We've got a big wheel. We've got Murphy's Law, Verticalizer, Project Liftoff, a ton of disco balls, balloons with junk in them. This is the $50,000 rumble right now. There is so many robots in this cage that it's like whatever a car costs, and then some probably in robots. And we're gonna make a giant mess, and it's gonna be a blast. So I'm rooting for the disco balls. I want them to destroy every robot in this cage, including the robots that belong to the drivers I'm sitting next to right now. I want you guys to lose to a disco ball. We've got some B-roll. Oh my goodness. Everyone appreciates the drivers squatting around the cage so the audience can see. Thank you so much, drivers, for squatting or just straight up sitting on the ground. It's super clean. We clean it every day.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fight, robots, fight.
Away we go. Overlord right to the middle. Just absolutely making confetti. Oh my goodness. Oh no, look out for those balloon scraps. They are getting sucked into weapons. Woo! You ever seen a 12 hit by a 45-pound robot? Oh my goodness. Colossus is covered in debris. Oh, what mess. Caldera flew right by my face. Project Liftoff in the center, hockey pucking around. Even Flo is getting in on the fun. Oh my goodness. We had a hat on a disco ball there. Killswitch is a bully. Killswitch is such a bully in there. Oh my goodness. We've got a UFO hovering around the cage in the form of Project Liftoff. Overlord seems to be taking some damage from the disco balls. Grim Reaper still at it, looking fine. Cherry's dead in the corner. B-Roll's missing a wheel. Overlord into the corner. Caldera in the air. Oh my goodness, Killswitch is seemingly unstoppable. I think everyone has to team up on Killswitch. And by everyone, I mean the fragments of robots that still exist. Maybe a flow gave Killswitch the what for. Grim Reaper's wheels are moving, but it's not going anywhere. Verticalizer still has one weapon up. Murphy's Law is topless, but it's looking good. 1 minute left in this ridiculous rumble. Colossus has become biblically accurate Colossus. So many dead around the perimeter. B-Roll still managing to roll like a bee without any wheels whatsoever. Oh my goodness. Verticalizer still functioning. Project Liftoff remains impervious even when getting smacked around by the 45-pound Killswitch. And that's gonna do it for this fun rumble in Cage 1. And that is gonna do it for our KO show. Please join us again at 7 p.m. Eastern for prime time, where we crown 3 Golden Brett winners. I can't wait to see you there.